Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, I Choose You. Ash Ketchum was playing in his yard when he saw something big jump over his fence and land in the backyard with him. It was a large brown Pokémon. It looked much like a dog, but the red mask and large gray plates attached to its body screamed Pokémon. He stood and moved to get a better look at the Pokémon. As he moved, the Pokémon noticed him, and took off running around the side of the house. Ash ran after it, calling for it to stop. As he came around the house, he saw a big brown blur enter the forest across the street and field. Without thinking, he took off after the Pokémon again. As he ran through the forest, he came across a campsite. There was the big Pokémon looking around the campsite frantically. Ash started to move towards the camp, when it exploded. The explosion picked him up off his feet and threw him away from the area. As he got to his feet, he saw the destruction of the area. The trees closest to the camp had been turned into matchsticks, and the stumps were burning. Rocks and dirt had been blown away. And the campsite was gone. In the center of where the campsite used to be was the brown Pokémon. It was on its side, not moving. Ash ran over to the Pokémon to see if it was okay, but he saw the blank frozen stare of its eyes. Tears began to fall and a small whimper escaped him. Then he noticed a bag that the Pokémon was wrapped around. It looked like the Pokémon was trying to protect it. Going over to the bag, he dug into the bag, and gasped. Inside of the bag was a brown, oval, orb-like object. Then Ash realized what it was. It was a Pokémon egg. He took the egg out of the bag. It was warm. Turning the egg in his hands, he saw what looked like a mask. There were large red fans on each cheek, and 3 yellow, almost golden spikes coming off the top. He was beginning to wonder what it was when he realized that the egg was getting cold. So he did the only thing he could. He took the egg and put it back into the bag. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, he started running for his home. As he ran, there was a flash and he turned to look and froze. There was a small pink Pokémon floating in the air watching him. The Pokémon floated over to him, and then looked at the bag where a pile of blankets were keeping the egg warm. The Pokémon then looked back at him. "You are a very caring human to look after that egg," a voice said in his mind. Ash studied the Pokémon, then the Pokémon answered the question on his mind. "Yes, I am a Pokémon. I am Mew. I was there in the beginning, and I saw the birth of the world and Pokémon. That Pokémon that you have in the bag is very special. It is born every time a volcano erupts. This little one has been born from the volcano that erupts every 30 years. Mew laughed, and then floated back over to him. "I can read your thoughts, Ash. I am a psychic Pokémon after all. I have come to take care of the egg until it hatches, but I see that you have already taken that job upon yourself. I will let you care for the egg, until it hatches. After that time, I will return to take the Pokémon to its own kind so that it may grow and live." With that said, Mew disappeared in a flash of light. Time skip. Ash was 6 when this happened. 4 years later. Ash awoke when the sun hit his face. Ash had been training himself to wake up with the morning sun. He remembered that today was a very special day. Getting dressed, he ran downstairs and to the fridge. He grabbed a large cake. He and his mom, with a little help from Professor Oak, made a cake for his best friend. Ash took the cake and ran out of the house. He made it to the woods, and he continued at a slower pace. When he came to a large boulder jutting out off the ground, he stopped. Balancing the cake on one hand, he brought up his other hand and whistled. He put his back to the rock so he wouldn't be surprised. After a minute or two, there was a loud growl above him. Looking up, Ash saw his friend looking at him. The Pokémon jumped down from the rock, and turned to him. Ash couldn't help but marvel at his friend. It was covered in brown fur with a long, thick mane covering its neck. It looked like a massive lion-like Pokémon with some mastiff qualities. Gray plates surrounding the cape-like fur that made it look as if smoke is coming out of a crater on its back, and a plate beneath the cream belly fur on its chest. The white paws with retractable claws and brown paw pads, and black cuff-like bands on its legs came to rest a few feet in front of him. Its red face with a white plate that resembles a handlebar mustache on its face, and a three-pointed yellow crest on its forehead. Ash smiled at his friend and went over to the Entei. "Hey Faya, I have a surprise for you." Faya looked down at the cake. "Happy birthday!" Ash yelled. It had been 4 years since he had received the egg. He could still remember the day Faya had hatched from the egg. Flashback start. Ash had snuck the egg back to Pallet Town with him. It hadn't been really hard. After a month of caring for the egg, it started glowing one day. He stepped away from it, not knowing what to expect from the egg. When the glowing died down, there was a little brown dog-like Pokémon sitting there. It looked intimidating, but it let out a small, but funny roar. Then it saw him, and ran over to him. Leaping up onto his lap, the Pokémon curled up and went to sleep. Ash was awestricken by the Pokémon. A week later Ash returned to the woods where he had hidden the little Pokémon, to do the same thing. He would show up, and the Pokémon would want to take a nap in his lap. He would then play with it. He would bring food and whatnot, but for the most part the Pokémon found its own food. "It seems that this little Entei has taken a liking to you," a voice said. Ash jumped and accidentally woke the Pokémon up. He looked over at Mew who was floating next to him. "After watching you for the past week, I think it would be better if the Pokémon stayed with you under your care." "The Entei's name is Faya, for fire," Mew said into his mind. Mew then disappeared again in a flash of light. Flashback end. Ash set the cake down on the ground and Faya came over and started eating it. It was a special blend of cake and Pokémon food. It was also specially made just for fire-type Pokémon. "So," Faya said between mouthfuls of the cake. "Are you ready for your Pokémon journey?" She looked over at Ash. Ash knew he was ready for the journey, but he wasn't sure if he was ready to leave his best friend behind. "Yes, I am ready for the journey, but I just don't know." He trailed off. Finishing the cake, Faya pushed Ash with a paw. "What are you worried about? You are smart and a good-looking kid. What are you worried about? Wait." Faya turned her head towards Ash, and then leapt at him, knocking him to the ground. "You didn't tell your mom about you being able to talk to Pokémon, did you?" Ash gave an uneasy smile. Ever since he had talked with Mew, he had been able to hear the thoughts of Pokémon. Well, it was more than just hearing their thoughts. He could hear the thoughts of some humans, but it was a lot harder for him, and he had to concentrate more for that. "Well, no, I didn't tell her about that, but it's okay, she'll learn about it eventually." Faya sighed and let him up. "So you are going to take me with you?" Ash awoke with a loud start. He had slept through most of the alarm clock. His alarm clock was going crazy trying to wake him. Getting up, he went and got ready. Today was the big day for him. He had turned 10 the week before and now he was going to be leaving on his Pokémon journey. His mom had made arrangements for him to meet with Professor Oak. Ash had spent a lot of time at his lab playing with the Pokémon and learning about them. As he was leaving the house he could see a large brown Pokémon off in the tree line. He smiled and shook his head. He had learned more about Entei but not much. Supposedly every time Entei roared a volcano would erupt somewhere around the world. They had wanted to test that theory, but they didn't want to cause any natural disasters. As he walked a large red convertible appeared down the road. It was moving fast towards him. He stepped off the road to avoid getting hit. The convertible came to a stop and Ash was able to see all of the people in the car. Gary was with 7 girls. "Hey there Ashy boy, looks like you're late again." "Like always." "This here," he took out a Pokeball, and spun it on his index finger like a basketball, "is the last Pokémon that my grandpa had with him. You might as well go home Ash. Nothing is out there for you now." He laughed and the car took off down the road, before Ash had time to respond or say something back to Gary. He watched as the car disappeared into the distance. He shrugged and moved on towards the lab. He looked toward the tree line but he didn't see Faya there. Going into the lab, he was amazed to find Oak asleep. The old man had been at his computer researching when he had dozed off. Calling out to the professor, he jumped a little as he awoke. "Ah, Ash, it's good to see you this morning, however I have to tell you that there are no more Pokémon," Oak said to him. Ash could tell that the man was hiding something. He hung his head for a moment to make it look like he really was put out about that. Then he lifted his head and said, "Are you sure there are no more Pokémon here? I don't care what Pokémon it is, I just want one. If you don't mind, can you take a look, and see if you weren't mistaken?" Professor Oak thought about it, then he shrugged. "Well, there is one Pokémon that I have, but I don't think you will be able to handle it. You see, it's a Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokémon, and they are very sensitive. One wrong thing and you get zapped." "Are you sure?" Ash cut him off. "I'll take it. I don't care if it is a sensitive Pokémon or not. I like them and they like me, so I will train this Pikachu to love me too if I have to." The old man gave a quick nod, then pushed a button on his desk. A moment later one of his assistants came in with the stuff Ash would need. After taking the things, Ash followed the professor to another room. In the room was a single Pokeball, with a lightning mark on it. Going over to the ball, he picked it, tossed it to him. Ash studied the ball for a moment before putting the ball into his pocket. The two then went back to his office. "Are you going to call out Pikachu and meet him?" Oak asked. "No, I don't think I will do it here. I think it would be better for me to meet my partner later when there is fresh air and then I can really get to know him." Oak shrugged. "Then do you have any questions about anything or anything I have given you?" He told him no and said his goodbyes. Once outside he went home, and found his mom with a large group of people. She gave him his back, and told him what was inside of it. Giving his mom a hug and a goodbye kiss, he promised that he would become a Pokémon master with Pikachu at his side. "I will also have the help of many other Pokémon as well," he thought to himself. Ash was walking up a hill, when he was tackled from behind. Looking over his shoulder he saw Faya. Laughing he got up. "I was wondering when you'd come out of hiding." "Me? Hiding? Please, I could scare off any Pokémon or human that saw me." She laughed. "So do I get my own Pokeball, or do I get to walk around and hope that no one tries to catch me?" Ash thought about it for a few minutes, then taking off his backpack he started to dig through it. He remembered about a special Pokeball that his mother had given to him for one of his birthdays. After locating the ball he looked it over. It was a chocolate brown with 7 pointed stars all over it. The top 3 points were yellow, and the rest of the star was red. It surprised him that the ball looked a lot like Faya. Thinking back on the birthday, he remembered Professor Oak bringing the box to his mother. She then in turn gave the box to him. They both explained that the ball was special and that it would catch any Pokémon guaranteed. This was the perfect thing to use it for. It was a Pokeball to be used on a special Pokémon, and Kaki was a special Pokémon to him. Turning to Faya he held the ball up. Faya gave a deep rumbling grow of approval. "So do I have to battle you to get you to go in or?" He started asking, but didn't finish. He pushed the button of the ball against the side of Faya. Faya didn't even get a chance to respond or do anything as she turned into red energy particles and was sucked into the ball. The ball then beeped. Ash smiled and then threw the ball into the air and released Faya from the ball. Light partials shot out of the ball, and reformed into the giant entity. She let out a mighty roar, that Ash had never heard from the Pokémon before. If what Ash had read about was true, he was positive that a volcano had erupted because of that roar. That was a dirty trick, Ash. If I was a wild Pokémon, or I didn't want to come with you, I would rip you to pieces for that," Faya said. Ash laughed and they started walking. At about noon they stopped for lunch. Ash took out some poke food, and feed Faya, and then he took out the Pokédex that Professor Oak had given him. He noticed that there were multiple features. He spent the next hour playing with the dex. After lunch he had learned that the Pokédex was like a wallet for trainers. It kept track of the money won from battles, and contests. He figured that the dex could sense when he got into a battle, and his dex and whatever it was they had, would swap Pokebucks to the victor. Ash looked as Faya. She was taking a small nap in the shade of the tree. Looking back at his dex he went to the Pokemon information section. He went to Pikachu, to learn about the electric mouse. When several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity could build up and cause lightning storms. Forest dwellers, they are few in number and exceptionally rare. The pouches in their cheeks discharge electricity at their opponents. The Pikachu are believed to be highly intelligent. The electronic voice said from the Pokédex. Smiling at the information he then clicked on the extra information button to learn more. Exclusive to Pikachu is the ability to release electric discharge soft varying intensity, at will, through electric sacs in its cheeks. This electric energy can be manipulated into a variety of techniques which are mostly used in battle, but which can be used to roast berries as well. As Pikachu builds up energy in its electricity glands, it often needs to discharge, as to not result in a short, or worse, which can lead to physical paralysis, or in severe cases, death. Pikachu released the built-up energy through their tail, which acts as a grounding rod, to remove unneeded energy safely. A sure sign that a location is inhabited by Pikachu is to look for patches of burnt grass, which is the result of the discharge. Through an inability to release a buildup of electricity, a Pikachu may develop a rare condition similar to the human flu. This illness is most often caused by strong nearby electromagnetic forces, which severely affect the electric glands. If a Pikachu is introduced to a magnet, it will be attracted towards its cheeks and display other common attributes of magnetism. Pikachu and its evolution family, Pichu and Raichu, are theonly known Pokémon that can learn Volt Tackle. Pikachu is known to have acute senses of hearing, thanks to its large ears. Most domestic Pikachu are able to understand and interpret human speech at levels far surpassing those of any pet dog. In the wild, Pikachu often travel in packs, and are rarely territorial. However, when threatened, a group can generate an intense electrical offensive, and the electromagnetic forces exerted by the resulting field can even produce a short-lived, localized thunderstorm. Pikachu can be harmful pests, eating and sometimes destroying telephone poles, wires, and other electronic equipment. Despite this, it is a popular pet, and relatively easy to maintain, with little exercise necessary for its well-being. However, it is important to discharge the electricity in its cheeks periodically. As many know, pulling on a Pikachu's tail will result in a severe shock to the offender. Another defense of Pikachu's is the use of its nasty bite, which has been known to leave quite a mark. The dex then went silent. Ash took that into account and took out the Pokeball containing his Pikachu. He threw the ball into the air, and released Pikachu from its ball. The light from the ball reformed and became the little yellow mouse Pokemon. Pikachu looked around and then it saw Ash next to it. It freckled out, and jumped away and took a defensive position facing him. Its cheeks started to spark, and Ash could tell that the Pikachu meant business. "It's okay Pikachu, I won't hurt you, I just want to be your friend." "I don't want to be your friend." Pikachu yelled at him. Ash smiled at the Pokemon, and looked around. He knew that if anyone were around and looking at him, they would have seen him talking to a Pokemon, while the Pokemon shouted its name. If they waited long enough they would see that he was actually holding a conversation with his Pokemon. "Why don't you want to be my friend?" he asked. "Simple, I was forced into that Pokeball, and no one asked me if I wanted to be captured or be owned by a human." It said hotly to him. "I'm sorry about that. I don't blame you for the way you are acting. If you want I will release you and you can leave if you want." Ash told it. The yellow Pokemon froze at this announcement and slowly relaxed. "Why would you release a Pokemon you have already caught?" it asked. Ash sighed and stood and moved away from it. He walked over to where Faya was sleeping and he sat down by her. He then rubbed a spot just behind her hidden ear. Her head lifted and she pushed into the spot that was being scratched. A low growl of joy was heard from Faya. She opened her large brownish-red eyes that came to rest on the little Pokémon before it. Well, as you can see, I can understand you. I like to talk to Pokémon and I want to be your friend, but I don't think it is right to force someone to be a SLV or do something against their will. He said, but was interrupted by Faya. You could have fooled me by that dirty trick of yours with the Pokeball. He glared at her and whispered, not helping. You have the right to choose. Ash continued. You can come with me as my Pokémon partner and friend. Or you can choose to leave and we will go our separate ways. He finished. Pikachu looked down in thought, but he quickly looked back up and took a few steps closer to him. I will go with you for now, but if I want to leave you have to release me. Ash nodded and reached for the Pokeball. No. I don't want to go into that thing. Pikachu cried. Ash blinked looking at the ball, and then to his new friend. Okay. He said, releasing the ball. So now that we have had our little talk, how about we leave and continue onward? Faya suggested. After Pikachu had eaten a quick lunch, the three left the little camp area, and continued on their way. As they were walking, Faya commented on all the Pokémon in the area. Looking around, Ash found that she was right. There were a few Pidgey pecking at the ground and a pack of Rattata run by. He was amazed at all the wild Pokémon that were around. He wanted to catch some, but he wanted to get to Viridian City ASAP. As they walked, Ash heard a loud cry off to his left. Looking in the direction, he saw a Spearow. It had an angry gleam in its eyes. It took flight and began to attack them. Giving a small cry of alarm, Ash pulled out his Dex and scanned the Pokémon. He then listened to the voice talk. Many wild Pokémon get jealous of trainer Pokémon. Understanding flooded Ash. Turning to face the angered Spearow, he called out to Faya, use Roar and give it a warning, Faya. If it continues after that, follow up with Ember. Faya turned to the bird and roared. It was a mighty and frightening roar. It shook the ground from its power. Ash kept his balance and watched Spearow freak. It turned and flew away. A moment later there was a loud cry and a large flock of Spearow appeared from the trees. Ash looked at the flock, and took a step back. I think we should run. I agree with you. Pikachu said. Faya had already turned and was beginning to leap away. They ran as hard as they could, but they weren't fast enough. Well, Ash and Pikachu weren't fast enough. Faya was too fast and had disappeared from their sight. Ash looked over his shoulder just as the first Spearow dived at him. He dodged, but more dived and he was hit by them. He saw Pikachu ahead of him, and that it was surrounded Spearow and they were peeking at it. Suddenly, Pikachu screamed and electricity surrounded it, and struck all of the Spearows. They cried out, and fell to the ground. Stopping, Ash looked around. They were all down. Sighing in relief, he moved over to the Spearow that were out cold on the ground. He started to inspect them to see if there were any that were badly injured. None were, so he turned and began walking over to Pikachu. Stop, you! He heard. Turning, he saw a Spearow struggling to stand back up. I won't let you leave here, without being punished, for attacking me. Ash laughed and took out a Pokeball. He then threw the ball at the struggling bird. The button hit and activated the capturing sequence. Spearow turned into red light energy, and was SCKED into the ball. It shook 3 times then went still. It then pinged and the capture sequence was complete. Putting the ball onto his belt, he ran over to Pikachu. He picked up his new friend and started inspecting him for the worst injuries. Taking a super potion from his backpack, he started healing. Once Pikachu was healed and sitting on his shoulder, he looked around for Faya. But she was nowhere to be found. Great, now we have to waste time to find her. I should have just called you both back into your ball. Then I would have lost her, he yelled. You know yelling about it isn't going to bring her back. Pikachu said. Then it stopped and looked around. Then it looked back at him, on second thought keep yelling it might help us in finding her. Ash was about to yell again but thought better of not doing that, because some of the Spearow were starting to move. So he took off running from the group of downed Spearow. He came to a river and stopped by it. He knelt down to get a drink. Pikachu hopped off from his shoulder and watched his trainer. As his hands made contact with the water the bank he was on crumbled and he fell into the river. Ash! He heard Pikachu yell, before he was swept down under the current and down the river from his friend. Misty was sitting on the banks of the slower part of the river fishing. She was happy, and silently thinking to herself. She had left the gym to get away from her sisters, and make a name for herself by becoming a water Pokémon master. So she was going to start here at this river catching a water Pokémon and adding it to her team. She felt a tug on her fishing pole and her attention was drawn to it instantly. Ha, I caught something! She yelled. Standing she planted her feet and pulled with all her might, which was not much. The water grew dark as the Pokémon was brought closer to the surface. Frowning when she didn't surface the Pokémon, she again gave a mighty tug. The water exploded as a boy was sent flying over her head connected to her fishing line. He landed heavily behind her. He was coughing and spitting water. She was shocked. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She demanded of the boy. Ash looked at the angry orange-headed girl and rolled his eyes. I was trying to catch a Gyarados while I was drowning in the river. It was a complete lie, but he had almost been eaten by one while in the water. Suddenly the brushes rustled and the two turned to see a yellow blur shoot out and hit Ash in the chest. He was tackled onto the ground. Ash focused on getting air into his lungs. Ash, I was so worried that you were dead. Pikachu cried into his chest. Ash smiled and rubbed the back of the yellow Pokémon back. The brushes rustled again and parted to show Faya. Ash saw her and blew up. Where the hell were you? You just disappeared on us, please tell me where you were. Faya looked shocked that Ash would swear at her, but she had left the two to fight the Spearow. I saw this girl as I was running and thought she might need protection if the Spearow attacked her. Then I saw some ripe berries, and couldn't help myself. Then she pulled you out of the river. Ash's eye twitched and then he sighed. That is the lamest excuse I have ever heard. You could have at least said that you knew me and Pikachu were safe and could handle it. He finished when he heard a cough. He turned to look at the girl. She had eyes the size of dinner plates and she was slowly edging away from the legendary Pokémon. Oi, what's wrong with you? Misty looked at him and then to the big brown dog. I don't want to know. She said. She picked up her fishing pole and walked back off to the river bank to fish. Ash studied the girl for a moment that he laughed. You are doing that wrong. What? She questioned. My name is Ash Ketchum, and you are fishing wrong. If you are going to fish for a Pokémon or something to eat, you are doing it wrong. You have your back to the sun which is casting a shadow onto the water. The fish can see that and won't come near the shore or the fishing line. Next you are fishing in the fast current. If you want them to bite you have to cast the line into the calm water where they are resting, or live. He finished. Misty stood up, and threw her fishing rod at his. I don't know who you think you are, or who I am, but I am Misty, and I am the next water Pokémon master. I am going to master water Pokémon. Who are you to tell me how to fish? I practically grew up in the water and around water Pokémon. So if you think you can do better than me go right ahead and show me. Smiling Ash hefted the rod and examined it. After 5 minutes, he reached for his dex. Opening it, he went to his Pokémon data. Spearow the tiny bird Pokémon. It flaps its small wings busily to fly. Using its beak, it searches in grass for prey. Although inept at other aspects of its flying, such as height and distance, Spearow is still capable of flying quickly to protect its territory. Spearow is described as being frail, but still allegedly capable of being a tough Pokémon due to its ability to use Mirror Move. Spearow are easily angered and very protective of their territory, and may chase after foes in large flocks. Spearow is required to flap its wings at incredibly high speeds to stay airborne, and thus is inept at flying high or for long distances. However, it is still capable of flying very quickly to protect its territory, and while doing such, it makes a high-pitched cry. Spearow's cry is very loud and can be heard half a mile, 1 kilometer, away, and if the cry is heard echoing all around, it is a sign that they are warning each other of danger. Spearow is also depicted to see in black and white. Spearow are hardy and are usually found in rough terrain, such as desolate wastelands and fields. It is found in Kanto, Johto and Sinnoh. When children are too young to train Pokémon, their mothers typically give them 2 pieces of advice: don't go into the tall grass and under no circumstances make a Spearow mad. It would do trainers well to heed the second piece of advice, even once they get their first Pokémon. Alas, many are too hot-headed to listen to this advice. Spearow are a rare and cowardly Pokémon, but quick to anger. If a trainer is too weak to capture or kill one, they antagonize, and are quick to anger. A Spearow will call for backup from its friends, and young children who struggle with one of them now battle a whole flock. Far more often, young trainers are pecked and scratched to death, and their bodies along with those of their Pokémon feed the victorious flock for an entire week. Ash paled at this, and realized that he could have died with that flock. Filing that away, he brought the info for his newly caught Spearow. Spearow knows, Leer, Growl, Peck, Fury Attack, and Pursuit. Gender, male. Nature, hasty. Abilities, Keen Eye, and Sniper. Ash looked over the information again, and again, but was upset that Spearow didn't know Gust or Whirlwind. But he would have to make do with what he had. Taking Spearow's ball out, he called out the Pokémon. It appeared in a flash of light on the ground, brushed and battered. He heard a gasp from Misty, but ignored it. Going over to the bird, he took out the remainder of his super potion he had used on Pikachu, and started healing Spearow. Soon the bird Pokémon was on its feet and looking around. Spearow, I know that we haven't gotten to know each other yet, but I need you right now, he said. The little bird looked at his, and then gave a nod. I need you to take this fishing line and drop it into the calm part of the river. He held the line out and watched Spearow take flight, and then came and grabbed the line. Ash pushed the button to release the line, and he then made sure to keep his shadow off of the water. He waited. He heard the cry from Spearow and he called up to it. Spearow, keep watch on the line, and when I have catch something tell me. Okay. He heard. He was surprised that he could hear the bird Pokémon from so far away. Normally he would have to be close to hear it. He waited a total of 3 minutes before he heard Spearow cry out that he had something. Ash pulled, and it felt like he was pulling on a brick wall. Faya, come over here, and help me pull the Pokémon out of the water. She leaped into action without a second thought. She came over to him and tackled him away from the river. He almost lost his grip on the pole, but he managed to hang on. Misty screamed when the water exploded, and a Gyarados was pulled out of the water. It saw them and started to rampage. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, and keep hitting it until it faints, he ordered. The air was filled with static as the Thunderbolt was shot toward the water Pokémon. It hit home, and the Gyarados cried out in pain. Ash knew that the electric type move had been super effective against the water flying type. However, before the second Thunderbolt could be sent, the Gyarados tuned its great head and let loose a roar. It then brought up its tail and slammed it down toward Pikachu. Pikachu dodged and the tail slammed onto the ground. Ash was shocked when the sound started to shake and a crater was left from the impact. Use Bite, then get out of there, he ordered. Pulling out his dex, he ran to Pikachu's data. He skipped the information that he had learned before, and went to the Pokémon move data. Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokémon. Known moves: Growl, Thunder Shock, Tail Whip, Thunder Wave, Quick Attack, Electro Ball, Double Team, Slam, and Thunderbolt. The electronic voice went silent and Ash knew exactly how to beat this enraged Pokémon. Pikachu us Thunder Wave to paralyze Gyarados, and then use Thunderbolt repeatedly until it faints. You got it, Ash. Pikachu ran in close just as fire was thrown from Gyarados. She had bitten it, and held on to distract it, and let Ash come up with a plan to beat the Pokémon. A yellow electric wave pulsed from Pikachu and began to grow out. It hit Gyarados and it cried out as static electricity started running around its body. Then the Thunderbolt started hitting it. Misty watched all of this as complete shock and amazement. She had never really liked the legendary Rage Pokémon, but she couldn't help but feel pity for the Gyarados before her. It was being gang attacked by multiple Pokémon, and the trainer was acting like it was normal. She looked over to the young man and she had to turn her head to hide the blush that appeared on her face. He was very good looking, even though he was young. She was 10 herself. Then again, the country and world believed that when you were an adult once you were on your Pokémon journey. A loud crashing noise drew Misty's attention to the Gyarados. It had fainted from the number of attacks that the electric mouse had zapped it with. Ash smiled and took out one of his empty Pokeballs, and threw it at the fainted Pokémon. The button hit the Gyarados and activated the capture sequence. It shook once then pinged as the Pokémon was captured. Faya walked over to the ball and picked it up in her mouth. Walking over to Ash, she dropped it into his hand. Ash thanked his Pokémon and called them all back for a rest. Faya normally didn't like to be inside of the ball, but she was tired. Pikachu had tried to dodge the beam that retuned him, but the light was just too fast. Spearow went into the ball like it was ordered to. Ash smiled and put his Pokémon away for safety. He now turned his attention to Misty, who was staring at him. And that, my dear, is how you catch a Gyarados, and that is how you fish. He told her, walking over and holding out her rod to her. She took it but kept her face down. I want to know what your dream is. She whispered, still not meeting his eyes. My dream is to be the very best like no one ever was, to catch them as my real test, to train them as my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. He paused and took a deep breath. I want to be a Pokémon master, and with you as my witness I will catch all of the Pokémon in the world and understand the power that they hold. He told her. Her head shot up, and she met his eyes. She saw the truth. As she steered, a desire arose inside of her. Well, if you are going to be a Pokémon master, you are going to need to learn about water Pokémon. So I am going to come with you on your journey and teach you everything about water Pokémon that I can. She turned away to hide her second blush and smiled. Behind her she missed Ash checking her out, and his big smile. Okay, he said and started walking away. She froze, and was shocked. She thought that he was doing to fight her. She was broken out of her shock when he called out to her. Oi, are you coming or not? Realizing that he had started walking off without her, she ran to catch up. When they crested the next hill they saw Viridian City. Pleased with the progress or the first leg of the journey, Ash challenged Misty to a race to the Pokémon Center and took off running with Misty yelling and screaming far behind him. Chapter 2, Invasion and Training. Last time. Her head shot up, and she met his eyes. She saw the truth. As she steered, a desire arose inside of her. Well, if you are going to be a Pokémon master, you are going to need to learn about water Pokémon. So I am going to come with you on your journey and teach you everything about water Pokémon that I can. She turned away to hide her second blush and smiled. Behind her she missed Ash checking her out, and his big smile. Okay, he said and started walking away. She froze, and was shocked. She thought that he was doing to fight her. She was broken out of her shock when he called out to her. Oi, are you coming or not? Realizing that he had started walking off without her, she ran to catch up. When they crested the next hill they saw Viridian City. Pleased with the progress or the first leg of the journey, Ash challenged Misty to a race to the Pokémon Center and took off running with Misty yelling and screaming far behind him. Ash was running through Viridian toward the Pokémon Center. As Ash ran, a woman in a police officer uniform stepped out in front of him. "Stop," she yelled. Ash stopped running and slowly walked over to her. "Is there a problem, Office Jenny?" he asked. He could now hear Misty yelling and screaming from him to stop. She was catching up to him. She really was a fast girl, but not as fast as him. "As a matter of fact, there is a problem. You are under arrest for being a Pokémon thief and being a suspicious-looking person," she said. Ash took a step back and then laughed at her. "I'm no Pokémon thief. I am a trainer from Pallet Town. I just started today. My name is Ash and I have ID to prove that I am who I say I am." He reached behind him and pulled out his Pokédex. He flipped it open and pushed a few buttons. He then held it out to her. She took it, as a picture of him appeared on the little screen and the electronic voice started talking. "I am Dexter, a Pokémon Pokédex programmed by Professor Oak for Pokémon trainer Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. My function is to provide Ash with information and advice regarding Pokémon active training. If lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced." Dexter shut off, and Ash reached out and took the Pokédex from her. "Now can I go? I would like to get to the Poke Center, before dark, and they lock up." Officer Jenny smiled and laughed. "I'm sorry about that, Ash. It is just that a bunch of Pokémon thieves have been reported in the area, and I saw you running from this girl, and I thought that you might be one of the thieves. But yes, you can go on, but please stay out of trouble, and report anything suspicious." She then went back into the police station. Ash shook his head and turned to regard Misty, who had just caught up. She was doubled over and breathing hard. "It's about time you caught up to me," he said. She froze and she slowly lifted her head. The look on her face could have killed him if looks could kill. It wasn't even a fair race. You took off running, calling the challenge over your shoulder. Plus you had a big head lead. He laughed. And she smiled as she lowered her head. Standing straight, she said, "So what did Officer Jenny want?" "Oh, that. She thought I was a Pokémon thief, so she was going to arrest me, for that and because I looked like a suspicious. But I gave her my ID, and she said I could go," he said. "Stupid cow, thinking that you can arrest someone on assumptions, what a load." She had no evidence to back up her claim. He thought. Well, at least you got off, and she didn't ignore the fact that she has nothing against you but her own word and assumptions. Smart girl, he thought. I will definitely have to keep an eye on her. She actually has something between her ears and is using it. Misty was the first to see the Poke Center. "Look, Ash, there it is." Ash, who had taken out his Pokédex, looked up. It was a giant of a building. It had a large dome-shaped roof, and a large red sphere that sat right above the door. Even though Ash has been to Viridian before, B had never remembered going to the Poke Center. Of course, they never had a reason to go there in the first place. The size was self-explanatory. With the gym being here and all, there would need to be a Poke Center to heal all the Pokémon. They made their way into the center and up to the front desk. There was a woman there with pink hair, and in a white uniform with a red cross on her hat. She smiled at them. "Hello and welcome to the Pokémon Center." "Hello, Nurse Joy," Misty said. "Hello." Ash followed. Ash reached behind him, and pulled out his 4 Pokémon. "Can you take a look at my Pokémon and make sure they are all healed and in good shape?" he asked her. Her smile grew and she reached out to take the ball. "I would love to help them. If you don't mind. Can I get your name so I can call you when I have them all checked out?" "Oh, sorry, my name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet." "Pallet, you are the 4th person to come here today. The others got here in one piece and then took off," she said. With that she turned with his Pokémon in hand and went into the back to do her job. Ash looked over to Misty. Want to get some dinner? Ash was just finishing his mashed potatoes, and starting on his toro steaks, when Nurse Joy came up to him. Ash, I need you to come with me please. Confused and worried about his Pokémon, he went without a complaint. He followed her through the cafeteria door, and past the front desk. She led him through the operation doors where she took most, if not all the Pokémon she got. A Chansey came up to him and started walking by him. He looked at the nurse Pokémon, and then he asked Nurse Joy about it. Ash, this is a Pokémon center where we treat injured Pokémon. Some of them aren't that injured, just here to be checked up. Others are in a lot of pain. A lot of Pokémon that come here to the center like the attention that they receive here. While other are hostile and want nothing to do with us. This Chansey is here for your protection as much as she is here to help me nurse injured Pokémon back to health. They walked for a few more minutes until they came to a room. Turning to the right, Nurse Joy motioned for Chansey to enter first. The nurse Pokémon cried its name and entered the room. There was a few cries and the Chansey came running out of the room, a part of its little nurse hat on fire. Ash, when I received your Pokémon I wasn't expecting all the hostility from them. First it was the injured Gyarados. It came out of the ball enraged, and I was shocked. But Chansey was ready and was able to put it to sleep. However, when we came to the next Pokémon we were surprised to see the Entei. I don't think that it was expecting to see me, so it became hostile with me. Chansey tried to put it to sleep, but Entei dodged and attacked. We barely got out of the room. I locked the door and came to get you. The woman said as a sweat drop appeared. Understanding flooded Ash. He turned to the door and walked through. He barely dodged the ember attached that was sent his way. What the heck was that fire? You almost fried me alive. Sorry, I thought you might be another one of the Chansey Pokémon or that pink-haired nurse. She growled at him. Ash threw up his arms and screamed. You interrupted my dinner for this? I brought you to a Pokémon center, to make sure that you weren't hurt or injured. Speaking of dinner, when do I get my dinner? Faya asked. Ash thought about it for a moment and then for sheets and giggles. Never. You don't get any dinner after this. Not to mention that you ruined my dinner. So I will be feeding you right after Nurse Joy releases you back into my care. Faya growled and began to protest, but then the last of Ash's statements sunk in. Smiling to his Pokémon, Ash turned and called for Nurse Joy to enter. She poked her head around the corner and then seeing it really okay to enter she entered the room. She honestly walked over to the legendary Pokémon. Ah, how in the world did you catch an Entei? And another thing. I might be imagining it, but were you having a full conversation with your Pokémon, and understanding their speech? Ash had started to smile, but then his smile slid off his face. Well, I can't really understand what they are saying. It is more like I understand their thoughts, and I can understand what they are saying through their thoughts. So you can read a Pokémon's thoughts? She questioned. No, I can't read their thoughts. I have met a psychic Pokémon before when my mother took me to the circus. When they read your mind it is like an open book that they can look at whenever. If there is something that they want to know, it is right there and nothing will stop that Pokémon from seeing it. Me, I can't do that. I can only understand their thoughts at the time, and understand their feelings. So when they talk to me I understand their thoughts and can understand what they are thinking. This makes it look like I can really understand Pokémon speech. But I have found that I can only really understand Pokémon that I am around all of the time. For instance, the Gyarados that I caught yesterday was in a rage and I couldn't understand its thoughts. Or for example a flock of Spearow that attacked me, I couldn't understand their thoughts, so I couldn't get them to stop, until Pikachu helped me. Nurse Joy stared at him, and then gave a nod. That is amazing, so you can understand thoughts of Pokémon. That is very interesting, Ash. But you already knew that I was going to say that. No, I can't understand your thoughts. He interrupted. You see, humans are really hard for me to understand. If I want to understand your thoughts I would have to really concentrate, and by the time I am able to understand them, it is too late. You are thinking of something else that you need to do, or that you are going to say, etc. He watched her as if bored of the conversation. Well, Faya will be nice now. She understands that you are here to help her and make sure that she is healthy and safe. As for me, I am going to go and finish that steak. Just then the door opened and in walked Misty. Hey Ash, they took your dinner away. Ash froze and looked at her. Then animated tears started to fall from his eyes and he cried out, why? Misty however was busy ignoring him, and looking at the Gyarados on the table. Nurse Joy, is it all right if I stay in here and watch after Gyarados? She asked. I don't see why not. Just be careful, and call me if it wakes up. She said. She then left with Ash and Faya following her. Misty sat in the room watching the giant dragonfish Pokémon. As she did, she unknowingly moved closer. Gyarados sensed her and slit an eye open to look at her and then closed the eye, miming its name, and a wave of small pain shot through it. Lifting a hand, Misty brought it up and put it onto the water Pokémon. Gyarados flinched at her touch. Misty didn't notice the flinch. She was amazed that the giant Pokémon could be scared of her. I'm not going to hurt you, Gyarados, she said while rubbing a hand on its scaly body. Oh, Gyarados, you're dry. I bet you would like some water. Turning to a sink in the room, she picked up the garbage can, removed the bag and put the can in the sink. Turning the water on, she filled it with nice cool water. Taking the can over to the dry fish, she dumped the water over its head. There you go. I bet you liked that, she said. Gyarados didn't move or say anything. She then looked over the rest of the body. Turning back to the sink, she filled the can again and then dumped the water over a section of Gyarados' body. She did this 6 more times before she had water the whole body. She then scooped up a handful of water off the wet floor and then started rubbing Gyarados' body, using the water on her hand to rub the water into the dry scales. Gyarados ummed and slit an eye open to look at her. This time it studied her. Misty was working away to keep the scales wet and moist. She went to scoop up some water when the door exploded in. Note, please read all notes at beginning and end of story. Ash was in the lobby. After he had gone to the cafeteria to grab a sandwich, then he went back to the lobby to find it empty. Looking to the left, he saw some public phones. He went over and looked at them. He was going to use one to make a call when he realized he'd probably have to pay. Then he read a very small sign that read, Pokémon trainers call for free, all others must pay for use. Ash smirked and picked up the phone. He dialed up the number and waited. He waited a minute or two before his mother picked up. Same phone call as in the anime, but Ash isn't dirty, or doing a full self-pity act. He hung up and smiled as he looked over to his best friend, almost daughter Pokémon. Hey Faya, how about we make another call and scare an old friend? Faya narrowed her eyes, and was about to reply when the sound of a phone ringing was heard. Walking over to the front desk, he saw the phone for the Pokémon Center ringing. Reaching out, he pushed a button and answered, Hello. Hello Ash. Professor Oak. Behind you. He turned around and one of the squares on the picture slides down into a hidden compartment and revealed a TV screen. It flared to life and showed Oak talking to his phone, but from across the lab. Professor, I think you are using the wrong camera for the phone again, he said. Oak turned his head and let out and, then turned back to the computer and started typing. The screen flashed and changed to show the professor from the front. There we go. The professor smiled and then addressed him. So Ash, I just got off the phone with your excited mother. She called to tell me that you have made it to Viridian City. So tell me Ash, how was the journey over there? It was horrible, he thought. I got chased by a flock of man-eating Spearow, and then fought a Gyarados. It was great, I caught 3 Pokémon on the way out of Pallet. He paused and thought, then asked, Professor, I have a request for you. You see, my Pokédex doesn't have the information on one of the Pokémon that I caught. So I was wondering if there was any more information that you could give me to update my Pokédex. The old man stopped smiling and then brought a hand to his chin and rubbed it. That's very interesting, Ash. If you don't mind, may I ask what Pokémon it is that you caught? Oh yeah, Professor, hold on. Turning to look off to the side, he called Faya over to him. Good Lord Ash, the professor yelled. That's an NTI. Where did you catch that? He questioned and demanded of him. Oh, well, I have been friends with this Pokémon for a while, but I didn't know what it was. I told it that I was going to be leaving and then she followed me when I left Pallet. She wanted to go with me, he said, scratching the back of his head and looking sheepish. So I pulled out a Pokeball, and caught her. She didn't even fight going into the ball. Well, Ash, I must say I am very impressed, and happy with you. You have made me a rich man. You see, me and Gary had a bet going. Gary bet me that you wouldn't catch a single Pokémon before you got to Viridian. They both shared a laugh, and then they both got serious. As for the Pokédex, there is a slot just below the video screen on the computer behind you. Go and put your Pokédex into the computer and I will update the systems with the latest information that I have. Ash turned back to the front desk and did as he was told. A few minutes later, he was told that he could remove the dex from the machine. He did, and flipped it open to make sure that it had worked. NTI, the volcano Pokémon. NTI embodies the passion of magma. This Pokémon is thought to have been born in the eruption of a volcano. It sends up massive bursts of fire that utterly consume all that they touch. It is said that when it roars, a volcano erupts somewhere around the globe. NTI's roar is known throughout the Pokémon world as a sign of a new volcano erupting, and a new NTI being born. NTI can shoot flames that are hotter than volcanic magma. It also sports limited mental powers. NTI also has the appearance of a volcano, its head is volcano-shaped and has a bright yellow eruption flame on the top, and the red magma is seen on the side of its face. It has volcanic smoke leaving from the back and has two spiky mountains on the back. All other known information is currently unknown. Satisfied with the entree, Ash flipped the dex closed and put it away. Turning back to the screen, he smiled. It worked, Professor, thanks. Suddenly the doorbell rang and Professor Oak quickly wrapped up the phone call to go get his pizza that he had ordered. Shaking his head, he turned and went over to a couch that Faya had gone to and was now asleep in front of. He sat on the couch and went through his Pokédex to learn all the information on his Pokémon. Gyarados, the Atorcious Pokémon. This Pokémon has a vicious temperament, so use extreme caution. Its serpentine body is mostly blue, but its underbelly and the spots along its body are yellow. It has a three-pointed, dark blue crest on its head and 4 white fins down its back. Its mouth is very large and gaping, bearing 4 canine teeth, but bears some resemblance to that of its pre-evolution Magikarp. Like Magikarp, it has 1 barbel on both sides of its face. Its pectoral and dorsal fins also resemble Magikarp's. Gyarados is rarely shown with its mouth closed. Its fangs can crush stones and its scales are harder than steel. A female has white barbels, while a male has blue. This Pokémon bears little resemblance to its Docileper evolution. Gyarados is infamously known for its fierce temper and wanton destructive tendencies. Once it has worked itself into a frenzy, it will not calm until everything around it is destroyed. This tendency is attributed to the dramatic structural changes its brain undergoes during evolution. It seems attracted to violence. During times of human conflict, Gyarados are said to appear, burning entire cities down to the ground. In addition, Gyarados are also notoriously difficult to tame even after they are captured by the trainer, usually requiring an exceptional amount of work in taming it until it can become loyal and obedient to its trainer. Gyarados is a common Pokémon for water gym leaders. Type, water flying. Gender, female. Nature, naughty. Abilities, intimidate, and moxie. Known attacks, thrash, bite, dragon rage, and flamethrower. Ash felt his jaw drop at the last attack. Gyarados would make an interesting Pokémon to battle with. Flipping to his next Pokémon, he went through his next Pokémon. Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokémon. Type, electric. Gender, male. Nature, mild. Abilities, static, and lightning rod. Interested in his first Pokémon, Ash smiled at the information. He then flipped to the next Pokémon. Entei, the volcano Pokémon. Type, fire. Gender, genderless. Nature, naughty. Abilities, pressure, and flash fire. Entei's known attacks, bite, leer, ember, roar, fire spin. Ash let out a laugh at the information. You are going to have to talk with the professor about that information. Faya said. She lifted her head and looked at him. Confused, he gave her a questioning look. I am not genderless. And it would do well that that little bit of information was updated. Now understanding flooded him. It was true that the information in the Dex was wrong about her gender, but it had also said that her nature was naughty. That too was wrong. She has a fun side to her, but never a naughty-sided. Well, the next time that I see him, I will have to introduce you to him, and have that corrected. Good, she said, releasing a small jet of fire in her annoyance. Suddenly the voice of Officer Jenny was heard over the speakers. Attention Viridian City, attention, an unidentified aircraft has been sighted above town. We believe the air to be the Pokémon thieves. If you are a Pokémon trainer or own a Pokémon, we ask that you keep them inside and return them to their Pokeballs. Standing, Ash was about to run outside, when the sound of breaking glass was heard. Looking up, Ash saw 2 Pokeballs fall from a broken window. Nurse Joy came running from the back office to see what the sound was. Just as she got to the front desk, the 2-ball opened and released the Pokémon. A large purple snake appeared, with a floating purple orb Pokémon. Coughing, the orb-like Pokémon said. Ekans, the snake Pokémon yelled. Ash took a step back from the Pokémon, and Faya got into a battle-ready stance. Pointing his Pokédex at the 2 Pokémon, he listened to the information. Coughing, the poison gas Pokémon. Abilities, levitate. Coughing is a round, limbless purple Pokémon filled to the brim with toxic gases. Several crater-like protrusions on this Pokémon's body give it the resemblance of a naval mine or a meteorite. Coughing has a skull and crossbones below its blissful face. Coughing has been considered to be related to Grimer, who is also a purple poison-type Pokémon that associates with pollutants. Coughing may also be related to Drifloon, who is also a floating, round, purple, X-bearing Pokémon with a tendency to explode. Coughing spews out poisonous gases whenever it gets upset. On the other hand, Coughing exhales fresh, clean gases whenever it becomes happy or overjoyed. Although Coughing's gas is more commonly attributed as being poisonous, the gases may also cause coughs, sniffles, and teary eyes. Coughing has also been known to explode from overinflating its body. Coughing is also capable of launching fire and electrical attacks. If Coughing becomes agitated, it raises the toxicity of its internal gases and then jets them out from all over its body. Coughing is prone to overinflating its round body before it self-destructs. The higher the temperature, the more gas Coughing concocts. Coughing is known to float in the air. This is because its body is filled with a gas that is slightly lighter than air. The gas is a combination of the vapors from fermenting trash and Coughing's own poisonous fumes. Coughing are a very common sight around burned-down buildings, abandoned buildings, and power plants. Volcanoes also provide a suitable habitat for them. It is common in Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, but seldom encountered in Sinnoh. Ash adjusted the Dex to point at the other Pokémon. Ekans, the snake Pokémon. Abilities, Intimidate, Shed Skin, and Unnerve. This reptilian Pokémon is serpentine. It has a rattle at the tip of its tail, and is mostly purple while its underbelly, eyes, rattle, and the bands on it are yellow. Ekans are able to detach their jaws to swallow large prey whole, although this makes their bodies heavy. It can also use its tongue to sense danger, and can move quietly through the grass. Like actual snakes, Ekans will lash out with abbot when frightened by anything it sees as a threat. If one happens to be bitten by a young Ekans, they are lucky. As an Ekans, it does not possess the ability to add venom to its bite until after it evolves into an Arbok, though this last bit of information clashes with Ekans's dungeon phrase. Ekans live in grassy savannas and plains. It also inhabits cemeteries. It is normally found in Canton Johto, but has been encountered in Sinnoh on rare occasions. Ash closed his dex and put it away. Looking at the two Pokémon, he thought about what to do. Before he could call anything to fire, the coughing released a ton of smoke that hid everything from view. By the smell it wasn't agitated, so it must have done so without joy. Ash thought. What's going on? Nurse Joy cried. Don't worry there, nurse, said a voice. Allow us to introduce ourselves, a second voice said. Ash could start to make out two people through the smoke. The first voice was a woman, and she continued, to protect the world from devastation. Then the second voice, a male, cut in, to unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, the woman said. James, the man said. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Suddenly a cat-like Pokémon dropped from above and landed in front of the two, and directly in the middle of them. Meowth, that's right, the Pokémon said. Ash's eye was twitching after that introduction. Then he had to ask the question that was plaguing his mind. That was a well-rehearsed introduction. Tell me, how long did that take you to come up with? The two Team Rocket members face planted, then quickly recovered and yelled at him. We didn't make that up, that's the Team Rocket motto. Ash let out a laugh. Jessie, losing her cool, called out to her Ekans, Ekans go. You two coughing. James called to his Pokémon. Together the two rushed at them to tackle. Grabbing Nurse Joy, Ash pulled her out of the way of the attacks. Nurse Joy, go and get to safety, I am going to defend you as long as I can. Nodding, Nurse Joy took off and through a door. Seeing the nurse run, Jessie took off after her, yelling, oh, no you don't. Fia tried to intercept her, but was talked by the coughing and knocked off course. James laughed and took up a confident stance. Your fight is with me. If you want to interfere, then you will have to go through me. And me, cried the Meowth. Pulling the Pokédex out, he pointed it at the Meowth. Meowth, the Scratch Cat Pokémon. Abilities: Pick Up, Technician, and Unnerve. Meowth has a feline appearance, resembling a small house cat. While a few have the ability to walk on two legs, most Meowth are quadrupeds. It has cream-colored fur, which turns brown at its paws and tail tip. Its oval-shaped head features 4 prominent whiskers, no nose, black and brown ears, and a glimmering gold oval coin, also known as a charm, embedded in its forehead. Like Persian and other cat-like Pokémon, Meowth is capable of retracting the claws on its fore and hindpaws and bringing them out again when needed. Meowth are valued for their ability to collect coins using payday, as they are the only Pokémon that learn it. Meowth are also capable of dealing relatively powerful scratching attacks like Fury Swipes or Night Slash. Meowth are very fond of anything round and shiny. As such, they have been known to wander about city streets and pick up anything that is round and shiny, coins in particular. Although they are apparently not nocturnal, they spend most of the daytime napping. Meowth are considered rivals of Murkrow, because Murkrow are also known for stealing round and shiny objects, and these two Pokémon have been known to steal from each other's hordes. Wild Meowth tend to live in groups in urban areas. Meowth usually live in towns and cities. They can also occasionally be found in vibrant forests or near beaches. It is normally native to Canton Johto, with some rare appearances in Sinnoh. Smiling at the Meowth, Ash called out to Fia. Use Roar, then follow up with Leer, then hold back and wait. She did so, and roared. It was again that mighty roar that shook the ground. Meowth cried out and retreated behind James, who was white. Coughing turned red and retreated back into its Pokeball. What is that Pokemon? James cried out. It's an Entei. If we catch that and give it to the boss, we would be promoted and go straight to the top of Team Rocket. Meowth cried. Pulling Coughing's ball back out, he set out the Pokemon. When Coughing appeared back out of the ball, it was hit with an intense leer. The sound of an explosion reached Ash's ears, and he knew that he needed to wrap this up. Fire, use Fire Spin. You got it, Ash, Fire called out before opening her mouth and spewing a trail of flame that spun and made wide spinning arcs. She finished the attack, and watched as James, Meowth, and Coughing ran around trying to avoid the fire. Ash called out to Fire, and together they ran through the back door to catch Jessie. Misty watches the smoke that rolled through the destroyed door. She started backing away from the door, when the sound of laughter was heard. Turning to the door, she saw a woman in white. She wore a short white mini-skirt. Halfway thigh-high leather boots were worn on her feet and legs. She wore black leather gloves that went halfway up her biceps. There was a black sports bra, and a white overthrow shirt that was slit up the middle. A large red R was printed up on the front of the shirt. What surprised Misty was the woman was reviling her stomach. Her hair was a vibrant red, and long. She had emerald green eyes, and large green ball ear rings, that brought out her eyes. Misty moved a hand back to her Pokeballs. This is no good, if this comes to a battle I will be no good. My Pokemon are no good out of the water. This Gyarados will be a beautiful prize for Team Rocket and the boss. She said. Then she spotted the rest of Ash's Pokeballs. 2 were empty, but the other 2 had both Pokemon. And the good trainer left me a present and the Pokeball for the Gyarados. That will make it easier for me to transport it. I will never let you take those Pokemon, and Gyarados. Misty screamed at her. The woman moved into the room, and from behind her came an Ekans. The snake Pokemon moved closer to Misty, then brought up its tail and slammed it into Misty, throwing her away from Gyarados. Gyarados had opened its eyes and were staring at the events. Turning its head, it roared at Ekans, and Jessie. Jessie started walking towards the Pokeballs, and then was stopped as a giant fish tail came and smacked her away from them. Growling, she called out, Ekans, use Poison Sting on that thing, and teach it a lesson. Ekans opened its mouth and purple needles shot out. The needles started hitting Gyarados. It cried out and fell onto the bed. It was still too weak to battle. The poison sting stopped, and Gyarados started to get back up. Ekans, use Bite. Jessie ordered. Gyarados closed its eyes, waiting for the attack to hit. Its eyes flew open when a scream broke the air. Looking over towards the purple snake Pokemon, it saw it latched onto Misty's shoulder. The Gyarados' eyes widened at this act of selflessness. Misty cried out in pain again as Ekans loosened its grip, and then tightened it again. Jessie winced at the look on Misty's face, and then laughed. You stupid ugly girl. Why would you sacrifice yourself for this dual and raging beast of a Pokemon? Ekans, move her out of the way and release her. Ekans did as ordered and released Misty. She cried out as Ekans released her, and she fell to the ground. Ekans then moved back over to its trainer. Gyarados lifted its head and roared. Then it raised back its head and took a deep breath. Bringing its head forward, it released a large torrent of flame that engulfed both Pokemon and trainer. Ekans and Jessie screamed as the flame engulfed them. When the flames died and Ekans had fainted and Jessie was burnt and twitching. She laughed and then fell forward, having passed out from the heat of the flamethrower. Misty smiled and began to rise, and fell back down and cried out in pain. Holding her shoulder. There was a loud mm, and Misty opened her eyes to see Gyarados' head right next to her. Reaching up, she wrapped her arms around one of three-pointed, dark blue crest on its head. Lifting its head, it lifted her off the ground, then lowered it, to set her on her feet. Smiling, she thanked it, and then rubbed a spot on its head. Its eyes closed, and pushed its head into the affection, giving a low growl of approval. She laughed and turned her head to look at the burned woman and Pokémon. Suddenly the sound of running was heard and she moved behind Gyarados' head for protection. A minute later Ash came running into the room followed by Nurse Joy and Faya. Seeing Jessie and the Ekans lying on the ground blacked and burned, Ash smiled at Misty then moved over to give her a quick hug. Misty gasped in pain as Ash squeezed her hurt shoulder. He then moved over to his Pokeballs, and picked them up, he attaching them to his belt. A second later, James, coughing, and Meowth ran into the room, gaping like fish, and shocked that Jessie and Ekans had been beaten. Taking off one of his Pokeballs Ash yelled, "Pikachu, I choose you." There was a flash of light, and Pikachu appeared. Shaking and spitting, Pikachu looked around and then looked at Ash. "I hate you right now." Pikachu growled out at him. Well, I am sorry about that, but I have no clue as to why you are mad at me. First I need you to help me out, then we can talk about it. I want you to use Thunder Shock on that Meowth, he said. Meowth's eyes narrowed and extended its claws. It was then hit with a Thunder Shock. Meowth twitched and squirmed as the electricity coursed through its body. When Pikachu had finished its attach, Ash pulled out a Pokeball, and threw it at Meowth. Eyes widening, Meowth turned to run, but the Pokeball hit him, and activated the capture sequence. Meowth was sucked into the ball. It shook twice and then opened up, and in a flash of light Meowth was standing there holding its chest. That was close, too close. Darn, Ash said. I didn't weaken it with that Thunder Shock, guess I better up it, so I can catch that talking Meowth. Pikachu use Thunderbolt. Pikachu got an evil glint in its eyes, and then touched its tail to Ash's leg. Meowth cried out and turned and ran. Pikachu let fly its Thunderbolt. It struck James and he twitched and convulsed on the ground. Coughing, who had been next to his trainer, was also hit. Ash, which hadn't been paying attention, was hit with a Thunderbolt through his leg. He twitches and convulsed as the electricity ran through his body too. As the electricity stopped, Ash, James, and Coughing fell to the ground. Getting a little control over himself, he looked over at Pikachu. WWI. Pikachu hopped closer, and then sat on his chest. That was putting me inside of the ball, and this, Pikachu said, closing its eyes, and yelling, "Chuu." Electricity ran through Ash's body. He again twitched and convulsed on the ground. When it finished, he lay on the ground out cold. That was for how long I was in the ball. Ash awoke the next day in a guest room, in a bed. He got out, went to the adjacent bathroom, and washed. He then left to go eat breakfast. He found Misty, Pikachu, and Faya eating happily in the cafeteria. So are you ready to go today? He asked them. No, Ash. Misty said in between a bit of food. We aren't. Gyarados got injured in the fighting. Nurse Joy had healed it once, and then it got injured again. It will have to stay here in the center for another couple of days. So get comfortable. Ash was happy, and having a good day. Now it was ruined with this news. Turning, he left the cafeteria. He found Nurse Joy behind the front desk. Nurse Joy, I find that I am in need of your help. I need to go and stock up on some supplies. Nurse Joy smiled, and gave a nod. I know the perfect place to help you. You need to go over to the Pokemart. It has everything that a trainer needs. It has Poke Guides, and other useful books and magazines. They also have everything from Pokeballs to potions. And if you want to go there, go out the front doors and then go right, walk down the street. There will be a white building with a blue roof and a sign out front that says Pokemart. She said. Ash thanked her and left the center. He arrived 10 minutes later at the mart. It was a little big, but it was small building. There was indeed all that the good nurse had said. Ash had looked at Pokeballs, and found a small variety or them, 3 different ball to be exact. First was the regular, the red and white Pokeball, the most common, and cheapest of all the ball. Then there was a blue and white ball with 2 red slants on the top of the ball. This ball was called and given the name the Great Ball, being better than the common Pokeball. It was more expensive, but that was due to the excellent catch rate and quality of the ball. The last ball in the story was called an Ultra Ball. White on bottom, and black on top with what looked like a yellow H painted onto the black. The catch rate was much, much greater, and the quality of the ball was better than that of the first 2, making it by far a better Pokeball to use as a trainer. The downside to this Ultra Ball was the price. You could have the choice of 6 regular Pokeballs, or 2 Great Ball for the price of 1 Ultra Ball. Ash picked up 2 dozen Pokeballs, along with 3 Great Ball. Picking up a trainer's beginner guide to Pokeballs that was in the Pokeball section, he quickly thumbed through it. He quickly learned through the thumb through that there were more Pokeball to buy than what the store offered. He slipped the book into his basket that he was carrying around. He went over to the books section and started thumbing through some of the book that caught his attention. Adding to his basket. A Trainer's Beginning Guide to Pokémon, A Trainer's Guide to Pokémon Attacks and Moves, A Training Guide to Teaching a Pokémon a New Move, Caring for Pokémon Guide, Trainer 101 Guide. Ash made his way over to the potions and other healing items. By the time Ash had finished shopping, his basket was filled to the top, and he had spent a good 3 hours in the store. He took his items to the front and paid for them. He was pleased with the owner who had given to him a gift for the amount of items paid for. It was the latest tech from the big city. It was a watch that worked like a personal storage system for items. No matter how many things Ash wanted or had, the device would hold and carry the items. There was a small digital screen that gave a list of all items in the device, and would bring them out to you with the push of a button. The owner told him that if he promised to promote the device that he could keep the device free of charge. And after being told the price, Ash couldn't argue that it was a good deal. Finished with his shopping, Ash returned to the Pokémon Center. Once at the center, Ash took Faya and Pikachu out to train a little. Note, please read all notes at beginning and end of story. It had taken 3 days for Gyarados to fully recover from the injuries that Ash had given, and those received from Team Rocket. Ash and Misty had to go to the police office to sign some papers for Office Jenny. And then they gave a recorded report of all events, and left. Jesse and James had been sent to jail for attacking the Pokémon Center. Their Pokémon were confiscated to be released into the wild or to be given to another trainer. Meowth had disappeared, and no one was able to locate or find it. Ash had gone on and on about how it was a talking Meowth and a very valuable and rare Pokémon. He also made a promise to himself and to Faya that he would catch the Meowth if he could. They were currently walking through the Viridian forest. Ash walking next to Misty, and Faya walking a little behind them. Pikachu had shocked Ash a couple of more times throughout their stay at the Pokémon Center, but now they were good friends. Pikachu was currently riding on Faya back, enjoying the ride. The two had developed a good friendship, and were almost inseparable now. "Let's stop for lunch," Faya called out to Ash. Looking back, Ash found Faya lying down to rest. "Okay, Misty, we're going to take lunch now. Would you like to join us?" Misty had been jumpy all morning and had tried several times to quicken the pace. "I'm not really that hungry," she said, as her stomach growled loudly. "Okay, maybe I am a little hungry, but not that bad. Couldn't we walk for a little while longer?" "No, Misty, if we go on longer then we will walk through lunch and miss out on the good food that we have." With that, Ash began setting up an area so that they could eat. After a little while they were eating sandwiches. As they ate, Misty kept turning her head expecting something to jump out and attack them. Finally losing his cool, "Misty, will you stop that? Nothing is going to hurt you. And even if we see something, we have Pikachu and Faya to protect us. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm busy looking for the bugs." "I hate bugs," she said. As if to spit her, a green object fell from the tree above her and landed in her lap. Time slowed down as she slowly looked down and screamed. She leaped from her place and ran. Ash laughed at her and the scared Caterpie. Taking out his dex, Ash pointed the device at it and waited. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. Caterpie is serpentine and resembles a green caterpillar with yellow ring-shaped markings down the sides of its body. Its most notable characteristic is the bright red antennae its head. These and the large eye-shaped markings help to startle predators. It shares many characteristics with other larval Pokémon such as Weedle, Wurmplene. The antennae on its head will emit a terrible stench from it if the Caterpie is frightened or if the antennae are touched. This serves as an effective protective mechanism against most predators. Its feet are tipped with suction cups, permitting this Pokémon to scale most surfaces with minimal effort. It can also spit a string from its mouth in order to entangle foes. Caterpie grow very quickly, and need to eat voraciously in order to meet their energy requirements. They have various adaptations that permit them to devour plant material safely, including an antenna that releases a horrible smell. It will shed its skin many times before finally cocooning itself in thick silk. While some trainers are disgusted by the idea of bug-type Pokémon, they are ideal targets for new trainers as they are weak in the wild and evolve into their final forms at a low level. Caterpie can often be found in wooded areas, such as Viridian forest. It is native to the Canton de Jota region, but has also been encountered in Sinnoh as well. Smiling Ash took out a Pokeball, and threw it at the bug. In a flash of red, Caterpie was sucked into the ball and instantly caught. I better start weakening Pokémon that I want to catch or I will waste my supplies. He thought to himself. Looking back to his Pokédex, he looked up the information about the newly captured Caterpie. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. Abilities, Shield Dust and Run Away. Gender, male. Nature, mild. Known attacks, String Shot, and Tackle. An evil idea entered Ash's thoughts. Hey Misty, come on over and meet the new member of the team. No, she yelled at him. Smiling that she hadn't looked around the tree she was hiding behind. Ash quickly snuck over to the tree. Ash, she's not going to like that. Faya said, from her place where she was pretending to sleep. Pikachu, who really was asleep next to Faya, didn't move or respond to them. Jumping around the tree, and putting the ball right in her face, he yelled, Misty, look at Caterpie. However, Ash didn't get to laugh, because he was hit in the face with a large wooden hammer. Falling back, Misty stepped out from the tree. There are 3 things in the world, Ash Ketchum, that are disgusting. 1. Carrots, 2. Green peppers, and 3, the most disgusting of all, bugs, she yelled into his face. The only thing Ash wanted to know was, where the hell she had gotten that giant wooden hammer. Ash, Misty, Faya, and Pikachu had spent the next couple of days traveling through the forest. Today was going to be their first day of rest. Ash thought to use his time better, so he took out his 5 Pokémon to train. He started with Faya and then worked on Pikachu. They spent the morning training. They stopped for lunch, and then after, Ash worked with his newly caught Pidgeotto and Spearow. The last Pokémon Ash worked with before dinner was his newly evolved Metapod. So Ash, what are you going to do with Gyarados? You haven't worked with the Pokémon since you caught it. Are you going to try and tame it? Misty asked as she finished her dinner of barriers. Ash didn't know what to do with the giant fish. Taking out the ball, he called Gyarados out. Gyarados let loose a roar and then brought its eyes to rest on Ash. Roaring again, Gyarados released a flamethrower. Ash panicked and froze in horror. Blinking, Ash found Faya in front on him, shooting an ember attack at the coming fire. The 2 attacks met and were matched perfectly. There was a small explosion, and when the smoke cleared, Ash saw that not only had Faya jumped in front of him, but all of his Pokémon had. Faya roared and growled out, I will not let you hurt my Ash. Gyarados didn't move to attack Ash again. Instead, it looked to Misty and bowed its head. Lifting an eyebrow, Ash got an idea. Gyarados used Dragon Rage into the air for practice. Gyarados closed its eyes and turned away from him. It then lowered its head onto the ground and pretended to sleep. Walking over to Misty, Ash grabbed her wrist and told her to come with him. When he was sure that they were out of hearing of Gyarados, Ash tuned his attention to Misty. Misty, when you were with Gyarados in the Pokémon Center, did anything happen with you, other than the Team Rocket fiasco? Misty thought about it, then nodded her head. Well, I noticed that Gyarados was dry lying there on the table. So I got some water and poured the water over it, to get Gyarados a little water. Then Jessie came into the room and started attacking us. Gyarados tried to fight, but was hit with an attack. I then shielded Gyarados from a bite attack, and then Gyarados used flamethrower that cooked Jessie and her Ekans. Ash thought about that, and then came to a conclusion. Misty, I want you to help me with an experiment on Gyarados. I want you to ask it for its help. I want you to get on its head and then be lifted above the tree to see if we can see Pewter City. She regarded him for a minute. Is he stupid or something? No. What do you mean no? Nothing is going to happen to you. I promise as a Pokémon trainer that you will be fine. I might even give you the first water Pokémon that I catch as a thank you. Ash said, holding his hand out to her. Done. They shook hand and then they returned to the campsite. Gyarados cracked an eye open to look at them, but then quickly closed it. Misty slowly approached and cleared her voice. GG Gyarados. The great Pokémon opened its eyes and turned its head to look at her. Ash noted the undivided attention that Misty had been given. I was wondering if you would be so kind as to help me out. You see, I want to see if I can see Pewter City from here. I was hoping that you would help me, and let me on your head, and lift me up to look above the trees. Gyarados closed its eyes and nodded, clearly happy to be helping Misty. It lowered and tilted its head to her. Climbing on, Misty braced herself, and was quickly lifted above the trees. She was up above the trees for 5 minutes, before she was lowered. Ash moved to help her off. Gyarados lifted its head and let out a low growl. Ash took a step back, but before anything else happened the bushes right by Ash rustled. Looking down, Ash saw a wild Weedle. Quickly pulling out his dex, he waited for the dex to tell him about it. Weedle, the hairy bug Pokémon. Weedle is a small, brown, serpentina larva Pokémon with a segmented body. Weedle has dark, circular eyes, many little pink feet and a pink, round nose. Weedle has a poisonous stinger on both its tail and head. Its bright coloration is intended to warn off its enemies. Weedle isn't very powerful, but it can spit a sticky thread to entangle its foes. It can also use one of its 2 stingers to poison a foe. Weedle generally prefer to remain undisturbed. They live in colonies with their evolved forms, Kakuna and Beedrill, and will recruit them to assist in their revenge if bothered. Trainers are encouraged to use extreme caution and care around this Pokémon. Many a trainer have been attacked and are found dead after a Weedle has called for its revenge through its colony. Weedle can be found in forests, misty wooded areas, and grasslands. Weedle usually hide in grass and bushes, under the leaves that they eat. They are commonly found in Kantoin Viridian Forest, and Johtoan the Ilex Forest, although they also can be encountered in Sinahat route. Weedle primarily eat leaves. They appear to prefer some leaves over others, and they can distinguish between them by smelling them with their big red proboscis, or nose. Weedle eats such a copious amount that it eats its weight in leaves every day. It has also been known to eat paper. Taking that information into account, Ash started to move away from the brown bug. However, he didn't get far before the scream of Misty was heard. Note, please read all notes at beginning and end of story. Bug. EW, get it away from me. Get it out of here, she yelled. Ash felt a sliver of fear and warning shoot through him. Looking at Gyarados, he saw it raise its head. He also saw the evil glint in its eyes. Moving its head back, it took a long breath. Ash saw the fire be released from the large mouth, and he quickly jumped out of the way as flames engulfed the area he had been. Ash landed and turned to where he had been. He had felt the attack coming as he was able to escape the flame attack easily, but the Weedle hadn't been so fortunate. When the flames died, he saw the burnt and blackened Weedle. Knowing that the bug would cry for revenge against them, Ash picked up the bug, and took it over to the campsite. Going over to his backpack, Ash pulled out the device that held all his items. He then produced a burn heal. He quickly rubbed the cream over the Pokemon's body. The Weedle let out a sigh of relief. Then taking a Pokeball from his backpack, Ash touched the button to the bug's head. In a flash of red the bug was sekked inside of the ball. It shook, and then stopped before opening and releasing the bug. Weedle landed on the ground. It winced as it tried to run away, but Ash used the Pokeball again. The ball activated and Weedle was again sekked in. This time around Weedle didn't escape. Ash sighed and walked over to Misty where she was climbing off of Gyarados' head. "Well Misty, congratulations." Taking out Gyarados' ball, Ash tossed it to her. "I said that if you did this, I might give you the first water Pokemon I caught. And seeing as Gyarados is the first water type that I caught, I give her to you." Misty became confused and looked at the ball, then to Ash. "You can't give me Gyarados. I don't even know how to train one." "Well, it will do me no good to keep her. She has given her undying trust to you, meaning that I would have to work 3 times if not 10 times harder to tame and train Gyarados. However, training her will be easy for you. She will listen to you. Also, this will give you an even better foothold and become a water Pokemon master, and I would bet money that you will become a gym leader one day, and everyone knows that Gyarados is a great advisory and common Pokemon in a water gym." Ash turned and went over to the Pokeball that was still sitting on the ground. He picked it up, and smiled. He tucked the ball away. Ash missed the grimace Misty gave, but he also missed the blush and smile she gave him. When he turned around he was surprised and froze where he stood. Misty had closed the distance, and had given him a kiss on the cheek. He felt his face heat up, and he looked into her eyes. "Thank you for your gift." She turned and went to Gyarados. "So Gyarados, what do you say? You want to come with me and help me become a water Pokemon master?" Gyarados let out a roar and gave a nod of its great head. In a flash of red Gyarados was called into her ball. Misty then put the ball away. The group spent the rest of the day relaxing. The next day they were packing when there was a loud yell of victory. Turning, they all noticed a boy wearing samurai armor. The boy ran up to Ash. "Are you the one that call Ash from Pallet?" he asked. Ash gave a nod. Pulling out a sword, the boy swung the sword in a graceful arc which swung towards Ash's head. It came to rest inches away from Ash's nose. "I hereby." The boy was interrupted as he was tackled away from the side. Ash blinked and then looked over to where Faya had the boy pinned. He was frozen in horror. Faya had her head inched from the boy's neck, but her mouth was open, and the neck rested in between her teeth. "No, let him go, Faya." Ash called out. "But Ash." "No buts about it, Faa. Release him please." She did, but she moved to stand in between the two. "If you would please explain. I'd rather Faya here not kill you." The samurai helmet fell off as the Stanger sat up. "My name is Samurai, and I am here to challenge you to a Pokemon battle. I have faced 3 trainers from Pallet. You are the final and last trainer for me to battle and prove my greatness. Do you accept?" "You DMN well better believe I accept your challenge. You will be my first official challenge. I hope you're ready for this." Author's note: please note that all of you out there crying and complaining, get over yourself, as I am the writer or this story, and note that this will not be a poke shipping. I have given a hint to a couple of you as to what the pairing might be, but after all this time, I have changed my mind about that choice as well. So sit back, enjoy, and read how the story reads out. Chapter 3, Beedrill, Rocks, and Fire. Last time. Ash gave a nod. Pulling out a sword, the boy swung the sword in a graceful arc which swung towards Ash's head. It came to rest inches away from Ash's nose. I hereby. The boy was interrupted as he was tackled away from the side. Ash blinked and then looked over to where Faya had the boy pinned. He was frozen in horror. Faya had her head inched from the boy's neck, but her mouth was open, and the neck rested in between her teeth. "No, let him go, Faya." Ash called out. "But Ash. No buts about it, FAA. Release him please." She did, but she moved to stand in between the two. "If you would please explain. I'd rather Faya here not kill you." The samurai helmet fell off as the Stanger sat up. "My name is Samurai, and I am here to challenge you to a Pokémon battle. I have faced 3 trainers from Palette. You are the final and last trainer for me to battle and prove my greatness. Do you accept?" "You DMN well better believe I accept your challenge. You will be my first official challenge. I hope you're ready for this." Ash and Samurai had moved into a nice large clearing for the battle. The two were standing at opposite ends of the clearing. Samurai pulled out a ball and bowed to him. It was kind of weird to be bowed to, but Ash humored him, and returned the gesture. The ball was thrown into the air, and the Pokémon was released. Before Ash was a large brown bug, with 2 large horns with little spikes on them. Ash smiled and took out Pidgeotto, and released the bird. It was already in flight when it finished appearing. "Keep a flight, Pidgeotto. Use Whirlwind to throw it about, but stay out of its reach for now," Ash commanded. The bird Pokémon let out a cry that Samurai and Misty heard as acknowledgement. "Right on, Ash." "What? What do you mean, throw it around? This is a battle." Samurai yelled at him, and then sweat dropped. Ash had already pulled out his Pokédex, getting the lowdown on the Pokémon. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokémon. Pinsir is a bipedal Pokémon that has a brown body with a large pair of white horns pincers that are dotted with small spikes. Pinsir has short legs with 3 toes each and skinny, 3-clawed arms. Its mouth has long, flat teeth that are arranged horizontally rather than vertically. Pinsir is cold-blooded. Pinsir's horns pincers have enough crushing power to shatter thick logs and allow it to lift things twice its own weight. Its horns are very flexible, and are capable of being launched downwards. Pinsir's movements are more sluggish when exposed to cold weather, so they hide in burrows, treetops or in tree roots during chilly nights. Pinsir are known to dig holes with their horns to sleep in. However, when they are fully awake, they can be quite aggressive. Pinsir are mostly found in jungle-like areas, but have also been imported into Kanto's Safari Zone and the National Park of Jada during bug-catching contests. Sinahandanov also offer a good habitat for them. Much like Heracross, Pinsir seem to enjoy tree sap. As a result they often compete with Heracross over trees with the best sap. Pinsir also eats prey, gripping it with its pincers until the prey is torn in half. What it can't tear or break, it tosses far away. Type, Bug. Abilities, Hyper Cutter, Mold Breaker, and Moxie. Ash knew that this would be an interesting fight. Looking up, he saw that Samurai was red-faced and yelled at him. He stopped yelling when he saw that Ash was now paying attention. Smiling, Ash called out his first attacks. Pidgeotto use Sand Attack to blind Pinsir, use Quick Attack. Make sure to stay out of Pinsir's reach. Samurai was calling out his own orders, but Ash wasn't listening to him. He had noticed movement behind Samurai. Pidgeotto dived down to the ground and hovered above it. Flapping its wings faster, Pidgeotto kicked up a bunch of sand and blew it into Pinsir's face. The attack met home, and Pinsir closed its eyes to stop the sand. Before Pidgeotto could land the quick attack, Pinsir opened its eyes and jumped out of the way. While Ash was focusing on the trees and brush behind Samurai, Pidgeotto's cry caught his attention. Looking back to the battle, Ash called out his next attacks. Use Quick Attack to get in close, then finish Pinsir off with Twister. Pidgeotto gave his cry of confirmation that the others heard, while Ash's attention went back to the movement behind Samurai. Pidgeotto blurred in movement as it began to use Quick Attack. A bright white streak of energy was left in its wake as it flew in close. Once Pidgeotto was in reaching range of Pinsir, the bird Pokémon flapped its wings fast and hard to wipe up a strong Twister. The Twister picked Pinsir up and spun it around and then threw him across the clearing into a tree. Large swirls were in its eyes when the dust from the Twister settled. Misty jumped up and started cheering for Ash's victory. Then she noticed that Ash wasn't celebrating his victory over the bug Pokémon. "Ash, aren't you happy you won?" she asked. He ignored her and he kept his focus on the area behind Samurai, who was crying for his defeated Pokémon. "Ash, you idiot. You aren't." But she was cut off short, as flames shot out of the brush and trees behind Samurai. They hit him and cooked him alive. When the flames died down, a burnt and black Samurai stood there frozen. He coughed once and fell over backwards. Misty, Faya, and Pikachu stared at Samurai, and then looked to where the flames had come from. Wonder and curiosity played with their faces and emotions to show their thoughts and feelings. The brushes rustled and a girl dressed in blue and white stepped out of the brushes. She bent down and started brushing off the dirt from her light blue pants. When she straightened, Ash was captivated with her stunning white hair. She looked over the group, and then she glared at Samurai. "I hope you are happy now that you have found your fourth trainer from Palette." She spat at him. Coughing, Samurai twitched, and made a grunted sound that sounded like a yes. You mind telling me your name, and why you just interrupted our battle?" She looked over at him and smiled. "I would love to tell you my name, handsome. I'm Hannah Shiroi. That little guy over there is Flareon. Just so you know, your battle wasn't interrupted. You had already beaten his Pinsir. Seeing as that was his only good Pokémon. I would say your battle was over with him once that bug was down for the count. You must be the trainer from Palette Town Samurai boy over there was looking for." Ash nodded, and then he noticed an orange-yellow Pokémon. Pulling out his dex, he flipped it open and on. Flareon, the flame Pokémon. An evolved form of EV. It stores some of the air it breathes in its internal flame sac, which heats its body to over 3,000 degrees. The air it inhales is ignited by a flame in its body and expelled as fire. Out of the 7 known EV evolutions, Flareon bears the closest resemblance to EV. Flareon is aquadruped Pokémon, with 3 small toes on each foot. Its body is covered in reddish-orange fur. Flareon has a large, bushy tail, fluffy collar, and a tuft of fur on its head, all of which are yellow. The paw pads on its feet are also yellow. Flareon has large ears that resemble a rabbit's. Flareon has a very high internal body temperature, as it stores some of the air it breathes in its internal flame sac, which heats its body to over 3,000 degrees. Its body contains various flame glands. Flareon is capable of using physical attacks just as well as its special attacks due to its high attack stat. Flareon can use most of the moves that EV is capable of using, but it can also shoot powerful flames that have been known to reach a maximum of 300 degree F, as the air it inhales is ignited by a flame in its body and is expelled as fire. Due to the fact that Flareon is fully evolved, it can learn both Hyper Beam and Giga Impact. Flareon fluffs out its fur collar to cool down its body temperature, which can reach 650 degree F. Flareon are mainly found in hot places, but only rarely, as an EV needs to be exposed to a fire to evolve. Their main source of food in the wild is berries and Pokémon food in captivity. Type: Fire. Abilities: Flash Fire, and Guts. Closing dex, Ash looked at Hannah. As for why I interrupted the battle for the next and last Pokémon he has. I had some revenge to take out upon Samurai. I have been in this stupid forest for the last 2 weeks. The first few days I was here in the forest, I used to train. When I wanted to leave and move on to Pewter, I got lost. Then I ran into Samurai, and he challenged me to a battle. I wiped the floor with him and his Pokémon. He then went off yelling and screaming about how I ruined his team. Then went off on about how I might have ruined his battle with you. With all his screaming and everything, he set off a swarm of Beedrill. They chased me for hours. So I swore that if I saw him, I would pay him back for all the running I did. Misty was glaring at Hannah. How can she talk to him so easily? I will make her pay for this, she thought. Ash didn't see her glare, which she was glad for. Not even Hannah had noticed her yet. Looking over to Faya, she noticed the Flareon. Smiling, she moved over to Faya. She reached up and started to rub Faya, and then she went to pet Flareon. Aren't you just the cute Pokémon, she said. However, she didn't even touch it. Note, please read all notes at beginning and end of story. Ash and Hannah were pulled out of their conversation by a scream. Looking over to Misty, they saw her burnt and blackened. She was twitching and shacking real bad. She was able to turn through her twitching, and looked at Hannah. She was glaring at the white-haired girl. You didn't call Flareon cute, did you? She asked. Misty slowly nodded. Well, he doesn't like being cute. He likes to be called cool and awesome. Sorry about that. Ash was trying to hold back his laughter, and then he noticed that Samurai had disappeared. Now where did he go? I wanted to finish my battle with him. Then he heard a buzzing sound. Turning around from the area that Hannah had come from. He noticed the buzzing was getting louder, and then a Beedrill flew out into the clearing. Ash, Misty's screams have attracted a swan. Faya yells out to him. Faya use roar when the rest of the swarm enters the clearing. Pikachu, use thunderbolt on that one. Ash called out. Flareon, use lava plume on the Beedrill in the clearing, and keep them away from us. Hannah called out. The three Pokémon jumped into action. Large ball of magma hot fire shot out of Flareon's mouth. It flew start and true. The first Beedrill went down without knowing what was happening. The second Beedrill was hit by Pikachu. When rest of Beedrill finally entered into the clearing, they saw one Beedrill burnt, out for the count, on the ground, while another was twitching on the ground, sparks and crackling electricity surging around its body, also out for the count. It was then that Fire roared. Leave! All of the Beedrill freaked out and ran away, taking the other two injured along with them. As she watched them leave, Faya began to relax. She kept her guard up, and was on high alert for any more danger to her friend. They have left the area, Ash. I think it is time to get out of this forest, she said to him. Ash gave his nod to acknowledge her. Looking at the two girls now standing to one side, he noted that Misty was slightly hiding behind Hannah. Let's get out of this horrible forest. Both girls agreed and they all began walking. It didn't really take them that long to reach the edge of the forest. Once Pewter City came into sight, they stopped for a nice lunch. The spot they had picked for their lunch was perfect. It was on a little rocky outcrop that overlooked Pewter. It was just on the outskirts of the city. So it wouldn't take them too long to reach the Poke Center for the night. So Hannah, Misty called over. You said that you spent some time in the forest training. Does that make you a Pokemon trainer? Smiling, Hannah struck a thinking pose. In the same action, she flung a large glob of food into Ash's face. He spluttered and began to wipe the food off. I am to an extent, but no, I'm not a trainer. I try to catch Pokemon, but I'm not that great at Pokemon catching. See, look. Taking out 5 Pokeballs, she released the Pokemon. 5 white lights shot out, and formed into Pokemon. The first was a fox-like Pokemon that had a red-brown pelt and large brown eyes. Vulpix, it said as it began to shake and ruffle its fur. The next 2 Pokemon were a large dog-like Pokemon and another smaller black dog-like Pokemon. They stretched out on the ground and the large one let out a long howl. Arcanine. The next 2 Pokemon to appear were a horse Pokemon, and what looked like a red baby. Magby, Rapid Ash. The two yelled out. Ash went wide-eyed. He knew that two of those weren't native to the Kanto region. So he pulled out his Pokédex, to learn about the two. Vulpix, the fox Pokémon. Before evolving, Vulpix's 6-part tail can become as hot as a fiery blaze. Its 6 tails are extremely beautiful. As it evolves, it grows even more tails. Vulpix's greatest attack, Fire Spin. Using powerful flames to block its opponent from moving, it then inflicts great damage. Vulpix is a small, quadruped, fox-like Pokémon that has a red-brown pelt, brown, pupilless eyes, hooded-style ears with dark brown pinny, and 6 orange tails. Vulpix also has what looks like orange bangs across its forehead as well as locks of fur. At birth, Vulpix has only one white tail, which apparently splits and grows more beautiful and warmer as it grows older. Vulpix has a cream underbelly, and brown feet with lighter brown colored paw pads. Vulpix also has a flame inside its body that never goes out. Vulpix are able to wield fire-type moves naturally, as well as learning a few ghost-type moves such as Grudge and Confuse Ray. Their ability, Flash Fire, prevents them from being harmed by fire moves as well. They are one of very few species that undergo evolution with a fire stone. Vulpix usually have a friendly, if not spoiled, temperament. When the temperature outside increases, they will expel flames from their mouths to prevent their body from overheating because of the flame inside their bodies. In the wild, Vulpix will feign injury to escape from predators that are more powerful. Vulpix can be found in grassy plains, near active volcanoes, or in shaded mountainous areas, as well as urban areas such as parks and in avenues, more commonly at night. Vulpix are also found in areas associated with death, such as Mt. Pyre. They are native to Kanto, Johto and Hoenn, with occasional sightings in Sinnoh, and with a small group living in an isolated part of the Unova region. Type, Fire. Abilities, Flash Fire, and Drought. Houndour, the Dark Pokémon. Houndour travel in packs and communicate thuf barks in order to surround their prey. Houndour is a dog-like Pokémon with short, black fur. It has a red underbelly and snout. Houndour has short, pointed ears and a tail. Houndour's fangs protrude out of its mouth, and its nose is dark in coloration. There are white bands on Houndour's ankles, and more rib-like ones on its back. Houndour appears to have a simplistic, stylized skull on its forehead, with the orbits looking much like eyebrow patterning commonly seen on dogs. Houndour also has circular, red-colored patterning on the underside of its paws. Houndour is capable of various dark and fire-type attacks, including the rarely known beat-up attack. Houndour can also use a couple of poison-type damaging moves and Thunder Fang. Houndour hunting packs show off unparalleled teamwork by communicating through the use of barks and howls. Houndour normally travel in packs. They are very protective of one another and will not abandon any of its pack if they are hurt. It can be presumed that, as Houndour hunt in packs, they are fairly smart. Houndour use a variety of cries, and different ones for pursuing prey and communicating with others. Houndour convey their feelings using different cries, and corner prey by checking each other's location using barks. Around dawn, Houndour's ominous howl echoes through the area to announce its ownership of its territory. Although Houndour inhabit deep woods, they may also appear near volcanic areas. Their dark fur allows them to blend in at night. Houndour are carnivorous Pokémon that mainly eat small mammals. Type, Drac, and Fire. Abilities, Early Bird, Flash Fire, and Unnerve. Arcanine, the legendary Pokémon. Arcanine, the legendary Pokémon. Arcanine runs so smoothly, it appears to be flying and is known for its majestic cry. Arcanine can spit large trails of flame, as well as run with extreme speed. Like other fire-type Pokémon, Arcanine has a flame, or possibly a flame sac, within its body. Arcanine is capable of learning a variety of tooth-based moves such as Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, Crunch, etc. Since Arcanine is now fully evolved, it is capable of learning powerful moves such as Hyper Beam and Giga Impact. On rare occasions, Arcanine have been known to wield powerful Dragon-type attacks such as Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse and even Outrage. Arcanine are prized Pokémon, admired due to many people thinking of it as beautiful and regal. Arcanine has been depicted to stash food such as Pecha berries in the voluminous fur of its mane, fishing the food out for its Growlithe youngsters to eat at its nest. Arcanine live in active volcanoes, grassy plains, and scorched fields heated by geothermal energy. They have also been depicted to live in mountains. It is found within the same range that Growlithe found, which includes Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Fire-Dalmia. Arcanine is aquadruped, canine-like Pokémon. Its head is covered in a cream-colored hair, except for the region around its eyes and ears, which is orange. Its body is a combination of the same orange fur with black stripes and completely black fur on its belly. It also has patches of cream-colored fur on its chest, legs, and tail, resembling smoke. Its paws each have 3 toes and a round pink paw pad underneath. 2 fangs are seen when its mouth is closed. Type: Fire. Abilities: Intimidate, Flash Fire, and Justified. Magby, the live coal Pokémon. Magby, the live coal Pokémon. Magby is Thepre-evolved form of Magmar. Despite its small size, it is a tough opponent and produces an extremely hot flame. Magby has a red body, with a yellow, flame-shaped marking on its stomach, a single spike on its back and stubby arms, and a short red tail. Magby's head is covered with large lumps that resemble hair. Like its evolutions, Magby has a black, metal shackle on its neck. Magby can breathe out 1100 Fahrenheit flames, and Hotemberstrip from its mouth. It is also able to shoot smog from its mouth. A Magby's health is determined by the flames that it spews from its mouth. Yellow flames show that a Magby is in good health, while a Magby that is spewing flames that are mixed with a lot of smoke show that it is fatigued. However, Magby is able to intentionally expel such obscuring smoke as to lower the accuracy of the opponent. Magby normally live in volcanic craters. However, there have been rare occasions of Magby being seen living in towns. Type: Fire. Abilities: Flame Body, and Vital Spirit. Rapidash, the Fire Horse Pokémon. Rapidash is a horse-like, quadrupedal Pokémon with black hooves and a cream-colored body. It has a horn on its forehead, reminiscent of Onicorn. It has red eyes that are proportionally smaller and different in design than those of its pre-evolution. Like Ponyta, Rapidash has various red and orange flames streaming from certain spots on its body. However, Rapidash's flames are different in shape and location on the body. The flames at the tops of Ponyta's legs have vanished and there are now flames on the ankles. Also, Rapidash's tail flame now streams from its back, and its main flame is much longer. They run at about 150 miles per hour, 240 km/h, chasing everything that moves in hopes of racing it. With incredible acceleration, they reach their top speed in only 10 steps. At full gallop, their 4 hooves barely touch the ground. Rapidash are very agile Pokémon. They can live on mountains along with rock and other fire Pokémon. It is possible that they live alone, rather than in groups of fellow Rapidash. They are the highest evolved form of Ponyta and are highly capable in battle. Although Rapidash only casually canter, they are very competitive Pokémon. They will chase anything that moves in hopes of racing it. The faster Rapidash go, the longer the swaying flames of their mane will become. At an all-out gallop, their blazing mane sparkles, a feature which is said to enhance their beautiful appearance. Most Rapidash live on grasslands such as fields and plains, but they can also be seen on mountains. The best place to find wild ones would be in Kanto, though some can be found in Johto, Sinnoh and Nova as well. Type: Free. Abilities: Run Away, Flash Fire, and Flame Body. Closing the decks, he looked back to Hannah. The only Pokémon that I catch are fire types. Really, I've tried to catch other Pokémon. It doesn't work out that well. So I gave that road up a long time ago. So now I am on a journey for adventure and fun. And the more people I meet, the more friends I can make. You can't be that bad at catching Pokémon. There is no way someone can be that bad at catching Pokémon. Misty thought, it can't be that bad. Look over there, it's a Rattata sitting there. Catch it. Hannah recoiled, and shied away from the little mouse Pokémon. I do think I will. It won't turn out too well. Ash saw how she was trying to back out, so he took the opening to help her out. Come on Hannah, I'll help you catch it. Taking out a Pokeball he tossed it to her. Here, you just throw the ball, and leave the battle to me. She looked at the ball then to him. Smiling she gave a nod, and moved off towards her potentially new Pokémon. Ash, I want to help her. No one should abandon their dreams. Even if they are bad at catching Pokémon, we will prove to her that she can catch Pokémon. Alright Fire, let's do this then. Use Ember, and then go in and use Bite. Alright Ash, Fire roared. Turning her head, large embers shot from her mouth. They hit home, and Rattata cried out. Running over to the distracted Pokémon, Fire grabbed Rattata, and bit down hard. Rattata cried out then fainted with large swirls for eyes. Tossing the little rat Pokémon to the side she moved out of the way. Hannah watched the quick battle. She knew that battling was easy, but now was the catching part. Taking her ready pose, she threw the ball after the down Pokémon. Rattata bounced off the ground and landed in a bush. The Pokeball flew right in after it. There was a flash of red and the sound of a ball closing and dropping to the ground. Hannah stood there dumbstruck. Then she let out a cheer and ran over to the bush. Parting the bush she stopped. What the hell, she said. She felt a presence next her, and looked over at Ash and Misty. She sighed and looked back to the Rattata still lying there. I tried to tell you I can't catch Pokémon. Reaching down she picked up the ball. Without a word she went back over to continue making lunch. I don't understand. Misty said. I just watched you throw the ball, if Rattata is still right here. Then what did you catch? She asked turning to Hannah. Even Ash looked confused. Sighing, Hannah took out the ball and looked at it. I told you. I can't catch Pokémon. It just doesn't work out. Tossing the ball with a defeated throw, the ball opened to release the Pokémon. The Pokémon took form and appeared. It was an orange and yellow lizard. Char! The little lizard Pokémon yelled. The most outstanding feature about the Pokémon though was the flame blazing brightly on the end of its tail. Fire types are the only Pokémon that I can catch. Ash was truly stunned. Not only had he battled and beaten the Rattata, Fire had been the one to battle. Ash, I don't understand. How could she miss? I don't know Fire, but I think that she was telling us the truth. Walking over to the little lizard Pokémon, and examined it. Pulling out his dex he again learned the information about the lizard. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. Along with Bulbasaur and Squirtle, Charmander is one of the 3 common starter Pokémon for Kanto. Charmander is an orange reptilian creature resembling a tailed bipedal salamander. Charmander has 4 small fangs visible on its upper and lower jaws, and a cream underside and an expansive cream coloration on the sole of its foot. Its most notable feature is the flame burning on the tip of its tail, which is there even at birth. It is said that if this flame goes out, the Pokémon dies. Charmander has been described as cute in appearance, however, one may have to regard it with caution, as its slashing claws are sharp and strong, and thus potentially dangerous. Charmander can breathe fire, which allows them to use a wide range of fire-type attacks. However, the strength of these are very closely connected to the strength and health of the Charmander, since it draws on the life force which fuels the flame on its tail to fuel the flames of its attacks. With time, it can learn powerful fire-type techniques like Flamethrower and Fire Blast. It can even learn to breathe the blue flames of Dragon Rage. It can also use the flame on its tail to attack by swinging it about, or wield its small, yet sharp claws to use slash. However, these attacks are usually weaker than those from the flames Charmander breathes. Charmander is easily the most mild-mannered of its evolution line. Its health and emotions can be easily read by paying attention to the flame on the tip of its tail. For example, if the flame grows suddenly, the Charmander is probably angered, and perhaps even using a rage attack. It is scarce in the wild. Most are domestic Pokémon, raised to be distributed as starters by professors. As such, they are regarded as well-behaved Pokémon. It is often regarded as the most difficult Pokémon to start with. There are some trainers who choose it anyway under the impression that it is stronger than Bulbasaur or Squirtle. However, while a Charmander can certainly grow to be a very powerful Pokémon, its strength in battle is very closely connected to its condition and health. Therefore, like a real fire, it must be tended to regularly and not strained or neglected. Most trainers should not have a problem with this, though impatient ones who expect it to be very strong right off the bat will have severe difficulty raising this Pokémon. Some trainers abandon their Charmanders in the search or favor of another stronger Pokémon. Most trainers are asked to make an oath or promise not to abandon their Pokémon, however there are those that disregarded this promise. Charmanders are also stubbornly loyal to their trainers. Charmander is rarely found in the wild. Sometimes they can gather in extremely hot areas, such as active volcanoes. They can also thrive in craggy mountains or in rocky, heated crags and caves along the coast of the Sevii Islands. Their final evolution, Charizard, also inhabits the Cherasific Valley or near mountain chains. However, they are found far more often in the ownership of trainers. It is normally native to Kanto. Their diet is the usual omnivorous diet of a Pokémon. The few places where Charmander can be seen in the wild, they usually hunt and gather in small packs, and will call others over if any sort of food is found. Abilities, Blaze, and Solar Power. Well I wonder if you were a trainer's Pokémon. He asked. Either way, it doesn't matter anymore. This little Charmander is now my Pokémon, and my responsibility. Hannah said walking over. Lowering herself onto the ground she placed a bowl of poke food on the ground in front of the Charmander. Sorry, about all this. I know you might not want to be captured and trained by me, but I want to ask you. Will you be one of my partners and help me with my dream of having adventures and fun? Charmander looked at her for a short time then gave a cry and turned to its food. Happily it dug into the food. She said that she will help her. Faya told Ash. Ash smiled at Faya, and was about to say something about it, when Pikachu ran up close to the fire Pokémon. Pika, Pika Pikachu, Chew, Pika, Pikachu. No one in the group would understand what was being said, but Ash could understand his Pokémon's thoughts and speech. The Charmander looked at Pikachu and then started talking away. After some time, Charmander stopped talking and started eating again. Pikachu then looked at Ash. She was a trainer's first Pokémon. But her trainer was upset with her because she didn't want to listen. The trainer thought she was a boy and tried to nickname her something stupid. Then the trainer started beating her, and used another Pokémon to punish her. Then she released her. She was looking for a new trainer and wants to help Hannah. Pikachu said to him. Ash smiled at this and stood. Looking down at Hannah he addressed her. I think she wants to help you Hannah. Maybe she will be able to help you catch another Pokémon that isn't a fire type. How do you know she is a female? The two girls were now looking at Ash expectantly. Simple, the Pokédex told me. He said. He knew it was a lie, but they didn't need to know that. Oh. Was the only answer they gave. Once they finished lunch, and met all of the Pokémon. They cleaned up the area, and made their way in towards town. As they walked they came to a ledge that overlooked the road leading into town. Jumping onto a big boulder, Az looked out over Pewter. Alright, now that I'm here in Pewter, I'm ready for my first challenge in becoming a Pokémon master. Excuse me young man, but did you say a master of Pokémon? You look like a new trainer. How exactly do you plan on becoming a Pokémon master? A man asked. Looking down, Ash, Misty, and Hannah saw a man sitting there. He was wearing a faded yellow shirt and worn green khakis. He had a red snow beanie on, jeweled low shadowing his eyes. Below the shadowed eyes was a big busy beard. Oh, I plan on fighting gym leaders, and winning the Pokémon League. While I'm on my journey to become a master, I will meet new Pokémon, and make new friends. I will train and catch Pokémon. I will learn everything about them, and become the very best like no one has. Ash said with a confident voice. Huh. If you challenge the Pewter City gym, it won't matter. You won't beat Brock. He is extremely strong and powerful. The man said. Hannah sighed and walked down the steps to stand in front of the man. What would you know, mister? I doubt you're even a Pokémon trainer. If you're going to talk to people, you should be a little nicer. It is his dream, you know. So next time you talk to someone about their dream, have a little respect, and don't bash on their dream. With that she turned and started walking off into town. Ash was taken aback after that little outbreak. Sighing, Ash went down the ladder and followed after her. Misty was close behind. After finding a map of Pewter, they went to the Pokémon Center for dinner and have a poke checkup. Sitting around the table they talked about the man, and what he had said about Brock. Man, I can't wait to challenge Brock. If that guy was right about Brock, I am in for a good fight. Looking at Faya, he smiled. She had gotten a lot of stares and double takes when they entered the town. Ash couldn't blame them. It wasn't every day that a person got to see a legendary Pokémon. She was currently being petted by a lot of school children that had been on a field trip to the Pokémon Center. She would let out a low rumbling growl of gratification as she was petted. I think I am going to have Faya sit out on this first gym battle, he said. Misty, who was about to take a bite of food, stopped and looked at him. Why would you do that? Faya is an extremely powerful Pokémon. It would be stupid not to use her in a gym battle. I agree with Misty, Hannah said as she took a bite. She chewed her food and swallowed before continuing. Faya is the legendary flame dog Pokémon, NTI. I bet money that she alone could win your gym battle. Oh, I know she could. I have no doubt about her. She could win them all for me. But I want this first gym battle to be done with my other Pokémon, before I use her in a gym battle. Then the rest of the gyms are going to be a cakewalk. If gambling were legal on battles, my money goes on Faya every time, hands down. So if you will not use your partner in battle, who will you choose and what is your stratagem? Faya asked after the children had left. She turned her attention to her dinner knowing that Ash couldn't directly answer her. Ash smiled and took a bite before telling Faya his plan. My plan is simple. My starter will be Metapod, followed up by Spearow, with Pikachu as cleanup. Depending on the number of Pokémon allowed, that will determine my lineup. It is a 100% positive plan for Metapod and Pikachu. It will be the best lineup I can get without Faya. He took another bite hoping the sound of his chewing would drown out the voice of Misty, who began to yell at him. You idiot, you know perfectly well that Brock has rock-ground Pokémon. Pikachu is electric, the type disadvantage for rock and ground. They'll wipe the floor with Pikachu. You know that water would be the best plan. I even know someone who could lend you a water type for the battle. She finished with a sly smile. I dislike Misty's comment about the types, but I have to agree with her. Using her water Pokémon would help you a lot. Misty was smiling, nodding her head. Then she face-planted into the table as what Hannah finally connected. I know that Misty will let you use one of her Pokémon. Maybe if you bag her, she might let you use Gyarados. Again Misty nodded, then sweat dropped at Hannah's next words. If I had a water type, I'd let you borrow it without a second thought. I mean, what female trainer wouldn't help out a cutie? No, I will do it with my Pokémon. he said, oblivious or ignoring their comments. What is the point of trying to become a Pokémon master, if I have to depend on others to win? Misty and Hannah looked hurt by this, but they tried to not show it. I'm not saying that I don't want your help, or friendship or anything. I want your support, and encouragement. I want to be friends with both of you, and your Pokémon. If you want to help me win the Boulder Badge, then battle me, and help my Pokémon get stronger. Hannah looked a little better by his words, but she could see Misty wasn't getting it. It's a great dream to have, Ash. If you want to battle my Pokémon, then that's what I will do to help you. I will stand behind you 100% as we travel together. She took a drink and continued. But I have a request for you, Ash. Ash was eating with his eyes closed, stopped chewing and swallowed his full mouth of food. He locked eyes with her. All his attention focused on her. I want you to return the favor to me. I have a goal and dream too. She paused and a look of deep thought crossed her face. I haven't told you my goal and real dream. You see. When I was little I lived in the woods on this mountain. My parents both loved me, and everything was great. Even my older brother loved me. He left on his Pokémon journey, and I never heard from him for the longest time. One day out of the blue he returned with a bunch of Pokémon badges, and Pokémon. He gave me my first Pokémon. It was a great time. After a month he left for another Pokémon journey. He left my parents with his prized Pokémon. Reaching behind her she took out two balls. One was a regular ball, and the other a ball they had never seen before. With a flash of light two Pokémon appeared in a flash of white. The first two thing they noticed what the temperature dropped, and the air became foul with a horrible stench. A couple of people near to them shivered. Others get and began to chuff. Ash smiled, and pulled out his dex. Frostless, the snow land Pokémon. Frostless doesn't have any feet, so she floats in the air like her counterpart, Glalie. What appears to be her torso is hollow, which is the reason for her surprisingly low weight. This body resembles a kimono, especially due to the fact that the red band around her waist is reminiscent of an obi. Her arms, which hang off the sides of her head like ears, are flared at the wrist to further give it a kimono look. The flared portions of her arms have a dappled light blue coloration, and Frostless's hands consist of 3 small fingers. Frostless's head is shaped like a droplet of water turned on its side. The head has 2 ice crystals on top of it, as well as several holes through which a purple skin can be seen. From 2 of them, crystal blue eyes with yellow sclera speak out. A small mouth can be found below her white mask. Frostless is a female-only species. Some consider Glalie be the male counterpart, although it can be either gender. Frostless has the ability to freeze foes with her -58 degrees Fahrenheit, -50 degrees Celsius, breath and create illusions to manipulate both her prey and foes as evidenced in the anime. Frostless behavior is somewhat reminiscent to that of the Yukiana monster from mythology, since it will wander around snowstorms or blizzards to find unsuspecting humans and prey and will attack by freezing them into solid ice. They are said to secretly put the frozen corpses of their victims on display. Frostless are also very caring and will protect those who she loves and trusts, especially their young. Frostless are very rare, and live in very snowy areas. Frostless is evolved form of Snorunt. Type, Ice, and Ghost. Abilities, Snow Clock, and Cursed Body. Mook, the Sludge Pokémon. Mook look very similar to its previous form Grimer. The main differences are that Mook is larger than Grimer, and has a wider mouth and smaller eyes. A toxic fluid seeps from its body as its body is made of a powerful poison. This Pokémon smells so awful, it can cause fainting. It's so stinky. Mook's body contains toxic elements, and any plant will wilt when it passes by. As it moves, a very strong poison leaks from it, making the ground there barren for 3 years. The fluid instantly kills plants and trees on contact. In the past, recorded accounts of assignation attempts were committed by using this poison that was emanated from Mook's body. For the longest time, Mook's body fluid was known as the deadliest poison on Earth. Many today still fight and argue over once an antidote was made that could counteract the poison. It was not uncommon to see royalty and lord carrying a small vial of the antidote. When toxicity of Mook's form has reached its highest the point, a single drop of it can make an entire lake stagnant and rancid. If person were to come into contact with any of the harmful sludge, they could contract influenza or other side effects, or even die from the sludge. Their infamous stench increases in the summertime, due to the toxic substances in its body intensifying. Their ability to exist in the environment without it becoming completely hazardous to other life forms may be attributed to their ability to actively control their toxins. As they would likely never want to deliberately pollute a river or spread any harmful diseases, unless provoked. As a fully evolved Pokémon, Mook is capable of using the moves Hyper Beam and Giga Impact. In the wild, Mook usually take charge of their family of Grimer and are very protective. This Pokémon likes warm and moist places. Groups of them accumulate in dirty places, such as garbage dumps or sewers. They sometimes also reside in dirty back alleys of towns. Despite their penchant for thriving in dirty, contaminated places, they do seem to have a limit as to how much pollution they can tolerate, as no Mook lived in Lake Lucidov 50 years ago until some work was made on purifying it. Wild Mook are normally found only in Kanto. Mook can virtually eat anything. They will eat anything that is already contaminated. They tend to prefer contaminated food, but will not go out of their way for the delicacy. If there is contaminated food, usually the lead Mook of the family will take first pick of the contaminated food. Type, Poison. Abilities, Stench, Sticky Hold, and Poison Touch. Ash closed the decks and examined the two in front of him. Frostless was exactly as described in the entree. The little ghost Pokémon caught him looking at her. She quickly drifted over to hover by Hannah. The Mook was not what he had been expecting. The usual giant purple sludge was extremely small. He had seen a Mook before at Oak's place, but that had been before the Mook had been traded for another Pokémon. That Mook had been hugged, and had tackled him. It was big enough to cover the professor. Hannah's Mook wouldn't even cover his shoes. The Mook was my brother's special and most powerful Pokémon. But he never returned, and was never heard from again. It broke my mom's heart. About a year or two after he left, there was a mud slide. I was with Mook and Frostless in the forest away from the house. The mud slide demolished the house, and took the lives of my parents. I had to leave to go live with my aunt. I got a new Pokeball made for Mook. Then I left a year ago to go on a Pokemon journey. Ash, my goal is to find my brother. I have been looking for ever since he left. If you want me to help you with training, then I want you to help me when I finally find a clue as to where he disappeared to. Ash thought about it. Okay, it's a done deal. The two smiled, and then their attention was brought back to Misty, who had tears running down her face. Misty, I know that Hannah's story was touching. But not that touching. Hannah finished. Misty's face grew red, and then she looked at the two, wiping tears away. It was a touching story, but I'm crying for a different reason. That smell Mook is putting off is way too strong. Everyone else in here left a few moments after Mook came out. They looked at the tiny sludge Pokémon that was hugging Hannah's leg. They blinked and looking around. They found Misty to be correct. Laughing, the Pokémon were recalled, and they finished their dinner. Note, please read all notes at beginning and end of story. Ash awoke early the next morning. Sitting up, he looked across the room to the girls' side of the room. Misty was sound asleep on the top bunk. She was slightly snoring. It was so quiet that you wouldn't know she snored unless it was completely silent. Hannah was asleep in the lower bunk, with Flareon sleeping at the bottom of her bed. Surprisingly, her giant Arcanine was curled up right next to her bed. She had told Ash and Misty that Blaze, her Arcanine, liked to sleep outside his ball, and protect her while she slept. It was like she was his pup or something that drove Blaze to protect her. Sighing, Ash crawled to the end of his bed and onto the floor. Faya was curled up at the end of his bed. She opened her eyes and looked at him as he stepped onto the floor. Up early? Ash, this is not like you. What do you plan to do? Ash stepped over her, which was more like hopping over her. He began to dress. I thought I would go out early, to the market for supplies, and a walk. Maybe I will get a little training in. Moving to the door, he opened it as quietly as possible, and stepped through. He closed the door after Faya had exited and was clear of the door. Together they went down to the front desk where a Chansey was working. He got his Pokémon and left. Outside he walked over to a bench that was facing to the east. Sitting he watched the sun rise. Faya sat next to him in silence. Hey Faya, what happened to Pikachu? He asked. Oh, after you fell asleep. He went over to Misty's bed to sleep with her. Perverted little mouse. She told him. About an hour or two the two went into town to get some supples. As they exited the Pokemart they made their way back toward the Poke Center. Excuse me. A voice called out to him. Looking around, Ash noticed a young man with spiky brown hair. He was wearing an orange shirt with a green fishing vest. Four big pockets covered the front of the vest. He was also wearing brown jeans, held up by a belt that had two pouches. The guy's most outstanding feature was his eyes. And, if any of you have never watched Pokémon, then you have no clue what his eye look like. I advise you to go look up a pic of Brock. Yeah, the guy walked over to Faya and reached out to touch her. My name's Brock, is this your Pokémon? Ash nodded. I have never seen an Entei before. Where did you get it? I have been with her for a long time. She and I are in a little bit of a hurry. Ash told him. Then a thought struck him. You wouldn't happen to know where the gym is? Brock smiled and turned to him. Faya showed her displeasure of having the rub down by growling a little. Brock took a step away from her. Eyeing her, or at least that's what Ash thought Brock was doing. Yeah, I know. If you like I can take you there right now. Together, they walked to the gym. Once there, Ash smiled. Thanks Brock. But I have to go now. So you must be a Pokémon trainer. Here to challenge me to a battle. Brock said with a smile. Yep, but I'm not ready for the battle yet. I was hoping to battle you tomorrow, and then move on to the next city. So I'll see you tomorrow Brock. With that he left the Brock standing there. Ash, where have you been? Misty yelled at him as she saw him walk into the Poke Center. I was out and about. I just came back to get Pikachu, and a few things. He said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Hannah sighed and stood up. She walked over to him, and held out her arms. She was holding Pikachu out to him like a little child. Well, here is Pikachu. Now how about we go out for some training, she asked. Taking a thinking pose, he thought about it all of a few seconds. Yeah, we could do that. In fact, you can help me train Pikachu for tomorrow's battle with Brock. If I can, I will try to find moves to teach him. Misty sighed. And I'm forgotten completely, with an unanswered question. She mumbled under her breath as she followed them outside. They all walked over to a large clear area. It looked to be a common place to train, and battle. Ash sat down with a book out that he had retrieved from his room. Pikachu. Go stand a little ways off. He looked back at the page, and continued to read. Ash, what are you going to teach me? Pikachu called out. Ash continued to read about the move he wanted. Nodding his head, Ash stood, and pulled out his Pokeballs. Throwing them into the air he called out his Pokémon. Okay guys, I need you all to go out in pairs, and find rocks no bigger than this. He held up a pebble, that about the size of a shrunken Pokeball. And, about the size of a ping-pong ball, I will need a lot of these rocks to train Pikachu in a new move. Faya, Spearow, and Pidgeotto gave a cry, "Alright," and flew off to collect rocks. Hannah smiled and called out all her Pokémon too. All 8 Pokémon gave a cry and took off to collect rocks too, after Hannah told them what to do. "Hannah, how come you have 8 Pokémon with you, and not 6? Misty asked. Hannah's smile faded, as she thought. "You know, I never thought about it before. But I guess it is because I have never been registered as a Pokémon trainer, and I have to where to send the extra Pokémon I catch." "What about the professor? The professor you got your first Pokémon from? Can't you send them there?" Ash threw out. He too wanted to know why she had more Pokémon. If it was possible to carry more Pokémon, he wanted to as well. "Ash, don't you remember?" Misty chided him. Her first Pokémon was a gift from her brother. She never went to a professor from her first Pokémon. She right, Ash. Because of that, when I catch over 6 Pokémon, they don't get sent there. I carry them around with me. They are my friends and now my only family. So why would I send them away?" Hannah said. Misty and Ash were about to comment, and ask more questions, but a cry caught their attention. All the Pokémon were gathered around a giant pile of rocks. The pile itself was 4 or 5 feet tall. Smiling, Ash walked over to the pile, and picked up a handful. "Pikachu, the move you are going to learn in Iron Tail, to learn the move, you are going to have to deflect these rocks that we are going to throw at you. You can only deflect the rocks using only your tail. Don't move from that spot either. This will build up the muscles in your tail. After that it will be a simple step of practice. We will move on from there." He turned to the girls and all the Pokémon. "Everyone pick up some rocks and toss them at Pikachu. We are not aiming to hurt him, so one at a time, and not too hard of a throw." Taking up a position, he started tossing rocks at Pikachu. Showing the group of throwers how to toss the rocks, this also got Pikachu ready, and practiced for the group. Once the group joined in and got used to throwing, Pikachu picked up the pace of deflecting rocks. After an hour of throwing rocks, dropping rocks in the case of Spearow and Pidgeotto, Hannah had asked Ash if some of her Pokémon could learn the move. They took a break while Ash went back to the book to read more about the move. He learned that so long as Pokémon have a tail, they had the potential to learn Iron Tail. So when they started up again, Flareon, Charmander, and Vulpix joined Pikachu deflecting rocks. After another 2 hours, Pikachu's tail lit up as he hit a rock. Everyone starred, and they gave a cry of joy at the accomplishment. "Okay Pikachu, take a small break, then it is back to training in the second part." Looking over at Metapod, who was sunbathing, he called out, "Metapod, I hope you have enjoyed yourself, but now it is time to train and get stronger." Metapod snapped to attention as it heard about the training. "Metapod, you are going to use harder. Try to last as long as you can. Pikachu will use Iron Tail on you until he has mastered the attack, or until you evolve." "Okay Ash." The 2 Pokémon called out. Turning back to Hannah's Pokémon, they continued to teach Iron Tail to Hannah's Pokémon. Ash and the gang stood outside of the Pewter City gym. It looked like a big pile of boulders. All of them arranged into a square-shaped building. Steel beams outlined the building, giving support to the stone building. Sighing, the group walked in. All the lights were turned off. "Hello." Hannah called out. "Who goes there?" a voice called out. The group's sweat dropped. "Is he really that stupid, Ash?" Faya asked. "You are kidding, right? I had an appointment to battle him." Ash thought. It's me, Ash. You didn't forget that we had a battle today, right Brock?" he asked. The light all turned on and the group had to blink several times. "All right, I accept your challenge. This will be a 2-on to battle. You may switch your Pokémon out at any time. You are free to surrender or forfeit the battle at any time." There was a loud click and the sound of machines starting up. Looking to either side, Ash saw the battle area moving into place from both sides. Taking 2 steps forward, the group jumped onto the moving battlefield, so they weren't hurt or crushed as the battlefield came together. Brock gave a grunt as he jumped from his pedestal to the battle area, taking his position in the trainer box. The group moved to the challenger's trainer box. Hannah and Misty move on past the box to just outside of the box. Faya stood next to Ash, with Pikachu sitting on her head. Brock took out a ball, and threw it into the air in the battlefield. The ball opened, releasing his Pokémon. The ball then flew back to Brock. The Pokémon reformed and gave its battle cry as it appeared. Geodude. Taking out his Dex, Ash scanned the rock Pokémon. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. Geodude is a gray boulder with bulging, rocky eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes with brown irises, and muscular 5-fingered arms. Throwing rocks is a common type of offense used by Geodude. As Geodude is also a ground type, it can use moves like Earthquake. Geodude also possesses the ability Toxplode. It has the ability to levitate, although is not unaffected from attacks from the ground. Geodude usually sits still on mountain paths or in caves, which is why they are often mistaken for rocks. Geodude uses its arms to climb steadily up steep mountain paths, hoisting itself over. Geodude also uses its arms to swing its fists around when angered, such as when it is stepped upon carelessly. Geodude are proud of their sturdy bodies and bash against each other in a contest of sorts to prove whose body is harder. When Geodude sleeps deeply, it buries itself halfway into the ground. Once buried, it will not awaken even if someone steps on it. In the morning, Geodude rolls downhill in search of food. Geodude can be most often found on mountain trails, fields, under rocks, or in caves. They are a common sight in Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. Type, rock, and ground. Abilities, rock head, sturdy, and sand veil. Alright, let's do this, Butterfree, Ash yelled as he threw Butterfree's Pokeball into the air. The ball opened and Butterfree materialized. He was flying in all his glory, and seemed to be pleased that he was getting to battle. Ash smiled at his pleased Pokémon, remembering Butterfree's successful evolution from the day before. After hours of training, Pikachu had mastered Iron Tail. Hannah's Pokémon had gotten over the first step and were now hitting Metapod to master the move. As Vulpix jumped into the air to hit Metapod, her tail took form, and mastered the Iron Tail. Just as it came down on Metapod, the hit struck home, but had no effect. Hours of using Harden had intensified the Harden, making it into an ultimate defense. Metapod lit up in a brilliant white light. Everyone stared in awe as Metapod cracked and evolved into Butterfree. Metapod was happy for this, and flew around in excitement. Ash was pleased to see his Pokémon evolve. Pulling out his Dex, he checked Butterfree for information and a move list. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. Butterfree is the evolved form of Metapod. Butterfree resembles a vaguely anthropomorphic butterfly. Unlike true insects, it only has 4 legs, which are a pale blue color. It has a nose-like structure, which is a similar color. The coloration of a Butterfree's body is a darker purple-blue. It has large veined wings, which are white with black markings. These markings can help distinguish male and female individuals. It has large compound eyes that tend to be a reddish color. Like members of the order Lepidoptera, Butterfree's 2 pairs of wings are covered in fine scales. Its legs are covered in fine hairs, which aid in the collection of honey. A female has black spots on the lower parts of her wings. Some report they're purple instead. The waterproof scales on Butterfree's wings are loosely attached, and if the Butterfree flaps them hard enough, they will be released into the air. This resulting dust is toxic and can be irritating if inhaled. In some cases, additional powders will be mixed in, some causing sleep and others paralysis. In addition to the usual powers possessed by bug-type Pokémon, Butterfree also learns a variety of powerful psychic-type moves. Butterfree spends most of its time foraging for nectar and pollen, locating the flowers by its sense of smell. In the wild, they need to eat constantly. Special adaptations such as waterproofing on their wings, and tiny hairs on their legs let them gather food even in the rain. Butterfree will roam up to 6 miles from their nest in search of honey. Butterfree can be found in forests and wooded areas with high amounts of moisture and mist. They can also sometimes be found flying near the ocean, which may be part of Butterfree's migratory breeding pattern. This Pokemon's natural range includes Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unovan, Guyana. Butterfree collect and consume pollen and honey from flowers. Butterfree also consume sap from trees if they have been opened by Heracross. Abilities: Compound Eyes, and Tinted Lens. Known moves: Tackle, String Shot, Harden, Confusion, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, and Stun Spore. To celebrate they had all gone out to eat. They later retuning to the Poke Center for health checkups rest. They all went to bed, looking forward to the next day. Butterfree, fly up high out of Geodude's reach, you got it Ash. I will teach this overgrown rock how to play really hard. Ash's sweat dropped, because of how lame Butterfree sounded. He sometimes wished he couldn't hear or understand the lame. Geodude use Rock Throw, try to hit Butterfree out of the air. Brock commanded. Picking up rock that looked too big to be picked up. Geodude began to throw rocks at Butterfree. Ash thought that flying up high would protect Butterfree. But he was wrong. Geodude had the strength to make the rocks into missiles that struck the roof of the gym. I guess that explains why the building is made out of stone. Ash thought. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder, and then use Stun Spore. Butterfree gave his battle cry and flew all over the field, spreading the powder everywhere. Geodude had the type advantage, but it still had to breathe. Geodude, hold your breath as long as you can. Brock called out, but he was too late. Geodude had already inhaled a lot of the powder and was falling asleep. Soon a large snot bubble had formed and was growing and shrinking with Geodude's breathing. Stun Spore, then use Confusion until Geodude is unable to battle. Ash called. You got it Ash. Butterfree yelled. Flying over the field Butterfree released a fine dust and powder that sparkled a golden yellow. Brock was beginning to worry about his favorite rock type. He was getting ready to call out instructions when he saw and heard the attack. Geodude seized up, and began to shack and cring as the powder took effect. Tour to Ash's command. Butterfree used Confusion to take control of Geodude. It was like a baseball covered in rocks flying up into the air and then down into the ground. Each time Geodude was lifted, it would be sent flying back into the ground with a little faster speed. Geodude, no. Brock yelled. After a minute, Ash called Butterfree off of the attack, and let the dust settle. Geodude was in a large and shallow crater. Large spirals were in its eyes. Brock grunted and pulled out Geodude's ball. A red light shot out and hit the down rock Pokemon. You may have beaten Geodude Ash. However, I doubt you win against my next Pokemon. Onix. Go. He threw a new ball and released his last Pokemon. Ash knew about Onix and their weaknesses. But he wanted to know more about them. Onix the rock snake Pokemon. Onix resembles a giant chain of gray boulders, with a rocky spine on its head. This Pokemon has a magnet in its brain that serves as an internal compass. Onix magnet brain acts as a compass so that this Pokemon does not lose direction while it is tunneling. Onix's body becomes more rounded and smoother as it grows with age. Also as it grows, the stone portions of its body harden to become similar to a diamond, but colored black. A fully grown Onix measures at an enormous 28 feet 10 inches. Making Onix the third largest known Pokemon known to mankind. However, during evolution, Onix gains another 2 feet becoming a Steelix. Onix tunnels under the ground at a recorded record of over 50 miles per hour, which causes tremors. If they take a hard enough blow and their body falls apart, they can regrow the rest in a matter of a few weeks. This trait is also seen happening with Arbok. Onyx are capable of rotating their head, or any part of their body, a full 360 degrees. Using this special ability to rotate, they grid and chip away overly larger boulders into smaller rocks for consumption. They are very hot-headed Pokémon and will constantly attack humans and Pokémon when various objects are caught in its craggy body. However, domesticated Onyx will show signs of distress instead of attacking others. Many trainers and Pokémon have been crushed to death by this Pokémon. Due to this Pokémon's hard rock, and sometimes diamond-like body, it has high defense, that lowers during battles as it receives strong physical attacks. This lowering of defense does not come without a positive side effect. As rock and defense is chipped away, the speed of Onyx grows, making this Pokémon very dangerous in the wild and powerful in battles. Onyx can be found in mountains and caves, though they prefer underground tunnels with little light. It can also be found in craggy mountains and abandoned mines. It is most common in Kanto, Johto, and Sinnoh, with some rare appearances in Unova. Onyx eats large boulders and rocks. Opening its large mouth while tunneling, it ingests massive amounts of soil and creates long tunnels. Type, Rock, and Ground. Abilities, Rock Head, Study, and Weak Armor. I want one. Ash thought. Okay Butterfree, do the same thing to Onyx that you did to the battle up so we can move on. Butterfree cried and moved to do as commanded. Onyx, dig and watch it out until the stun spore has settled. Then use Rock Slide. Brock called out. Ash was shocked to see the giant Pokémon roar and then dive head first into the ground. Dust kicked up, and hide the battle from sight. As the dust and smoke cleared, he was a large hole. The golden yellow dust was just reaching the ground to start settling. Not good, not good, not good, he thought. If I can't see or attack him, then how do I beat him? Before Ash could think of something, a voice cut through his thoughts. Come on Ash, you can do it, looking up and to his right. He was Hannah yelling and cheering for him. Misty was next to her, staring intently at the ground trying to find the large rock Pokémon. She had a Pokeball in hand, as though she wanted to help or interrupt the battle. What surprised Ash the most was the large group of kids that was there watching. They all looked a lot alike to Brock. It took a moment to realize that they were Brock's family. There was a cry, and Ash's attention was pulled back to the battle quickly. In his distracted state, Onyx had surfaced, and attacked. Butterfree had waited for a command. It had been too late to realize nothing was going to be shouted before the attack hit. Ash watched Butterfree fall with the rocks, and slam into the ground. With a sigh, he pulled out his Pokeball and returned Butterfree. You know, you should really pay better attention to the battle at hand. It is distracting to have beautiful girls in the gym, but that is no excuse. Call out your next Pokémon, and let Onyx finish it off, to end this battle. Brock yelled across the field. Sorry Butterfree. I promise that I will do better next time we battle. He whispered to his Pokeball. Ash, it was an accident that all make sometimes. Do not hurt yourself over this defeat. The battle is far from over. We all make mistakes, let us learn from this battle, and move forward to victory. Ash looked over at Faya. I know. I agree with you. Turning his head the other way, he looked down at Pikachu. Sparks of stack were crackling over its cheeks. Little paws curled into fists. All right buddy, you are fired up, so get out there and win this battle. Pikachu gave a cry and ran out to the field to stand before Onyx. Right on. You must be joking. Sending out a Pikachu is downright sad and pathetic, Brock yelled at him. It clearly states how inexperienced you are as a trainer. Your Pikachu is weak. Its cute and cuddly stage clearly shows it to me. Pikachu is an electric type while Onyx is a rock ground type. With electricity ineffective against ground, Pikachu is clearly at the disadvantage in this battle. I'll give you this one chance to correct your mistake. Switch out your Pokémon, and let us battle. Ash smiled. Pikachu, double team, then use quick attack. I see, then I guess this battle and match will go to me. Onix, use rock throw. Pikachu flashed white before splitting into multiple images of Pikachu. They were fuzzy, and didn't look to be real, but they were all that way, so it confused Onix. Looking side to side, Onix tried to locate the yellow mouse. Its tail light up, and it swung. Large rocks flew from the gith part of the tail, flying towards one of the images. They passed right through, destroying the image. The rest of the Pikachu as one began running forward towards Onix. A white light left behind from its path. Pikachu collided with Onix, and the giant snake barely felt it or was moved by the attack. Your attacks are useless. Onix has too high a defense. Brock yelled. Ash smiled. He knew that if Pikachu could avoid all of Onix's attacks, the match would be his. Pikachu, keep using quick attack and avoid all of Onix's attacks, he commanded. Pikachu did as instructed. Dodging all of the attacks and beating Onix up with the attacks. Onix never felt the effects of the attacks and never relented in the attacks it dished out. Brock wore a big smile on his face. Thinking this match was over with. Onix finished this match with Dig. Ash heard this and smiled. The great snake roared and dived underground. This was the finishing attack. An attack that would make or break the battle for Ash. The ground began to bulge where Pikachu was standing. Pikachu jumped into the air and finish Onix with Iron Tail. Pikachu did as it was told, not a moment too soon. The ground erupted as Onix emerged from its attack, only to miss. Pikachu's tail light up, and then dimmed into what looked a steel coating over the tail. Doing a front flip to strengthen the attack, Pikachu brought the tail down onto Onix. Onix roared in pain, and its body exploded with the force of the attack. The watchers gasped, and were wide-eyed by the power and the attack. Onix fell to the ground and did not move. Brock yelled out to Onix and ran over to his Pokémon. Onix was shaking a little, but not responding. Ash also ran over to the rock Pokémon, to help. Brock pushed him back and yelled at him to stay away. He then turned back to his Pokémon. Pulling out his Pokeball, he returned Onix and ran out of the gym without a word. Ash was confused. He understood what Brock was going through, but he needed the badge. Looking up to Misty and Hannah, he smiled and called out to them. Come on you guys, I think we should go. Hannah jumped over the rail and landed gracefully. Misty screamed at Hannah's action and took off running after the girl down the stairs. She let out a sigh after seeing Hannah safe. She then gasped when she saw them hugging. What the hell, get off my man, she mentally screamed. Releasing Hannah, Ash gave Misty a hug as well. You should be more careful around the girls, Ash. Misty has daggers in her eyes for Hannah, and lust for you. Pikachu said to him. The little mouse had jumped up to his favorite spot, which turned out to be his shoulder. Ash smiled at his partner, and rubbed its head. You're right buddy, it was a great battle and you did great. I won't lie to you Ash, I look forward to the next battle. Faya said as she nuzzled him. The group entered the Poke Center to see Brock retrieving his Pokémon from the front desk. There you go Brock. Nurse Joy said to him. Your Pokémon are all healed up, and ready to battle. I would suggest giving Onix a break from battles for a while. It needs time to regrow its body. She smiled and then she noticed the group coming towards the desk. Welcome to the Pokémon Center. Can I help you? Brock turned and looked at the new group. His jaw dropped and an audible gasp escaped him. Ash, it's you. I thought that you had already left for the next gym. Nope, you never gave me the Boulder badge. Not to mention that I want to give Butterfree a rest and checkup from Nurse Joy. Stepping to the side of Brock, Ash stepped up to the counter. If it's all right with you Nurse Joy, I would like you to have a look at Butterfree and all of my Pokémon before I leave for the next gym. Nurse Joy smiled in excitement to be helping Pokémon again when Boy's words to Brock made its connection. Her smiling face turned into a frown and she glared at Brock. You didn't give him the badge. Her voice was flat and devoid of all emotion. Brock flinched and backed away from her. Why yes, I forgot to give him his badge. The older boy said. By the way Ash, how did Pikachu defeat Onix? He questioned, hoping to distract Nurse Joy. Ash smiled. Simple, I used the information from the Pokédex to defeat you. You see, Dex told me that Onix has 3 special abilities that affect it in battle and outside of battles. The first one is Rock Head. It negates all damage Pokémon would take from Backlash. So moves like Takedown and Double Edge would be great attacks with this ability. But not very good to me in winning the battle. The next ability Onix has is called Sturdy, which makes it so that Pokémon can't be defeated in one hit. A great example would be a water type going against a ground type. It was an ability that worked against me and Pikachu and any other Pokémon that I use. The last ability that Onix has is called Weak Armor. Weak Armor weakens a Pokémon after every physical attack that hits. In the example of Onix, all the quick attacks that hit weakened Onix. The second side effect of Weak Armor is a speed boost. If you noticed during the battle that after every quick attack Onix got faster. That dig was super fast and strong to boot. I made my strategy based off everything I learned from Dex. With the 2 abilities of Onix I was able to use quick and weak attacks with Pikachu's speed, ending the match with one strong and well-placed attack. Brock was wide-eyed and his hands balled into fists. Hannah leaned in close to Misty to whisper to her. Is he always like this? How would I know? I barely even know him. Misty hissed at her. In all honesty, she was shocked that Ash could be so smart. She had heard the information from the Pokédex, but she had been focused on the types than the abilities. He had a type disadvantage, and he still won. All based off of the information from the Pokédex. If he can do that, what could he do in bed? Misty paused mid-thought. What the hell I'm thinking, bad thoughts, bad thoughts, bad thoughts, bad thoughts. Shutting her eyes, she focused on getting rid of those thoughts. All the thoughts were removed when Hannah leaned back over to her and whispered to her. If he can do all that battling based off abilities. Imagine what he could do if he based it off type and experience. She was right, and Misty knew that Hannah had eyes from her man. Why do I keep thinking of him as my man, she thought to herself. Hannah stared at Ash while he explained his battle techniques. He is very talented. I know he will help me find my brother. She closed her eyes and took up a thinking pose. I wonder if he's single, she thought with an evil smile to herself. After Ash had given his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, Brock had given him the Boulder Badge. Brock then told him that it would be needed as proof that he had defeated the Pewter City gym. The young man then left the Poke Center as fast as he could before Nurse Joy came back to talk to him about his duty as a gym leader for Indigo League. So Ash. Misty said, grabbing his attention, have you registered for the Indigo League yet? Ash paled and then scratched the back of his head. No, I haven't done that yet. I thought that I could just go around and beat all the gym leaders and then register right before the league started. Hannah and Misty sweat dropped. You are so stupid, I swear, if you weren't so cute Misty whimpered under her breath as she turned away and made a fist thinking about hiding him. What was that, Misty? Ash asked. Misty jumped, realizing that she had said it out loud. Hannah smiled and covered for Misty. Misty was calling you stupid for not registering at the first Poke Center you went to. The Indigo League started about a month ago, and you only have maybe 9 to 10 months to collect all 8 badges and get the Indigo Plateau. She is right, Ash. Misty made a mental note to thank Hannah later that night for the save. The Indigo Plateau is where the Pokemon League for the Kanto region takes place. It also has a lot of competition from tough trainers. She said. She led the group to dinner and they continued the conversation over their dinners. Ash, there is 4 preliminary rounds. Only the best 16 trainers can compete in the final rounds. Those rounds will determine who will face the gauntlet of the Elite Four. If that trainer can beat all four, they get to challenge the champion. Hannah frowned and then thought about the winnings. Misty, what happens for the winnings? Misty smiled and looked happy. The person who wins the finals, gets to challenge the gauntlet of the Elite Four, and has the right to open a gym for the Pokémon League. If the challenger wins the gauntlet, they get to challenge the champion, and they can apply for a spot as a member of the Elite Four. If the challenger is strong enough to win against the champion, he has the right to seize the title of current champion, and take over the champion's spot to battle future challengers. If the challenger doesn't want to do this, then they can elect to battle other champions for their spot as champions, or they can go and open a new region for the league as the new regional champion. Ash and Hannah stared at her for a while before Ash broke the silence. How do you know all of this? Hannah was going to answer when Misty answered the question. Ash, my mother was a great Pokémon trainer, and she was very good with what she did. She went to the Indigo League and made it to the finals. She won the competition and was allowed to take the Gauntlet Challenge. She lost in the second battle. She returned home and decided to make a gym for the league. With her talents and strongest Pokémon being Water type, she made a water gym for trainer to challenge. She was very good at her job, and not many trainers could beat her. Then she got PRGNT with my older sisters. A few years after them I was born. When I was 5, my father passed away, and left my mother to raise us, and run the gym. The stress of all this made her sick, and a few years later she also passed away. The gym was going to be shut down. However, my sisters and me decided to take over the gym, and continue the legacy of my mother's. She fell silent and let the tears fall from her eyes. Ash got up from his seat and hugged her. Soon, even Hannah and all the Pokémon were hugging her, and trying to give their support and love. With Hannah's help, they both lead her to bed in their room. In the room, they got ready for bed and then talked a little. Ash, what are your plans for tomorrow? Hannah asked. Ash looked over at Misty and told the girls his plans. He could see that Misty wasn't too happy about going to the Cerulean City, but she knew that it was the next gym on the list. She wasn't going to fight with Ash about it. So Misty went to sleep knowing that the next day they would be leaving Pewter to go to her hometown. She just hoped that she could pass through fast and quick before she got tied down into staying. Ash's Pokémon. NTI Fire. Type, Fire. Gender, Female. Nature, Naughty. Abilities, Pressure, and Flash Fire. Known attacks, Bite, Leer, Ember, Roar, Fire Spin. Pikachu. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. Nature, Mild. Abilities, Static, and Lightning Rod. Known moves, Growl, Thunder Shock, Tail Whip, Thunder Wave, Quick Attack, Electro Ball, Double Team, Slam, Thunderbolt, and Iron Tail. Butterfree. Type, Bug. Gender, Male. Nature, Mild. Abilities, Compound Eyes, and Tinted Lens. Known attacks, Tackle, String Shot, Harden, Confusion, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, and Stun Spore. Spearow. Type, Normal Flying. Gender, Male. Nature, Hasty. Abilities, Keen Eye, and Sniper. Spearow knows, Leer, Growl, Peck, Fury Attack, and Pursuit. Pidgeotto. Gender, Male. Type, Normal Flying. Nature, Naive. Abilities, Keen Eye, Tangled Feet, and Big Pecs. Known attacks, Sand Attack, Tackle, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, and Twister. Weedle. Gender, Male. Type, Bug. Nature, Jolly. Abilities, Shield Dust, and Run Away. Known attacks, Poison Sting, and String Short. Hannah Shiroi's Pokémon. Flareon. Vulpix. Arcanine. Houndour. Rapidash. Magby. Charmander. Mook. Frostless. Misty's Pokémon. Spearow. Starmie. Golden. Gyarados. Chapter 4, Challenge Extended and Accepted. Last time. She fell silent and let the tears fall from her eyes. Ash got up from his seat and hugged her. Soon, even Hannah, and all the Pokémon were hugging her, and trying to give their support and love. With Hannah's help, they both lead her to bed in their room. In the room, they got ready for bed and then talked a little. Ash, what are your plans for tomorrow? Hannah asked. Ash looked over at Misty and told the girls his plans. He could see that Misty wasn't too happy about going to the Cerulean City, but she knew that it was the next gym on the list. She wasn't going to fight with Ash about it. So Misty went to sleep knowing that the next day they would be leaving Pewter to go to her hometown. She just hoped that she could pass through fast and quick before she got tied down into staying. Ash stretched his arms and yawned. He had been awoken by Pikachu. The sun was up and the morning was burning away. Looking over to the clock on the wall, he saw that the time was 10:20 a.m. Looking around the room, he noticed both girls were gone and their beds made. He looked for their bags, but found that they too were gone. Good morning, Ash. Faya greeted. She stretched and stood to leave the room. Now that you're awake, I can go and finish my breakfast. Ash panicked. He was missing one of the most important meals of the day. Quickly he jumped out of bed, glad that his traveling companion had already left. He gathered his things and ran into the adjacent bathroom. After getting a shower and getting dressed, he ran out of the room. A few minutes late he had found the cafeteria. He looked around and saw his two friends sitting at a table. Ash! Hannah yelled as she saw him. He went over. Sitting down beside Hannah, he looked at the last bits of food Misty had. Sorry, Ash. Misty said as she took a bite of food, and finished off the remains of her breakfast. That was the last of breakfast I just ate. Wait, what? He yelled. What do you mean that was the last of breakfast? Hannah sighed, and looked at him. Ash, you have been asleep all morning. They stopped serving breakfast at 10. She watched him pale and then begins to cry. Everyone besides Ash began to laugh. Oh, knock it off, Ash. Misty said as she lifted a full plate from the seat next to her. We knew you would want breakfast. So, we got an extra plate of food for you. Giving his thanks, Ash dug into the food, like he had never eaten before. After watching him for a few moments, Hannah smiled, and then stood. I think I am going to be sick if I watch you eat anymore. She made a heaving motion with her back turned to him. Misty laughed and then looked at Ash. She grimaced and looked away. Hannah was right. It was sickening to watch him eat. Faya sighed, then stood and moved closer to him. With a paw she smacked him in the back of the head. If this had been from a human, it would have moved his head a little and stung. But Faya caused his head to fly forward into the table with a loud bang. Misty gasped. She had never thought Faya would attack Ash like that. She didn't mind, because she had been on the verge of saying something. But this was a little over the top for the legendary dog. Hannah spun around to investigate the sound of the bang. She had seen Ash's face in his food. Faya's paw being lowered, and then the connections came together and she burst out laughing. Ash lifted his head from the table with the plate still stuck to his face. He turned his head to Faya as the plate fell off. Bits of smashed food stuck to his face. Hannah was pulled from her laughter at the sound of the plate hitting the floor. Upon seeing his face she began laughing harder than before. What the hell was that for? He asked. Faya shook her head. You are completely disgusting. Slow down and chew your food. How will you ever impress these females into mating with you, if you eat like a Snorlax starved of food? She berated. Ash's mouth hit the floor, and he turned bright red. Never had he thought about getting a girlfriend. What shocked him the most was that Faya had suggested that he mate with Hannah and Misty. "Ash, why are you blushing?" Misty asked. She was turning her head and leaning forward to get a better look at him. "Come on, Misty, Ash is a guy," Hannah said. "He is probably thinking perverted things about us." She smiled as Misty too went bright red. Ash's blush turned even darker. Ash grimaced and scratched the back of his head. If only she knew that was so close to what Faya had said, he thought. "Why would I think of you guys like that? Not that you aren't attractive or anything. It's just that I'm a little young for that kind of thing." Hannah had to give it to Ash that he was speaking the truth of the matter, but he was forgetting one thing. "Ash, you're a Pokémon trainer. That means you are considered an adult. You have left home to travel around on your own, and that means you are old enough to choose to do those things." "Hannah's right about that, Ash," Misty said and continued. "While I agree with her on the adult thing, I also think that you're too young to be doing those things. In fact, I wouldn't mind being your—" She cut off and blushed again. "Wouldn't mind what, Misty?" he asked. Hannah caught the remark and knew what Misty was thinking. She was also thinking along the same lines. "It was nothing, Ash," she said, looking away. Ash shrugged and stood up. "Well, I think it's time to head out for our next destination. Let's head to Cerulean City for the Cascade Badge. I am skipping Mount Moon. I personally thought it was a stupid episode and was a waste of time to watch. But that is me. If you don't like that, tough." Ash stepped out into the brightly light sun. It had been a long 3 days underground. Faya rushed past him into the sun. She stretched out in the sun and laid down to roll around in the sun. Ash heard laughing next to him as he looked over at Misty and Hannah, who were laughing at Faya's antics. "Well, I say we move her off the path a little ways and break for lunch or a light snack," he said. Misty shook her head. "I don't think so, Ash. Cerulean City is about a 10-minute walk from here. I think we should push on to the Pokémon Center. We can get a good night's sleep. Then we can head to the gym for the badge." Ash thought about it for a good 2 seconds and then agreed. Hannah just shrugged her shoulders and continued on. Blaze was walking next to her, looking around the area for any danger. Ash called Faya over and they continued on. Soon enough then came over a hill and looked down on Misty's hometown. "Dang, Misty never thought Cerulean would be this big," Hannah said. Together they made their way around the path through the switchbacks. In no time at all, they made it to the Poke Center. Walking up to the counter, Ash stepped up to the counter. "Hello, Nurse Joy, can you do a checkup for me on my Pokémon and make sure that they are all in fighting order?" he asked. Hannah moved up by Ash and placed her Pokeballs on the counter as well, making the same request. Nurse Joy smiled at them. "I would be happy to help your Pokémon. If you could just give me your names, I will take them. Also, if you could return your Pokémon to their ball, that would help me out a little." Looking past Ash, she saw Misty. Hannah pulled out Blaze's ball, and placed it with the other 8 after retuning Blaze. Ash informed Nurse Joy that Faya and Pikachu didn't like their ball, and he wasn't going to make them return. The pink-haired woman accepted this and looked behind the two to Misty. "Misty, I thought you were leaving town to train and experience life a little." Misty looked at the nurse. "Yeah, I did, but Ash here caught my eye. He also agreed to help me grow stronger as a water trainer. Then I am going to help him become a Pokémon master by teaching him all about water Pokémon. I don't think there is much to learn from you. I did show you how to fish, and catch a water Pokémon. I won't even mention the Gyarados I caught and gave to you," Ash said under his breath to no one in particular. Hannah reached over and smacked him in the back of the head. This is coming from a trainer who wants to be a Pokémon master, but doesn't even realize that he has to register for the Pokémon League if he wants to be a master, Hannah said. Nurse Joy laughed at the group. "Well, I better go back and take care of your Pokémon. Misty, would you like me to take your Pokémon as well?" After Misty had given her Pokémon to Nurse Joy, they all headed to their room for a show before heading down to the dining hall for a good meal. Hannah stood in the shower rooms, washing when she heard the door open and someone enter. Turning her head to look at the newcomer, she was surprised to see Misty enter the showers. The bathrooms have community showers. If you don't know what that is, it is one room with no shower stalls. There are just a lot of shower heads and slick butt floors. It is really weird and uncomfortable sometimes in these showers. Just remember to keep your eyes up, and look straight ahead of you. P.S. Don't drop the soap. Hannah thought that Misty would have gone home to shower and rest. But here was this orange-headed girl using the community showers. Misty, why are you here? I thought you had a house here in Cerulean. Misty started as she noticed Hannah for the first time, but she just turned back to the shower to start it. They stood there in silence before Misty said something. Hannah, I have no love in being here. In fact, I hate community showers. But I hate my home even more. I have 3 sisters that have made my life hell. They are the sensational sisters of Cerulean City: Lily, Violet, and Daisy. They are triplets that got the better of everything. I was the runt who was a mistake. I'm not pretty, I can't sing or dance, and I'm a lot younger than them. They have always had admirers. And my mother was always giving them nice things. But for some reason, I could never please my family. Hannah could see Misty getting red eyes, but because of the stream and water running over her, she couldn't see the tears. She knew it would be weird, but she had to do this. Misty gave a very small jump as she felt Hannah's arms wrap around her. Turning ever so slightly, she leaned her head on Hannah's shoulder and cried. Hannah gently rubbed her back, and told her that it would be okay. After some time, Misty pulled away and looked at Hannah. Thank you. It was nothing, she said. Now let's talk about something that makes you a little more happy. Hannah moved back over to her shower and retrieved her things. Soon she was standing next to Misty washing. You like Ash, don't you? Misty dropped her bar of soap hearing this. Hannah laughed and retrieved the soap. I take that as a yes. She stepped closer to Misty and proceeded to wash Misty's back. After a moment of washing, they switched and Misty returned the favor. I thought I saw you glare at me the first time I met you too. To be honest, I thought you both were dating or something. Could you believe my surprise and luck when I learned you weren't dating? Yeah, I know what you mean. He is a handsome guy, right? And his battling is amazing. Misty said, getting a dreamy sound to her voice. Right. Hannah said loudly to pull Misty from her daydream. I guess it is one of his many qualities that make him perfect. He's not perfect. If you ask me, he's far from it. Misty said, tuning to face Hannah. You like him too, don't you? Yes, I do like Ash, and if I can, I am going to get him to be my boyfriend. Hannah said, getting right into Misty's face. She was challenging the girl to try and stop her. He is good looking, great with Pokémon and people. To top it all off, he is a thoughtful, caring, pleasing, and a talented young man. I bet he would even be good in bed. Misty's face turned red, in anger, and she stepped back to take a fighting stance. Oh yeah, I know that he is selfless, caring, and handsome. Not to mention I like him a lot. In fact, I like him so much I am convinced that I am in love with him. She gasped, and covered her mouth with one hand. Hannah smiled and quickly moved forward to hug Misty. This shocked her, and silenced her. For a few moments the only sound was that of the showers running. I am so glad you said that, Misty. I have a proposition for you. Moving away from the shocked girl, she pulled Misty from the showers to the large bathtub that was for soaking, and relaxing. Misty, I want to admit to you right now, I too am in love with Ash. He caught my eye. And that's why I decided to travel with him. She sighed and continued, I know now that you also love Ash, and I believe that he would never willingly choose between 2 girls if he knew they both loved him. I think he would choose to be friends with both girls than to break one of their hearts. So. She trailed off. So you want to know if I would be willing to share him with you if he ever showed signs of likening one of us? She finished for her. Hannah gave a nod of her head. Well, I think I can agree to that. I mean, why fight over him, when we can both have him, right? And I think I would be for the better anyway. So what would that mean if we both got with him? Hannah thought for a moment then smiled. It would mean that Ash has 2 girlfriends. Not only that, but if other girls fell for him, we could just add them to the group, and then he would have his own little harem. Every guy's fantasy, right? Misty blushed at the thought of being in a harem with other girls. Then she got a nosebleed as she imagined the activities they would be doing as a group. I see you are a closet pervert. Hannah said. Misty panicked, tuning away to wipe the blood away. She let out a loud and high "eep" when Hannah wrapped her arms around her from behind. Thank you, Misty, for not trying to fight me for Ash. She laid her head on Misty's back and sighed in relief. Ash was sitting in the cafeteria, eating when both Hannah and Misty sat down to eat their plates of food. Both girls wore small smiles. When he asked if anything was wrong or if anything happened, both girls would turn beet red in a deep blush. They would then grow silent and refuse to speak to him. So Ash, tell me. Have you registered for the league yet? Misty asked, hoping to change the subject of their embarrassment. No, I will after I make a call to a family friend. Then it will be off to bed. He said as he took a bite of his food. Nothing was said after this as they all finished their food. Leaving the cafeteria, they entered the front lobby and made their way over to the phone booths. Sitting down, Ash quickly entered a number and waited of the phone to be answered. Hello. Came the voice over the phone. Recover. Professor, it's Ash. He said. Oh, Ash, hold on a second. The voice said. There was a flash from the monitor and a video feed of Professor Oak appeared. Ash hung up the receiver as the video feed was now on speaker video. Ash, it's so good to hear from you. I was highly impressed with the Pokémon that you recently sent to me. Both Clefairy and Zubat are doing great here. Also, the Pokédex count is quite impressive as well. So tell me, Ash, what can I do for you today? Professor Oak asked. Ash scratched his chin and then got all businesslike. Professor Oak, I was wondering about the number of Pokémon I am allowed to carry with me. Hold on, first I need to introduce you to a couple of friends I made on this trip. Ash looked over to Hannah and Misty and motioned for them to move over to be included into the conversation. This is Hannah Shiroi, and Misty Waterflower. A pleasure to meet you both, Oak said. Misty didn't say anything. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Ash was friends with world-renowned Pokémon expert Professor Oak. The pleasure is all ours. Hannah said, pulling Misty away from the phone. If you don't mind, Professor, I just remembered that I needed to run an errand with Mist really quick. Later. With that, Hannah almost ran from the room dragging a still frozen Misty. HN. Oh well, anyway, Professor. I learned from Hannah that she was never sponsored by a professor. So when she catches more than 6 Pokémon, they aren't sent to a preserve or professor for safekeeping. Ash said. Oak gave a nod of understanding and also to show Ash that he could continue. So I had 2 questions for you, but now that Hannah left me, I really only have one question that you could answer for me. Ash, what was the first question that Hannah could help with? Well, I was going to ask if you could sponsor Hannah and care for her Pokémon, but I don't know if she would like that or not. Oak nodded then smiled evilly at him. Why are you so concerned for Hannah's Pokémon, Ash? Ash sweat dropped and then started sweating bullets. No reason. I just thought she would have an easier time traveling with only 6 Pokémon instead of 9, while I agree with you, Ash, that traveling with 9 Pokémon is extremely difficult for trainers. It is only something she can choose to do. That is not to mention her dreams and goals in life. I get my fundings from the Pokémon Institution. Not mention my winnings for some of the research I do. But taking care of Pokémon is a costly affair. One that I can't do with just any person that comes along. It's not that I don't like the girl or anything. In fact, I think she would make a great Pokémon trainer, but I can't sponsor her and her Pokémon without meeting her in person, and learning about her a little. Even after all that, I would have to have Hannah battle and win so that I could care for her Pokémon. You see, Ash, when I care for trainers' Pokémon, I receive a percentage of their winnings to care for their Pokémon. While I try to reduce the cost of caring for Pokémon, the job of taking care of them is quite the pretty penny. So without her battling or training Pokémon, I have no way of paying for her Pokémon. I see, said Ash. He was saddened for Hannah that she couldn't have that small release, but he thought it was for the better anyway. Well, okay then, the next question is also a request. What I would like to ask you, Professor, is also tied to Hannah. I want to keep more Pokémon with me. Oak blinked at that, then thought about it. Well, I don't see any problems with you having more than 6 Pokémon with you. I have to ask you, why you would like to have more than 6 Pokémon with you. The Pokémon League rules clearly state that a trainer is only allowed to use 6 Pokémon in a full-on team battle at any given time. Ah, but the League never said or stated the number of Pokémon that you can carry with you. The rule only states that a trainer might use a maximum of 6 Pokémon in a full-on team battle. There are also no rules telling the trainers that they can or can't trade out different Pokémon out on the team between battles. So if I had, say, 16 different Pokémon with me on my journey, I could choose between them all to use in battle. Unless the league, gyms, tournaments, competitions, or rules state that trainers must use only one Pokémon or one group of Pokémon for the tournament, battle, whatever. So by following those rules and guidelines, I can have 100 Pokémon with me. So long as I follow the rules of whatever I am participating in. Ash said. My main reason for wanting this is simple. I would like to have a large variety of Pokémon at my choosing for battles. Professor Oak was struck. He had never thought of that or the rules as more of guidelines. Even he as a trainer in his youth had never questioned or thought about rules like this. Well, Ash, when you put it that way, there is no valid argument for it. I will agree to help you with this idea. You will be the test subject. I will have to modify the capture system and Pokédex transfer system. Call me in a week and I think by then I will have the program ready to update your Pokédex. Oh, Ash, it is a good thing you waited before registering for the Pokémon League. I don't know if the chairman would agree to this idea of yours. So I will talk to some friends and the chairman, and see what I can do. Ash smiled and thanked the professor before ending the call. Looking around, he noticed that the girls were gone. He wondered where they were, but he wasn't going to worry over it. He decided to go to the market and pick up a few things. Going outside, he asked the first person passing for directions for the mart. He thanked the man, and made his way over to the Pokemart. 10 minutes later he stepped into the market. Ash noticed that there was a greater selection of good than at the Viridian market or the Pewter market. Ash smiled and walked over to the clerk. Excuse me, but I was wondering if you have a book section here in your store. The man smiled and directed Ash to the correct aisle. Going down the aisle, he notices that a lot of the books were the same as in Viridian. But that wasn't going to stop him. Then he noticed a book, Pokémon Pokédex Pocket Handbook. Picking the book up, he thumbed through it. All the book really was is a Pokédex. It would come in handy for trainers that didn't have a Pokédex, giving them all the information about a Pokémon. And pretty much the Pokémon walkthrough guide for the game. Only difference is that it doesn't have all the maps and trainer gym leader info. Ash was disappointed with the book, and replaced the book on the shelf. Then he noticed that the book had been misplaced. It had been covering a book titled, Evolution Stones, and Their Uses for Pokémon. Ash picked up the book, and thumbed through. Finished, he placed the book in his basket. He then began looking for the correct place of the pocketbook. After a minute he simply placed the book on the shelf and walked away. He had other supplies to get for his trip. Going down the aisle, he picked up a pack of super potions, full heals, some rope, 2 revives, and even a rare candy. He was pleased with his finds. Taking them to the counter, he paid for the items, and packed them away. Leaving the Pokemart, Ash stopped to think about what to do. Then the thought struck him to go check out the competition. Soon he was standing in front of the Cerulean City gym. It was a big building, with a large dome roof. It was painted to look like a giant red and yellow parasol. There was a large dugong painted around the sign. It was defiantly an eye-catcher. Waking into the building, he looked around for the reception desk. He found no one. Then he heard a loud cheering noise. Running in the direction of the noise, Ash soon found himself in front of a large arena-like area. There was a big pool set into the floor. There was a blaring noise, and Ash had to listen carefully to hear the announcer. "Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Cerulean City Gym. Give a welcoming hand, and allow me to introduce the stars of our show. The sensational sisters, Cerulean City's synchronized swimmers." The announcer called out. The crowd went wild. Ash looked around the crowd and noticed that 90% of the crowd was male. His attention was drawn to a diving board that was illuminated with a spotlight. There stood the beautiful women. One had blonde hair, the next had navy blue hair, and the last had a deep dark pink head full of hair. Ash was stunned, and then he realized that these 3 were the gym leaders. He huffed a little and walked out of the gym. "I can't believe this. All 3 of the gym leaders are just a bunch of showgirls. What a drag," he said as he hung his head. Slowly he made his way back to the Poke Center. Ash awoke the next morning to a big surprise. Both Misty and Hannah were asleep in the same bed. Crimson blood started running from his nose. He was glad everyone was asleep. He quickly wiped away the blood, and crawled out of bed. He had to jump over Faya, who lifted her head and greeted him. "Good morning, Ash. I can smell the blood on your face. I take it that you found the girls asleep in the same bed," she stated. Ash nodded and was about to ask, when she answered. Misty had a nightmare, and Hannah told her to climb into her bed until she climbed down. However, Misty fell back asleep in Hannah's bed. So they shared the bed. Ash felt bad that he had thought bad thoughts, but it was understandable. He was a guy after all. Nodding, he left the room with Faya, and made his way to the shower and to breakfast. Ash walked into the cafeteria to see Misty and Hannah eating breakfast. Blaze and Pikachu were happily eating their breakfasts as well. "So Ash," Hannah said as he sat down. "Had a busy day yesterday, right?" He shrugged and continued eating. "I went to the Pokemart for some supplies, and then I went to the gym," he said in between bites. Misty growled and flicked him in the forehead. "You idiot, we were all supposed to go over to the gym for the battle." "Well, don't worry too much about it, Misty," he said, cutting her off. "I saw the gym leaders, and they didn't even look like they knew how to battle. I don't know what happened to your sisters, Misty, but I think they might be missing a few brain cells." "I mean, who has part of a gym, as a swimming show?" he asked. Hannah palmed her face, and looked at Ash. "Ash, just because it's a gym, doesn't always make it into just a gym. The arenas, and gyms of Kanto are part of small communities. They might just share the building with others for different purposes." Misty laughed, and looked at the two. "You're right, Hannah, but you are also wrong," she started. "You know, running a gym is a big job, and hard on everyone that works there. So, most gyms work as a separate job or thing altogether. Pewter City Gym also doubled as a warehouse for the Museum of Rocks and Fossils. The Cerulean City Gym doubles as a swim show and aquarium. Also, most gym leaders have hobbies to relax from the stress of their jobs. My sisters are brainless, but synchronized swimming is their hobby and way of relaxing. Maybe you should think of a hobby, Ash," Misty said. Or he could get some girlfriends. Hannah mumbled under her breath. It was too quiet for Ash to hear, but Misty blushed at the comment. Well, to be honest with you, I have been looking into some things that might just become that. I mean things to become hobbies. I first noticed some books back in Viridian. I didn't think too much about it then, but I have thought about it a lot since then. I would like to study Pokeballs and maybe even learn how to make them. It would be nice to make my own ball. Then I wouldn't have to spend the money to buy them. He said. Hannah thought about it, and then nodded her head. Misty was shocked that he would want to take up something so hard. Both girls sat there waiting for him to continue. It was Hannah that spoke next. Ash, maybe you could try something different other than making them. For example, I noticed that Fia's ball is a different color than a normal Pokeball. You could learn to paint the ball. Then they would be uniquely colored from other trainers. She said. Ash, I haven't noticed Fia's Pokeball. Can you show it to me and tell me about it? Misty asked. Ash nodded and pulled out the ball. He gave it to Misty, and she carefully turned it to look at it more closely. Hannah also leaned in to look at it. Professor Oak had the ball specially made for me. It was a birthday present. He instructed me that this ball was very special, and would catch any Pokémon that I use it on. There is a slim chance that the ball won't work, but the chances of that happening are like 0.001%, and this ball is a Master Ball, and it really does have a 0.001% chance of failing to catch a Pokémon, but it is so rare, that it never happens, but that's beside the point. Now, back to the story. Hannah's eyes widened and her jaw fell open. Misty snapped her head up to look at Ash. Ash, this ball is a Master Ball. It's extremely hard to get one of these. Well, not really, but they are hard to get, because of how expensive they are. You could buy thousands of others' ball, to the price of one Master Ball. She informed him. Their conversation died after that, and they sat there in silence. Soon Ash grew bored, and got up to stretch. Well, I have had enough relaxation for one day. I think it's time to go to the gym, and get a new badge. Hannah and Misty had nothing better to do, so they followed him. Ash's little group arrived at the gym in time to catch the show. Ash still wasn't impressed with Misty's sisters. After the show, Misty told them to follow her. They did, and they soon found themselves outside of the show's dressing room. Misty told them to wait while she entered. They waited for about 5 minutes before she returned. Her face was red and she looked like she was about to kill something. They said that they would be out to talk to you soon, Ash, she told him. Hannah and Ash had to take a step back in fear of being her victim. After an hour of waiting, the sisters exited the dressing room. Towels hanging around their shoulders, they stepped out of the room and started walking away from the group. They stopped next to a pool. Like, hey there, like, how's it going? The blonde one greeted. She was tall and had a nice figure. She was defiantly beautiful and the other two were just as beautiful. Misty here told us that you are here for a gym battle. Well, I hate to tell you this, but we can't battle you. The pink-haired girl said. Ash didn't say anything. He was looking past them as though they hadn't said anything. All the girls looked at him, wondering if he was okay. Are you okay? The navy-haired girl asked. Ash started and looked at them. Oh, sorry, I was distracted there. I was waiting for your name so I could introduce myself, but got distracted when you took too long to introduce yourselves. Misty gawked at him. Then she smiled and had to cover her mouth from laughing at her sisters. You mean to tell me you have never heard of us, the Sensational Sisters? The blonde asked. Nope. Was all they got. The pink-haired girl stepped forward, and held out a hand. I'm Lily, this is Violet. She said, pointing to the navy-haired girl. And this is Daisy. She said, pointing to the blonde girl. Ash now smiled, and shook her hand. Oh, I have heard of you, my name's Ash, and you are the sensational sisters. My mom has come here before to see one of your shows. She was more impressed with the aquarium than the show though. She spoke very highly of Cerulean City. He said. He sounded so excited, but his voice was dripping with sarcasm. Misty wished she had a camera. The looks on her sisters' faces was priceless. So, you were telling us that you couldn't battle. Hannah stated, trying to get the sisters' attention. Oh yeah, we were tell you about that. Violet said. She was glaring at Ash, but continued. We would battle you as gym leaders, but we have no more Pokémon to battle with. All we have is this one Pokémon. She pulled out a ball, and released a Goldian. It flopped around for a minute before it was returned. That's the only Pokémon we have left. If it would just evolve into a Sea King, then we could battle you evenly, and not just have Horn attack to attack with. Lily said. She was taking Ash's sarcasm a lot better than her other two sisters. You see, these 4 trainers from some town called Pallet, in Nowheresville, show up and challenge yous to battles for the badge. Daisy stepped forward and took over the story. They wiped the pool floor with our Pokémon, and then they left without so much as a thank you for allowing them to have the honor of battling us. Violet spoke up. Our Pokémon need some time to recover before they can even think about battling. So, that Goldian is your only challenge for the badge. Daisy turned her and clapped. Seal. She called out. There was the sound of a splash, and they turned their heads to see a white Pokémon emerge from the pool. Pulling out his Pokédex, he decided to get the info for the Pokémon. Seal, the sea lion Pokémon. The horn on Seal's head is exceptionally hard, due to it being made of toughened bone. Seal has a furry body that appears white, 2 flippers instead of feet, a tan-colored muzzle with a small black nose, small tusks, round eyes, and a tongue that is often seen outside of Seal's mouth. It lives in the frigid waters of the Arctic, surviving because of its thick blubber. Its tail resembles a spout of water. This hide of fat looks like it is covered with snow-white fur from a distance, but, when magnified, the fur is actually a very light blue that gives it a seawater ting whilst swimming. Seal's streamlined, curving body helps it to effortlessly swim through the cold seas, and its flippers propel it with ease. The flippers can also pull its body onto shore, but can only support its weight for a short time. Seal uses its horn to puncture ice so it can breathe. Its coarse hair can trap water and air to conserve body heat. The horn on the tip of Seal's head is used to chip away ice at the surface of the sea to create breathing holes. The small tusks can chip away at the ice too, and sometimes they engage in territorial fights where these tusks can be applied as weapons. During the day, Seal can usually be spotted in shallow seas asleep on the seabed. However, it is additionally active during the evening hours, when it hunts and pursues prey effortlessly through the water. The colder the sea, the more active it is. When swimming, its nostrils close tightly when it swims. Seal only comes on land to give birth or socialize with others of its kind. It is exceptionally clumsy on land. Seal loves to live in extremely cold polar seas, which are often 40 degrees below the frigid climate it lives in are full of ice floes. It exceptionally loves iceberg-filled oceans, where herds of seal converge to play and socialize. It is found in Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, and Unova. Special abilities: thick fat, hydration, and ice body. Looking at the white Pokémon, he watched it hop over to Daisy and stick its tongue out. On the tongue was a water droplet. When Daisy reached down and took the droplet, he realized that this was the gym badge he wanted. Here, this is the Cascade badge. It's what you came here for, right? So, because we have no Pokémon to battle, I am just going to give you the badge. The blonde said. Wide-eyed, Ash stepped back, and held up his hands. I can't accept that badge. I want to earn it in a gym match, the proper way it is earned. Daisy looked taken aback, and the other 2 sisters looked confused and looked at each other for an answer. Why not? Violet asked. There's no reason to battle. The only Pokémon we have to battle is that Goldian. Just take the badge. Ash's face faltered. Let me ask you this question. How the hell did you get a gym, when you lack the common knowledge to use Pokémon, not to mention you have one weak but Pokémon, and it seems you can't even train it? I won't even mention my thoughts and worries for your other Pokémon, he pointed at her. They could hear the anger in his voice. If you were a real trainer and spent more time working with your Pokémon than your looks. Hell, if you were more like Misty you would be a worthy gym, and feared leaders among the gym leader ranks. Your gym might actually make or receive more money for your excellent battling and trainer skills. He clamped his mouth shut, spun around and started walking away. Misty looked at Hannah. The other girl was confused with Ash's yelling. Ash, wait, where are you going? He stopped and looked back at her. I'm leaving. This is not a gym I wish to challenge any longer. In fact, I find the Cerulean gym and its leaders a disgrace to Pokémon trainers and league members everywhere. I doubt there is anything here that could change that for me now. He said. Outwards he expressed his anger. Inside his head he was celebrating a well-executed plan. He could see Misty fighting the rage building in her. I accept your challenge, Ash Ketchum, she yelled at him. Hannah had jumped a little at the volume Misty had used. But she smiled after she reclaimed her composure. Well, why don't you lead the way to the battle arena, Misty? Hannah said, drawing the attention of everyone for the first time. Giving a nod of her head, Misty led them to the battlefield. The three sisters followed the small group. None of them talked until they arrived. Misty looked over at her sisters. One of you can be the judge for the match. She looked at Ash. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. Only you will be able to switch Pokémon during the match. The match will end when all Pokémon are unable to battle, or until either of us forfeits the match. Got it? He nodded and took his place. Faya, I want you to start the battle off. Do what you can and then Pikachu will clean up. He said, turning to his first partner. I will do my best. She growled. She had been with him the whole time with the little electric mouse on her back. He thought the sisters would have been intimidated or even impressed with the legendary Ferdawg. They had surprised him when they ignored her. Upon hearing the game plan, Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder, knowing that he would be unable to remain on his favorite seat. They watched Misty talk to her sisters for a moment before Lily took off running out of the room. Violet moved to the referee's position and waited for Misty to take her place. As Misty took up the gym leader's box, Lily ran back into the room with a Pokeball. Misty turned to her sister, and they whispered a quick conversation before Lily moved back, leaving Misty free of the battle. Misty looked at the ball and called out the Pokémon. Ash recognized the seal Pokémon and wondered if it was the same one from before. He watched her bend down to Seal's level and talk quietly to it. The water Pokémon clapped its fins and looked excited. She returned Seal to the ball and then turned her attention to Ash. Okay Ash, let's start this battle, she yelled over to him. Chapter 5, New Friends. Last time. They watched Misty talk to her sisters for a moment before Lily took off running out of the room. Violet moved to the referee's position and waited for Misty to take her place. As Misty took up the gym leader's box, Lily ran back into the room with a Pokeball. Misty turned to her sister, and they whispered a quick conversation before Lily moved back, leaving Misty free of the battle. Misty looked at the ball and called out the Pokémon. Ash recognized the seal Pokémon and wondered if it was the same one from before. He watched her bend down to Seal's level and talk quietly to it. The water Pokémon clapped its fins and looked excited. She returned Seal to the ball and then turned her attention to Ash. Okay Ash, let's start this battle, she yelled over to him. Misty threw her a ball into the air, and released the Pokémon contained inside. Gyarados, I choose you. In a flash of white the great blue fish appeared roaring its battle cry. As the Pokémon looked to Ash, it eyed him knowing what Pokémon the young man had. Knowing the plan already, Fire jumped out onto one of the little floating islands. Ash, you can't be serious about using Fire. Hannah yelled out to him. She is at a disadvantage with water types. Call her back and use Pikachu. Hannah did have sound advice, but it had already been determined out on the road that he would use Fire in all his gym challenges from now on. The best way to ensure that she was used was to have her start off every battle. Fire, use Roar and then get in closer to Misty, he commanded. Fire roared, and it was a mighty roar. Gyarados wasn't fazed or intimidated by the roar, but suddenly glowed red and became partials that then returned to Misty. In another flash of white, her Spearow appeared. Fire had already moved closer to Misty, and was now standing on the same island as the star Pokémon. Use Bite, and end the battle quickly for Spearow. Ash ordered. Shocked Misty called out her counter to the plan. Spearow, quick jump into the water. But it was too late. Fire had already grabbed the starfish Pokémon in her mouth and was biting the crap out of Spearow. Misty started screaming more commands for Spearow, but nothing ordered seemed to work. Fire would open her mouth just wide enough to give Spearow a little rest from the attack, but then she would clamp down with her full strength. Soon Spearow's red ruby was flashing. Fire knew the battle was over for Spearow, so she dropped the fainted Pokémon. Spearow was recalled and Misty thought long and hard about her next move. Fire's a fire type, so I have the advantage here in the battle, but not with a legendary. She was strong enough to take out Spearow, so she is really strong. Okay, let's bring out Gyarados. Wait, if I send out Gyarados, Fire will be right on top of her, then she could bite Gyarados just like Spearow. She thought. Then it came to her. Taking Gyarados' ball out, she pet her arm back and threw that ball as hard as she could over Fire. As the ball reached its max altitude, the ball opened and shot out Gyarados. The altitude was high enough that Gyarados appeared far enough away from Fire that she wouldn't be in danger of Fire's bite. Gyarados, dive under the water and set up for a good shot with Hydro Pump. Misty ordered. Quickly Gyarados dove under the surface, sending a small surf towards Fire, Ash and Misty. Ash was knocked off his feet as the wave hit him. Fire was also hit by the wave and pushed off the island into the water. Panicked, she started swimming to get back to the surface. The surf had lost some power by the time it had reached Misty. The surf only reached her waist and barely moved her an inch back. Seeing that, Ash was distracted with getting himself back onto the trainer's box. She focused on finding Fire, and thinking of her next strategy. Note to self and sisters, change trainer boxes to avoid attacks. Off to the side of the arena, the wave from the dive had flooded the first two rows in the stands. Hannah and Blaze freaked and ran higher into the stands to escape the water. Misty's sisters didn't mind the water, and stood their ground. I think we should fix the trainer boxes and put protective glass in front of the stands so the water attacks don't affect the trainers or spectators. Lily said out loud. Both of her other sisters agreed. After a moment, Fire surfaced. She was struggling to get onto an island and out of the water. Even though the surf hadn't been an attack, it had still affected Fire. Ash watched Fire struggle to get back onto the island. This water is too dangerous for her. I know that she was going to fight in all the gym battles starting with this gym. Fire return, he called out as he pointed his ball at the struggling Fire Pokémon. Turning his head to Pikachu, he gave a small nod, and the electric mouse jumped into action. As Pikachu left, Fire released herself from the ball to stand beside him. Thank you, Ash, for getting me out of the water. He didn't reply to her. Use Thunderbolt and shock the water. Running over to the edge of the nearest platform, Pikachu stuck its tail into the water. A loud cry declared the electricity surged through Pikachu's tail and into the water. When the electricity stopped, they waited a moment before a jet of water shot out of the pool. It struck Pikachu, but he rolled off the attack and took little damage. Ash panicked because he thought that Gyarados would have been finished after the first attack. The giant fish rose out of the water and faced Pikachu. Gyarados finished Pikachu off with Flamethrower. Misty ordered. Pikachu didn't even wait for a command from Ash. He simply jumped into the water and let the flames pass harmlessly over. As the flames raged, the water suddenly flashed and electricity sprang to life as it danced off the water. Gyarados thrashed in the water as the electricity surged through its body. When the lightning died, Gyarados fell over into the water out cold. Ash looked to the water for Pikachu. The mouse Pokémon surfaced and collapsed onto the island after crawling out of the water. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Violet yelled out. Ash called Pikachu back for safety, as did Misty. Both eyed each other before they called out their Pokémon. Go Seal, finish it Fire. Both Pokémon appeared in the arena ready for battle. Seal was fresh, but it was facing a legendary Ferdawg. It would be an intense battle even though Fire had been tired out a little in the beginning battles. As they looked each other over, Misty called out her order before Ash. Seal, dive into the water and use Surf. Seal jumped and hut the water, sending little ripples from the splash. If Ash hadn't been looking, he would have missed the dive, because of how quiet it was. Fire, get low on the island and use your senses to find Seal. Ash commanded, but it was useless, because there was a blue flash on the opposite of the arena. In a small surge, all the water gathers at the blue flash's origin, then surged up, making the surf several feet high. It started moving out slowly, before picking up speed. Ash could see that Fire was outmatched for this gym. If he called her back it would look weak, and a cheap way of avoiding attacks, but he loved Fire. So he called her back to her ball. Taking out his last Pokémon, he watched the surf fall harmlessly back into the pool. Throwing the ball into the air, he released Butterfree. Alright Misty, no more playing games with my Pokémon. It ends here. Ash yelled over to her. Butterfree, use Confusion to pull Seal out of the water. Then use Tackle on Seal with a combo of Harden. End the match so I can get treatment for Fire and Pikachu. Ash called. With a cry, Butterfree's eyes glowed a creepy light blue. There was some splashing as Seal was pulled from the water. Eyes still glowing, Butterfree flew at Seal at a high speed. There was a flash and Butterfree took on a glossy shin. As he tackled Seal, the water Pokémon cried out in pain as it was hit. Butterfree circled and lined up to attack again. Again it hit its mark, and it circled a third time. Misty, call the battle. Seal is a sitting Pystuck right now. Butterfree will end the match like this. There was another cry from Seal, as Butterfree attacked again. Call the match or it will end in more injuries than is needed. Ash called out to her. He watched her as she watched the attack. Horror was covering her face. This was no longer a battle challenge, it was a one-sided match, and now she had an ultimatum. Stop that, she yelled. I forfeit the match. Just end the attacks. You are better than I in this match. Pulling out Seal's ball, she recalled the Pokémon. Ash returned Butterfree, then without waiting he turned and ran from the room. Hannah called out a wait, but he was too quick for her. She turned to look at Misty, who had fallen to her knees crying. Slowly Hannah made her way over to her. You were great out there, Misty, she informed the crying gym leader. Ash was just better and he was worried for his Pokémon. You saw how Fire and Pikachu were hurt. Ash loves his Pokémon and doesn't want to see them hurt. Misty shook off Hannah's hand. Standing, she started moving towards the door. No. I wasn't. He was toying with me. I never stood a chance against him, she said. Misty failed to see Daisy approach her. Slap. Misty cried out as she was slapped. She looked back to Daisy, who still had her hand raised from the slap. That's like totally it, Misty. You are a great trainer and I won't see you beating yourself up over this lost. You like totally did better than we would have done. You took out 2 of his Pokémon. Like that's not even adding in the NTI you took on. How many gym leaders can you like say have done that? The other trainers from Palette only used one Pokémon to wipe the floor with us. You took on 2 Pokémon, and a legendary Pokémon. Now stand up and go give Ash his gym badge, she said, giving Misty the badge. Then turning to Hannah she added, you go with her, and make sure she gives him the badge. He earned it. If she starts mopping or crying, you tell me, and I will straighten her out. Hannah could only nod. Helping Misty up, the two left the gym for the Pokémon Center. As the 2 girls entered the Pokémon Center they found no one at the front desk. As they got to the desk a bell rang and Nurse Joy came out to them. Hello Misty, are you here to get your Pokémon fixed up? Misty nodded and handed over her 3 Pokémon. Before Joy left she looked at the young girl. Even though you lost the battle, you should be proud of the fight your Pokémon put up. It's not every day that you fight a legendary. With that, Joy left the room. Hannah pulled Misty off to look for Ash, but no matter where they looked they couldn't find him. As they returned to the desk, they found Joy talking to Ash as she returned his Pokémon. Be proud of your Pokémon Ash. They are strong, loyal and very healthy. If more trainers were like you and cared for their Pokémon like you, there would be champions running all over the place. Ash thanked her and took the Pokeballs. Turning to leave, he noticed Hannah and Misty standing there behind him. He looked them over and noticed Misty swimming in her self-pity. He waited for them to make the first move. When it never came he made the first move. Stepping up them he addressed Misty. You did great, you know. I had more respect for you when the battle ended. So what happens now? She was speechless. Had more respected, what does that mean, she thought. I came to give you your gym badge. You did beat me after all. Holding out her hand she presented him with her gym's badge. The Cascade badge is rightfully your Ash. Take it, carry it or wear it proudly. You and your Pokémon deserve this badge. Stepping forward he took the badge. Opening his vest he took out his badge case and placed his second badge within. Looking up he saw Misty walking away from him. Hannah was still standing next to him with a look of concern on her face. Looking to him, she motioned for him to follow her. Misty couldn't take it anymore. Turning she started to leave, when she was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. What do you plan to do after you get your Pokémon from Joy? She heard Ash ask. Going home. She whispered. Without turning she continued, I am giving up. I realize that I really have no clue what I'm doing out on the road. I was never ready to leave home. I don't have the talent to be a water master. I never thought. She trailed off. Not wanting to speak her mind. Ash was about to speak when he was pushed aside and Hannah was standing there giving Misty a hug from behind. Ash was shocked a little, but then Misty spun around to return the hug. She whispered something in Hannah's ear. Hannah nodded and whispered something back. When the hug ended Ash made his move. What do you mean you are done? You can't give up on your dreams of becoming a water Pokémon master. It wouldn't be right. And, what was it you never thought of? Misty turned to him and squared her shoulders. I meant every word I said. I am not ready for this journey. I don't have what it takes to become a Pokémon master. As for what I never thought would happen. She trailed off. She took a step forward and grabbed Ash by his vest and pulled him in closer. With one swift movement Misty locked her lips onto his. It felt so good, and yet she tightened her grip when she felt him try to move back away from her in shock. This was what she wanted most, what she needed from him. She broke the kiss for air, not realizing that she had been holding her breath the whole time. Ash staggered back, a confused and dazed expression plastered to his face. Giggling, she took his hand and led him to a bench. Hannah silently followed behind them. When they got to the beck, Misty pushed Ash hard onto the bench to snap him out of his daze. Now that I have your attention. She sat next to him and wrapped her arms around him, snuggling closer to his side. Ash, when I left, I thought I had the world in my hand, and becoming a water master was only so far away. I disregarded everyone with their feelings and rights for my own. I acted like a brat. You are a brat. Hannah chimed in. Glaring at the girl, she continued, I never thought that there could be so much to learning about water. Pokémon. They have ways and methods of protecting themselves. Look at Gyarados, it's a water, flying type that knows flamethrower. How many people can say they knew Gyarados could learn a fire move? I defiantly didn't know. You showed me a few things about fishing that turned out to give better results. You caught a Gyarados when I couldn't even catch a cold with my feet in the water. To top it all off, you took down Gyarados like it was nothing new to you, and it really was the first time you had ever seen or for that matter, faced one in a Pokémon battle. She sighed and took a deep breath. Ash, you don't know what meeting you have done for me. It has changed me, but the greatest change came when I fell head over heels for you. I love you, Ash. I never thought this could happen to me. I thought it was just a fantasy for two people to fall in love. Now, I believe, and I hope that you feel the same way for me. He was stunned. Here this girl, no Misty, was confessing her undying love for him. Not even a couple days ago she had been telling him that she thought of him as an adult, but not old enough to do anything like that. Now this same girl had kissed him in what was his first kiss, and she wanted his love in return. Misty eye. He was cut off before he could continue. The hand on his mouth was firm but gentle. Ash, before you continue, I need to tell you something. Hannah said. When I met you I was nothing more than a girl searching for a lost cause. All I have is a brother, who went missing, and a dream of finding him. When I saw you, I knew that you could help me find him. But as I spent more time with you I saw things that I had always wanted in a boyfriend. Ash. I fell in love with you, Anne. Without a word she leaned in as well and locked lips with him. He had enjoyed the kiss with Misty and wanted to do it again. Now Hannah was kissing him and he wasn't about to stop it. Breaking the kiss she said, Ash, I love you and I know that you might have feelings for Misty, but if you have an ounce of love for me, I ask that you give your love to me. Ash was floored. Two girls, no, not girls. He thought. Two women love me and want my love in return. He was speechless. Looking to Misty, he saw a woman with beautiful orange hair. Sea green eyes stared back at him. She was just an inch or two shorter than him, with cream-colored skin. Her clothing was a little on the immodest side, but it was her, and her style. She was talented with water Pokémon, and held a deep love for all Pokémon in general except for bugs. Her dream was a great one that would allow her to travel and see the world, while at the same time, train with water Pokémon so that she could become a water master of the Pokémon world. She had everything he wanted from a girlfriend who was a trainer. Then there was Hannah. She was just a little taller than him. She had snow-white hair, and pale blue eyes. She was pale, but that was because she lived in the mountains for most of her life. She was strong and respectable. Leaving her home to find her brother was a worthy goal for anyone. She lacked the confidence to be a trainer, but she had everything else to make up for it. Looks, talents of singing, cooking, cleaning and so many more made her the perfect person or girlfriend who wasn't or wanted to be a trainer. Then the thought struck him. What am I going to do? There are two girls that love me and want my love in return. Standing, he walked away from them, telling them that he needed a minute. It was at that time that Nurse Joy returned with Misty's Pokémon. Ash sat in the forest with his Pokémon all out and around him. He fed them, cleaned them, and took care of them. While he did all this he explained everything to Faya and the others, wanting to know what they thought. Ash, I know you love them both. But in the world today, it is common practice to have only one wife, or in your case one girlfriend. Faya said. I agree. Pikachu said, hopping up to Ash's shoulder. If you choose one, then the other would be hurt. In the event of that happening, it could happen the other way for the other girl as well. Ash thought about what he was going to do. In truth, Pikachu was right. Choosing Misty would hurt Hannah, while kissing Hannah would hurt Misty. And what would happen if there was another girl along the way that had feeling for him? Could he be with them, or would he lose the chance for happiness because he already had a girlfriend or multiple girlfriends? Would they share him? Would he become some womanizer that only used women if they served a purpose or had significant value? Ash. Faya said. She had moved close to him and was snuggling close to him to comfort him. After all, this isn't extremely important to him in his life, she thought. Ash, I know that the human world is different than the ways of the Pokémon, but there are a few differences when it comes to breeding and having a mate. She said. Ash thought about that and motioned for her to continue. There are some Pokémon in the world that only take a mate long enough to breed and impregnate their mate. Others mate for life. I will tell you no, Ash, in the Pokémon world, there are a few rules to breeding that we must follow. But there are those Pokémon that mate with different species. It isn't uncommon for it to happen, but it does happen. There are those Pokémon that are so strong and powerful, that they take multiple mates. Some of those mates are of different species, and often there are more than one mate for stronger Pokémon. When a strong Pokémon takes more than one mate, it is a sign of power and strength. The more maters, the stronger and more powerful the Pokémon is. If a Pokémon took different species to mate all at once, it was a great accomplishment, and a great show of power. If the Pokémon could take different types to mate that hated each other, such as a fire type and a water type, and get them to live together and share the mate, it was a show of even greater power and strength than all the rest. I will tell you to look at it like a Pokémon and take them both as mates, or mates to be. You are not, however, a Pokémon. So you must make the right choice and live by it. With that, she got up and walked to the other side of the clearing to groom herself. After sitting in the forest clearing for a good couple of hours, he returned his Pokémon and walked with Faya back to the Pokémon Center. The doors to the center opened with a hiss. Entering, there was a small smatter of chatter for the trainers inside. It wasn't every day that you got to see a legendary Pokémon. Looking around, Ash found his friends sitting off to the side with all their Pokémon out and around them. As he approached, it was Hannah's Flareon that noticed their approach. Ash, where were you? We were so worried about you, Hannah said. Ash smiled and sat down with them. I was out thinking about everything we have gone through. Wait, Ash, Misty cut in. We need to tell you something before you say anything. Hannah was nodding and agreeing with Misty. Standing, she moved around to his other side if she was on his right while Misty was on his left. We talked it out, and we decided that we would share you. Yeah, we know you too well, Misty said. We knew that if you had to choose between us, you wouldn't choose either. You would rather be friend before you would choose one. So what do you say? Ash Ketchum, would you like to have yourself 2 girlfriends? Hannah asked. Ash lowered his head, and smiled. Turning to Hannah, he kissed her. When he broke the kiss, he turned to Misty and kissed her. After that, he got up and turned to the 2 girls. I accept your offer. I must be the luckiest guy in the world. Laughing at him, the 2 girls got up and hugged him. Together they left the center. Ash. Faya said, taking her place next to him. So, where are we off to this time? Smiling, Ash looked at his 2 new girlfriends. Well, the next gym is in Vermilion City. Since it's the closest gym to us, it's the next destination, unless either of you 2 have something better. It doesn't matter to me where we go. So long as I can go with you or you come with me. Sounds good to me, Hannah said. Let's go, Misty said. As the 3 left the center, they went to Misty's home to pick up a few things. Then it was off to the gym to say goodbye to her family. As they traveled to their next destination, they meet several other trainers. Each one marveling at Faya. Many of them challenged Ash to a battle. One of the trainers challenged both girls to a battle, and it was only Misty who accepted the challenge. As they continued, they took a path that was supposed to be a shortcut, but it turned out to be a path into the lands of nowhere. After spending a day of looking at and studying the map, they began to trailblaze to cut a path back to the road that would take them to Vermilion. Soon they meet a young trainer that battled them and told Ash to go challenge another train by the name of AJ. He was working to get 101 battles before starting out his Pokémon journey with his Pokémon. After seeing AJ's Sandshrew jump into water, Ash adopted the Element Weakness training program with AJ's permission. After that they continued on to Vermilion. Blazing through the brushes and battling trainers they met. 2 days after meeting AJ, they stopped for a week to relax and train their Pokémon, and spend some one-on-one time with each other. Hannah and Misty would go swimming or for a walk every now and then. What they did Ash didn't know. Ash would spend mornings with Misty, because she liked to rise early. Then he would spend the afternoon with Hannah. Between the 2 times Mist and Hannah would go do something together without him. Ash wasn't too concerned, because they were his girlfriends, and they loved him enough to share him. How they came to this he didn't know, but he knew that it wasn't that easy for them to do this. So he figured that they were using the time to become closer as sisters or friends, that it wouldn't hurt the other if they did something with him. The evenings were spent together as a group. Spending time together as a plural couple was interesting. One night Hannah and Ash started making out. When Ash was then tapped on the shoulder he turned to Misty only to have her lock lips and state making out with him too. After a few minutes Hannah wanted her turn. After 5 or so times of changing, Hannah simply pulled Misty into the make-out and it became a 3-way make-out session. After 2 hours of that, Ash ran off to relive himself while Misty and Hannah laughed. After the week there they moved on to find a hidden village run by a nice woman named Melanie. She would find Pokémon that had been abandoned and bring them to her home. There she would watch them and protect them while they healed and grew stronger. The problem was that they Pokémon were so well protected there, they loved it there and refused to leave, preferring to stay there then move on or out into the wild again. There Ash, Misty, and Hannah met a Bulbasaur that was the guardian of the hidden village. It had been trying to drive them away from the village long before they got there, and now that they were there it was trying again and hard this time to get them to leave. They stayed the night and during the night a big storm blew in and started chaos in the village. Bulbasaur tried to save as many as he could but his limited 2 vines weren't enough. It was Ash, Misty, and Hannah that saved the day, well night. The next day, Bulbasaur challenged Ash to a battle. Using Pikachu, he quickly beat the grass Pokémon into SBMSN and captured him. After leaving the village, Ash brought Faya out to walk with him. They had all agreed that they should hide Faya in her ball when they entered a village town or city. Only if they were going to be battling in there would she be allowed to roam free from her ball in populated areas. Finally they reached a road that would take them to the route that would then lead to Vermilion. As they walked they saw a Charmander sitting upon a great big rock on the side of the road. After Faya had talked to the Pokémon, they continued on. After some time they arrived at a Pokémon Center. After a quick bath and shower, they returned to see a raging storm blowing outside. Rain fell so heavily that one simply had to step outside and be soaked. As they sat there Hannah was paged to pick up her Pokémon. As she returned to her seat with Blaze by her side, Ash was reminded of the Charmander sitting upon the rock. DMN. He said, looking out the window. It's really coming down out there. You guys think that Charmander is okay? Misty grew a worried look and grabbed his hand. No, there is simply no way Ash. Not with a storm like this. Its trainer must have come back by now. Or it took off, and found shelter before the storm hit. Hannah said adding her hand for support. Faya shuffled by his side. A shiver running up the length of Faya's body as she spoke. I can only hope that little one. It was then that a large group of boys entered the common room laughing and talking. One boy yelled for all to look. And behold his collection of Pokémon. Upturning a bag onto a table, a big pile of Pokeballs formed. It was then that they started talking about all his Pokémon. Yeah, I had a Charmander too at once time. One said. This caught the attention of all there, Ash and his friends included. The three companions leaned in closer to hear more. The Charmander from before was heavy upon their minds. Yeah, the thing was weak and stupid as well. It loved me so much that it would follow me around even after I told it to leave and that I didn't want it. Finally I told it to wait right there on a big rock and I would be right back for it. The stupid thing believed me, and was still sitting there an hour later when I flew over the clearing and saw it there. Ha ha ha, I beat it still. But he was cut off as he was slugged hard in the face. The thud of fist hitting flesh was loud. Even Nurse Joy stopped what she was doing to look. Ow, what the hell was that for? The boy said. What's your name? Ash asked, dark tone in his voice. Damien is the name, and catching and collecting Pokémon the game. Ash leaned down and grabbed Damien by his shirt and lifted him up and then off the floor. Mouths fell open as everyone saw this. You make me sick. Ash said, spit flying from his mouth. There was a low growl, and the room shook slightly from the loud noise. Everyone looked over at Faya, who was now standing at her full height in a position of anger and one that looked like she would like nothing more than to roast the boy alive. I saw that Charmander not 3 hours ago on that same rock, waiting for you. So what's it to you? Damien said. At this Ash pulled back his hand and hit Damien again, but this time breaking his nose. Look outside, you retd. It pouring, and I beat it still there, and if its flame on its tail goes out then it dies. Throwing Damien onto the floor, Ash looked at Hannah and Misty. Watch him and make sure he doesn't leave. With that, Ash and Faya left the room. At the door Ash turned to Faya. Faya, I know you hate the rain, but... Say no more, Ash, the little one is dying out there. Ride upon my back and I shall take us there. She said, a hint of urgency in her voice. Jumping onto her back they ran off into the rain. Ash used his knees to hold on to Faya as she ran. It was much like riding a horse, but it was a large dog. The rain was like thousands of needles pricking his skin. His exposed skin quickly becoming sensitive and numb, but he ignored it. Soon a faint glow was seen around a bend in the trees. There still upon the rock was the Charmander. It was lying on its side panting hard, holding a large leaf from a tree to protect its flame. It was a poor choice, and was doing little to protect the flame. As they reached the rock, Ash was level with it to see that the flame was a flicker of light, ever so close to flickering out. Removing his jacket, he scooped up the dying Pokémon into his arm. Holding it close, he held the jacket over the flame to protect it from the rain. Run, Faya, run like you never have before. Ash yelled to her. She roared and ran quickly, turning back towards the center. As she ran, a strange light appeared around her feet. Then in an explosion of light, the landscape blurred around them. The needle-like rain turned into blades of water that hurt Ash so much he had to fight back the urge to scream. As suddenly as it began it ended, and then we're outside of the center. Jumping off, Ash ran into the center yelling for Joy to come help. She rushed Charmander off to an emergency room for emergency treatment. Ash sat down outside of emergency room to wait. After an hour or so, Joy came out and announced that Charmander would be alright. When she started to scold him for his neglect for his Pokémon, Fire roared in anger, putting fear into the pink-haired nurse. Ash quickly explained to her what had happened, and in anger she set off to find him. It didn't take them long to find them. Hannah was sitting upon Damien with Blaze. To one wall they heard a whimper from his friends. Looking over to them they found all of Hannah's Pokémon out and holding them in place with a small burst of flame from them. One boy saw Nurse Joy and made a break for it. Here Arcanine used Flamethrower to stun and stop the boy. He coughed and then her Houndour head butted the boy back to his place upon the wall. Hannah laughed at her Pokémon. Misty was sitting on the couch looking at all of Damien's Pokémon. She would call them out and then return them. She was the one who noticed Ash and Joy first. "Oh, Ash, you're back," she said, ignoring the cries from Damien and his friends. "What's going on here?" Joy demanded. Well, we were watching Damien and his friends, so they didn't leave like Ash asked us to. We heard them talking about Ash going to get Charmander and that they should leave before he got back, and the wrath of Nurse Joy was upon them. Hannah looked over her shoulder. Yeah, they also mentioned that they could lose their trainer's license if that Charmander died, and they knew, and did nothing to help. So we stopped them until you guys got back. How is Charmander? Fine. He said, a smile breaking over his face. Charmander will make a full recovery. Joy said. However, I don't think Damien or his friends will ever recover from this event. She turned and motioned for Hannah to move. She did, and Damien stood, shaking slightly from fright from the pink-haired nurse. By my authority from the Pokémon League Commission and as a member of the Pokémon License Agency, I revoke your license and ban you from being a trainer. Your Pokémon will be stripped from you, and returned to the wild or to other trainer who can provide for them and train them with love, trust, and friendship. Looking to the rest of the group, she added, all of you will be placed on probation and your licenses suspended for a full year. Your Pokémon will not be taken away, but you will be required to report to a Pokémon Center weekly for a Pokémon checkups and examination. If you fail to report to a center without just cause, you will also be blacklisted as revoked trainers with Damien and your Pokémon stripped from you. If you understand, nod and follow me to my desk. All the boys nodded and followed her there. Damien tried to run, but Joy caught him by the ear and dragged him away. Ash, Misty, and Hannah watched them go. Going over to his girls, Ash hugged them both and kissed them. Gathering up the Pokémon ball and the Pokémon inside of them, they took them back to their rooms. In the morning they met with Joy to get their stories. Hannah asked what was so special about being blacklisted as a Pokémon trainer. She later regretted her question. When a trainer is blacklisted, they are considered criminals in the Pokémon League. If they ever try for catch a Pokémon again, or if they are caught with a Pokémon in their possession, they are arrested. On top of that, all Pokémon they have ever caught or had are taken from them and they are released or given to new trainers. Their face and information is then sent out to every center, gym, and law agency enforcement in the world. In short, they are never allowed to train or have a Pokémon again, and it follows you for the rest of your life. What happened to Damien is a harsh punishment, but animal and Pokémon abuse is outlawed in every nation and country in the world. They may have different rules about Pokémon and what is considered harsh training and so forth, but most are against abuse and loss of Pokémon life. What are you doing with Damien's Pokémon then? Ash asked as he places all the Pokeballs on her desk. Unfortunately, Damien has owned most of his Pokémon for so long that none of them can be released back into the wild. They will all need new trainers. I will send them all out to different centers, and a notice will be sent out to all the trainers. Then the trainers can apply for the new ownership of Damien's Pokémon. If they are approved for ownership, I will send the Pokémon to the center they are at. Oh, I see. Misty said. I was going through some of his Pokémon, and I noticed a good number of water Pokémon. If you don't mind, I would like to apply for ownership of all of them. Joy blinked a few times in surprise and then smiled at Misty. Oh, there's no need for you to fill out applications, Misty. I recognized you as the Cerulean City gym leader the moment you walked in the doors. Your sisters are also registered as the gym leaders, but they have a mark that states they are sub-leaders unless you renounce the clan as the leader of the gym. I know you have the supplies, and the resources to take care of them. So you may take all of the water types. It will save me loads of work. As they walked, they saw Charmander sitting in the middle of the path. As they approached, Charmander got up and stood before them. With a cry, Faya and Charmander started talking together. Faya then nodded to Ash, and told him that Charmander wanted to join him as his Pokémon. Taking out a ball, Ash threw it and claimed his new Pokémon. After the capture, he pulled out his Pokédex to learn more about the little fire Pokémon. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. As a bipedal, Charmander has an orange body, though its underside and soles are cream-colored. It has two small fangs visible in its upper and lower jaws and blue eyes. Its arms and legs are short with 4 fingers and 3 clawed toes. A fire burns at the tip of this Pokemon's slender tail, and has blazed there since Charmander's birth. The flame can be used as an indication of Charmander's health and mood, burning brightly when the Pokemon is strong, weakly when it is exhausted, wavering when it is happy, and blazing when it is enraged. It is said that Charmander dies if its flame goes out. Its tail is also believed to emit steam when it rains. The flame at the tip of its tail makes a sound as it burns, that you can only hear it in quiet places. Charmander used to be found in large numbers all over the face of the land. This was mainly due to much of the land being desert. They used their flames to hunt for bug and grass Pokemon, using their internal flames and flame attacks to subdue their prey. They have been known to dig surprisingly strong and sturdy burrows to protect themselves from rain. As more land was covered in vegetation and forest, the numbers of Charmander have died down. Leaves make for poor protection, and the heavy rain falls in much of the Kanto and Johto regions have extinguished many a flame in the Charmander species. Finding a wild Charmander is rare due to the heavy rains and poor protections of a forest. Most Charmanders can be found in hot, mountainous areas. However, it is found far more often in the ownership of trainers. Charmander is one of the 3 common starter Pokemon used in the Kanto region. This Charmander is a rare shiny Pokemon and is the first recorded shiny Charmander to be found or owned in the Kanto region. Type: Fire. Abilities: Blaze, and Solar Power. Ash was confused by the shiny Pokemon, and so he looked it up in his dex. Shiny Pokemon are Pokemon that have a different coloring to their bodies. Most are extremely larger than others of their species or have a different defect that makes them unique than the other Pokemon of their species. Shiny Pokemon are either just above average power, or extremely overpowered compared to others of the same Pokemon type and species. Interesting, he thought. I must be very fortunate or lucky that Damien F'd up so bad like he did. He really lost out with Charmander here. I never thought that I would be catching a shiny Pokemon in my life. They are super rare and hard to find and catch. Misty laughed. Come on Ash, it's got to be more common than you think. For instance, there was this wild Meowth and then this trainer with a Meowth. While they were the same Pokemon, they looked different. The wild Meowth had thick fur, and it wasn't as well groomed or clean as the trainer's Meowth. Not to mention that the trained Meowth was smaller and weaker than the wild one. But look at my Mook. Hannah blurted out. She brought out Mook and picked him up in her hand. It was about 5 inches in diameter and about 4 to 6 inches tall. It was a green color versus the dark purple that Mooks usually are. This was my brother's, and he said that it was an accident that he even found it. He had been looking in the area for Diglett that day when he stepped on it. It became enraged and destroyed most of his Pokemon in battle. Luck was with him because he had one of his psychic Pokemon with him that was able to beat it. Again Ash brought out his Pokedex and aimed it at Mook. Using one of the new upgrades on his dex, he looked up the estimated states of an average Mook and Hannah's Mook. This was a great feature that he had used with his other Pokemon. The app would measure their level and then read out their states. After gathering different information, such as natures, abilities, and moves, it would tell you the Pokemon states for a Pokemon. This Mook was no laughing joke. Its stated were easily 3 times stronger than that of a normal Mook, and this one was fairly young and not as experienced yet in the world and battling. It would be a powerhouse after some training and battling. Pokemon that are shiny can be any size or color. It doesn't matter to them, but the facts remain. They are stronger than the everyday average Pokemon, he said, handing the dex to Misty. Her eyes got wide and it was passed to Hannah before being returned to Ash. So how strong do you think your Charmander is, Ash? Hannah asked, taking out her Charmander. She sent it out and then asked for Ash to do the same. Once the 2 Charmanders were out, Ash checked their states. It was true, Ash's Charmander was 4 times stronger than Hannah's and the age of his Charmander was younger than hers. Even its level was weaker than hers. Well, either way, I now have a very rare Charmander to train up. After catching Charmander and getting direction, the trio made it to the road and continued onward. Fia was walking next to them when she stopped. This was nothing new to the trio because of her long strides. And they didn't look differently as they walked past. Ash took a step and his foot sank into the ground. This stopped the other two, and as they all looked down at his foot the ground gave way. Misty landed on him, and Hannah on her. It was a big mess and Ash was really feeling it. "What the hell?" Misty yelled. Calling out, Ash yelled, "Who did that? Who's out there?" It was then that 5 light blue faces appeared around the edge of the pit. Laughing, they moved away from the pit. As Ash, Misty, and Hannah climbed out, they noticed that all of the Pokémon were wearing glasses. Once out of the pit, Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. Squirtle is a small Pokémon. While it typically walks on its 2 short legs, it has been seen running on all 4s. It has large brown eyes and a slightly hooked upper lip. Each of its hands and feet has 3 pointed digits. The end of its long tail curls inward. Its body is encased by a tough shell that forms and hardens after birth. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell. This shell is brown on the top, pale yellow on the bottom, and has a thick white ridge between the 2 halves. Squirtle's shell is a useful tool. It can withdraw into the shell for protection or for sleeping, and its grooved, rounded shape helps to reduce water resistance when this Pokémon swims. Squirtle can spray foamy water from its mouth with great accuracy. Squirtle is scarce in the wild, although it can be found around small ponds and lakes. It is also known for living on secluded islands with other members of its evolutionary line. Squirtle is one of the 3 common favorite starters in the Kanto region given to trainers by Professor Oak. While not all trainers go to him for starter Pokémon in that region, it is a common starter for new Pokémon trainers. Type: Water. Abilities: Torrent, and Rain Dish. So you are a starter Pokémon. If you are more common as a starter than in the wild, then I bet you were abandoned by your trainer too. Ash thought. That wasn't very nice of you. Misty yelled at the group. One Squirtle smiled and then opened its mouth and shot a jet of water that flew true and nailed Misty in the face, soaking her. When the water ended, she had a dejected look upon her face, and the group of Squirtle laughed at her. Ash didn't like this too much. "Pikachu, give them a taste of your Thunderbolt attack." Pikachu jumped off of his shoulder and shot the electric attack at the group. The group blanched and panicked until one Squirtle jumped out in front and took the hit. When the lightning flash died down, the Squirtle was blackened and smoking a little. Large swirls filled its eyes under the glasses that had fallen off during the attack. The group of Squirtle were shocked and grabbed their friend and ran off down the road as fast as they could. As the group stood there wondering what was happened, they heard sirens fill the air. Turning just as Officer Jenny pulled up. "Oh no. I missed them again. Are you kids okay?" "Yes, we are, Officer Jenny," Hannah said. "Could you explain to us what that group of Squirtle were doing?" "Of course I can. I was there when the first Squirtle was released. It was heartbreaking. But then more trainers started releasing their Squirtle as well, and the first took them in and gave them a home and a purpose. They became a gang and started stealing and vandalizing things. They never mean any harm, they just don't know better. If they would have had their trainers there to teach and train them, they wouldn't have turned out to be as bad as they turned out to be. I think they mainly do it to get attention, but I think they steal and thieve because they can't remember how to get food from the wilds." "That's horrible," Misty cried. Even Hannah was not looking too happy anymore. Officer Jenny thanked them for their statement and bid them good day. As they were sitting on the edge of a river near by the path for their break, they talked about the Squirtle. There was nothing that they could do, but as they were about to leave the river, a Squirtle piped his head out of the water and shot Misty and Hannah with a water gun. To see the two of them soaked, almost seeing through their clothing, was a big turn on to Ash, but he got mad because of it. "Hey, no one does makes a wet tea sheet contest out of my girlfriends and get away with it. Ash yelled, and was agreed with from Pikachu, Faya and both Misty and Hannah. Although the other two were blushing that Ash was thinking about them in that sense. The others also failed to see Misty and Hannah checking each other out. Pikachu used Thunderbolt on the river and fry that Squirtle. Pikachu yelled out and shot the lightning off to the spot the Squirtle had been in. The water conducted and flashed yellow and white for a few seconds before a bunch of Pokémon floated up to the surface of the water. Large swirls in their eyes. The group was shocked and started backing away. This many water Pokémon was not a good thing. It was cool, and Misty took an advantage to capture a few of them, but even she knew this many was bad. When they recovered they would be looking for blood, and if they were seen they would bear the fury of all the water Pokémon. So they turned and ran. Soon the river was far behind them and then they were resting. That was so cool, I caught 5 new water Pokémon back there. Misty called out to the rest. The group gathered and looked the 5 new Pokémon over. But they were soon interrupted by the sounds of explosions. What was that? Hannah asked. Not too sure, but I think we should check it out and make sure no one is hurt. Ash said. Misty nodded and added her 2 cents. Let's just make sure to be careful. I really don't want to blow up or something like that. So they went slowly towards the explosions. What they found was shocking. There was a group of people on top of a cliff throwing bombs at the Squirtle. Said Squirtle were running around in a panic. A few of them lay on the ground unmoving with large swirls in their eyes. They couldn't tell what group they were from, but it wasn't a god group. Running out to the open, Ash yelled out for Pikachu and Faya to attack. The two leapt to the defense of the Squirtle. Faya sent a fire spin that blew up all or the bombs that were in the air. The flames drew the attention of the attackers to them. Pikachu's electric attack flew true. There was a scream as the electricity hit the group. As one they were all shocked. Faya attacked and sent a fire spin to the top of the cliff. There was an explosion and they saw 2 people fly out of the explosion. And Misty and Hannah swore that they hear the 2 yelling something about blasting off again. Togeter the friends gathered the Squirtle and nursed them back to health. After talking to them the group headed off to meet with Officer Jenny. On their way they came across a house on fire. The Squirtle gang put out the fire just as Jenny showed up. She made them all the official firefighting team for the city. As they left they were stopped by yelling. Turning they saw Squirtle running towards them. Faya told them that Squirtle was coming with them and so Ash claimed Squirtle as his new Pokémon. Morning was just breaking when the 3 awoke. Faya and Blaze were still asleep. Little puffs of smoke would every now and then escape from the 2 fire Pokémon. Evidence of the fire within them burning hot and healthy. Ready to erupt flames from every opening to escape and unleash the power inside. Ash crawled out of his bag and found Hannah awake and getting things ready to make breakfast. Pulling a ball out she called out her Vulpix and used ember to light the fire which she had collected. Then she started cooking. It was nice to have Hannah. She was the cooker of the 3 of them, and her food was to die for. Ash got up and pulled out his ball and released his 6 Pokémon that he was allowed to keep on him. I need to get a hold of Professor Oak and find out about the number restriction. He thought to himself. There was a rustling from the bushes and both he and Hannah looked over to see a tall young man walk out of the woods. He stood about 5'8" and had dark brown hair. Chocolate-colored eyes and a happy look on his face. He wore a forest green t-shirt with a black pokeball design on the lower left stomach, under a dark gray jacket. He wore tan cargo pants that looked to be carrying something in the pockets. Old worn mountain boots were covered in mud and dirt, and over one shoulder was slung a traveling side bag. Telling the 2 he was a traveler. As the man approached them his steps slowed and he raised his hands. Ash noticed a belt on him that carried pokeballs upon it. If you don't mind, stay where you are so we can do introductions. Ash said in a cold tone. He knew this man could be a simply trainer up early and heading for Vermilion or he could be a man meaning to harm them. Peace my friends, My name is Kaz. Kaz Malin from the Kalos region about 50 miles from Lumio City. I am a Pokémon trainer traveling the world to become the very best. I wish to be a Pokémon master in all aspects of the Pokémon world. Kaz said. Hannah gasped. There's no way on this green earth that you're Kaz. I mean the Kaz, winner of 5 different Pokémon leagues and master of the famed Battle Frontier. The same man that has been told to own over 300 different species of Pokémon, knows Ash had stars in his eyes. He had heard of this man, and his family. Kaz was from a family that produced masters in the Pokémon world. If one of them set their mind to it, they would master it. Most members of the family were members of almost every Pokémon group in the world. Their advice and suggestions were valued like kings or queens would be. Most people looked up to the members of the family as remodels, and mirrored their lives and life choices to be like them. If Ash was going to ever admit it to anyone, Kaz was one of the few trainers from the family that he wanted to be like. Yeah, that's me, the one and only. I couldn't help but be camping just across the river over there, and I thought I heard the sounds of breakfast being made. And I was hoping for some company. If you don't mind, could I join you for breakfast? I have many supplies with me that I would be happy to share with you for breakfast. Kaz said. So they agreed and started making breakfast. Soon Misty was awoken by the smell. And when she learned about Kaz being there, she blushed and muttered a bit about something that none of them caught. When they were sitting down, they were about to start when Faya woke up. She yawned, starting. She woke Blaze, who was curled up by her. Ash told the others to eat while he fed the Pokémon. Hannah, Misty, and Ash released their Pokémon and let Ash feed them. While Ash was feeding them, he noticed Kaz keep glancing at all the Pokémon around them. He looked a little nervous, but it looked like he was about to start jumping up and down from excitement. When he was finished, he got up and started examining all the Pokémon around him. Ash finished at about that time, and was now eating, keeping an eye on him. Where did you find this Charmander? Kaz asked to the gathered group of friends. I saved its life. There was a trainer who tried to kill it when he abandoned it. The little guy was so loyal to the trainer, he sat through a great big rain storm waiting for him to return. Its flame almost went out. At this, Ash paused. He noticed a dark look cross Kaz's face. I got a notice about some Pokémon that had been removed from a blacklisted trainer a couple of weeks ago. Never thought one this rare could be found and owned by one so cruel. Ash wasn't surprised, he had gotten the notice too the next day after the blacklisting of Damien. Well. Ash continued. He wanted to join me on my quest. I had just sent 2 Pokémon off to the professor, so I had a free spot open to keep him on and train him. And the legendary? Kaz asked, looking at Ash, who has feigned sitting next to him eating. She has been with me as my partner, friend, and family member since I was 6. So. About 4 years. Ash yelped as Faya nudged him and he face-planted it into his plate of breakfast. When he pulled his face off and cleaned off all the syrup, he glanced at her. She also has an interesting personality that I am still trying to figure out. Faya huffed around a mouth full of food. Kaz laughed and moved to the edge of the clearing. Okay, now it's time for you all to meet my Pokémon and let them eat. He pulled off 6 balls and released them all one by one instead of making them all appear at one. Ash was about to question Kaz about it, but was shocked by the first Pokémon Kaz had called out. He pulled out his Pokédex and got the info about each one that came out. Alakazam, the Psy Pokémon. Alakazam is the evolved form of Kadabra. With the brain like a supercomputer, it possesses many different supernatural powers. It has a humanoid structure and large mustache. The female Alakazam has a significantly shorter mustache than the male. Its snout is long and thin, and it has long, ear-like spikes extending from the back of its head. It has brown armor-like sections over its chest, shoulders, forearms and knees, which cover its yellow skeletal body. There are 3 toes on each foot, each of which has a white claw. It wields a silver spoon in each hand, each of which acts as an amplifier for its psychic abilities. Alakazam is able to lower the accuracy of its opponents by bending the spoons it wields, using its signature, Kinesis. As Mega Alakazam, this Pokémon gains a large white beard and its mustache becomes larger and white. The armor-like sections become bulkier, with its upper body section becoming slightly shorter to reveal its thin stomach. The head becomes diamond-shaped. It keeps its 4 ear-like spikes, and gains a large, oval, red organ in the center of its forehead. The organ is said to emit psychic power. Its lower legs become longer and slimmer and its feet become skinnier and resemble talons. It gains 3 additional spoons, which it levitates in the air. Alakazam is able to use all forms of psychic abilities. This Pokémon uses psychic attacks to overcome its opponents. These powers are used to move its body, as opposed to its weak muscles. It also uses its psychic powers to hold up its head, which is too heavy to be supported by its neck, due to its continually growing brain. It is said to have an excellent memory and can remember everything that it has experienced since hatching as an Abra, and has an IQ that exceeds 5, it is found in urban areas. Some people and trainers have an idea or conspiracy theory about this Pokémon. They believe that it is one of prehistory's greatest oddities, that it is man and not Alakazam which became the world's dominant species. It would seem to anyone that Alakazam were primed for dominance. Their intelligence is so vast that human tests fail completely at measuring, and the opposable thumb is far inferior to telekinesis. And yet it is man which rules from Ishu to Kanto, and Alakazam which are primarily found within Pokeballs. Odder still, Alakazam do not use their brains to command armies, manage economies, or any of the other myriad tasks which intelligent humans and supercomputers perform. Perhaps their trainers fear that, given such authority, they would rebel. Or perhaps they find these tasks so simple and unappealing that they refuse them as an insult to their genius. These Pokémon have excellent brains for the recollection of memory, but little in the way of creativity, and they were not able to invent civilization. Alakazam have declined to answer, however, and humans lack the intelligence to comprehend their minds. It is currently believed that most Alakazam spend their days in unrelenting sorrow, so intelligent that nothing actually occupies their mind, and this sorrow is one which dulls mental acuity. A powerful brain is more hindrance than help for those who spend all their time moping, a piece of wisdom which Alakazam know all too well. Type, Psychic. Abilities, Synchronize, Inner Focus, and Magic Guard. Mega Evolution Ability, Trace. Ash was confused by the mention of Mega Evolution and noted it for another time to look up. The next Pokémon was one he had never seen before in the Kanto region. It looked strong and well battle-ready. Swampert, the Mud Fish Pokémon. Swampert is a bipedal Pokémon. It has a large cobalt blue body and large 3-fingered hands. It has 2 orange gills that protrude from round patches on its cheeks. Its head has 2 large semicircular black fins that extend from the top of its orange eyes to the back of its head. Its tail fin is big, broad, and black. It has a white underside and orange ridged portions above its hands and 3-toed feet. Swampert is very strong with enough power to easily drag a boulder weighing more than a ton, batter down opponents, and swim faster than a jet ski. It has powerful vision, enabling it to see even in murkiest of water. Swampert also has the ability to predict storms, sensing subtle differences in the sounds of waves and tidal winds with its fins. When a storm is approaching, Swampert will pile up boulders to protect its nest. As its signature move, Muddy Water is another special capability of this Pokémon. It makes its nests on beautiful beaches that it can swim while towing a large ship. It bashes down foes with a swing of its thick arms. Its arms are hard as rock and with one swing, it can break a boulder into pieces. Mega Swampert fills the organs on its back with air before diving underwater or battling. It uses that pressure to increase the power of its punch. As far as science is concerned, there is no Swampert in Sinnoh's Great Marsh. The lack of any Mudkip sightings there alone is proof enough of that fact, but if pressed, frustrated scientists will also point to the temperature being too cold for Swampert to survive in the wild, and the water which attracts poison types to the region is more acidic than any known Swampert species can endure. According to the locals, there is a single Swampert in the area, a male who has lived there since before human habitation of the land and is still alive today. He is thought to be male, which is why there are no Mudkip, but according to them many of the unique characteristics of Great Marsh Pokémon developed not in isolation, but because, like a monstrous version of Zeus, he has sired countless children over countless generations with many local Pokémon. Once, he was worshipped as a god, because he was ageless and thought to be a unique species, and fed on lavish sacrifices of human and Pokémon alike. But when books from Hoenn found their way to this remote region, he was denounced as a fraud and wounded in a revolution. Since then, the Swampert of the Great Marsh has refused to show his face in daylight. He digs countless deep traps in the marsh, which are claimed to be the reason why few can journey from one end to the other without getting stuck, and feeds on those hapless Pokémon who do not climb out in time. A few people caught out there on late nights report catching a glimpse of his face, and some even claim to have been rescued by his mercy, but all know stories of children who went into the marsh at night and never returned. Type: Water, Ground. Abilities: Torrent and Damp. Mega Evolution Ability: Swift Swim. Ash thought this Pokémon would be a great foe in battle. It can carry a ton and break it with one swing of its fist. The next Pokémon was again not one from the Kanto region. Houndoom, the Dark Pokémon. The evolved form of Houndour. Houndoom is a quadruped, canine Pokémon that is mainly black with a long orange snout and an orange underbelly. It has small, red eyes and a black nose. Around its neck is a white band with a small skull-shaped pendant on its throat. There are 2 white bands on each of its ankles, as well as 3 rib-like ridges on its back. Houndoom has a long, skinny tail with a triangular tip and 3 clawed toes on each paw. On top of its head is a pair of long, curved gray horns. These horns are smaller on the female than the male. As Mega Houndoom, the ridges on its back thicken, and it gains additional, bone-like rings around the base of its tail. The rings on its tail have small spikes on top, causing them to resemble vertebrae. The ridge at the base of Mega Houndoom's neck is longer and curves forward towards its shoulders. Instead of a band with a skull pendant, there is a large, toothed structure around its neck. This bone-like formation has 2 large spikes on either side and 3 pointed teeth on the bottom. Mega Houndoom's horns point straight up with a small, outward curve in the middle. The 2 bands on its hind legs vanishes, and those on its forelegs are broken in the front. Its claws are a dark red due to its ability to generate more heat. The tip of its tail is then split down the middle. In a Houndoom pack, the one with its horns raked sharply towards the back serves a leadership role. Leadership is determined by fights within the pack. Its gut is full of toxins, which are used to create fire. This gives Houndoom's fire a foul odor and the wounds it inflicts will never heal. A Houndoom's flame burns slowly, stinks of sulfur, and gives almost everything it touches among the living a searing pain which never quite seems to go away. Houndoom appears near volcanic areas in leadership roles in packs of Houndour or mixed of the 2. It is also found in trainer teams and Amount monks. Its howling induces shivering in other Pokémon, and often sends them scurrying back to their nests. Houndoom have long been associated with the dead, perhaps because they are notorious scavengers, perhaps because of the many protruding decorative bones along their bodies. In some traditions, they bring the dead to the afterlife, while others see them as demons, who will bring about a premature end. To the monks who train them, and to most of Kanto and Johto, however, their main role in the afterlife is to prepare souls for reincarnation through a process of burning. Their burn is not a complete one, for that would leave no soul left. The pure, enlightened aspects of a person remain, while memories and attachments are usually burnt away. The form changes, too. The souls of sinful human and righteous Pokémon change into Pokémon and humans respectively, so it is said, and other aspects may also be altered by this burning. To this day, Houndoom are a common sight at funerals, where they are trained to spit fire at the deceased's heart, while mourners attempt to discern by the strength of the burn and arrow of the Houndoom's tail just what their loved ones will be in the next life. They are kept commonly by monks, who walk through their fires to test themselves, for it is thought that those who are truly enlightened will not feel even the tiniest of pains from a houndum's flame, even when alive. And indeed, these monks seem to handle the flames better than most, although their contorted faces make it obvious that they have not yet achieved enlightenment, if there even is such a thing. Type, Dark. Abilities, Early Bird, Flash Fire, and Unnerve. Mega Evolution Ability, Solar Power. Ash had heard of Houndoom a lot from the older generation. This Pokémon put a large fear into him, but it was mainly due to the traditions and superstitions of the past. The next Pokémon was big and intimidating. Aggron, the Iron Armor Pokémon. Aggron is a huge, bipedal Pokémon. It is primarily black with plates of silver-colored armor. The armor on its head has 2 pairs of holes with horns protruding from the foremost holes. Its forehead plating extends past its upper jaw in a small point. It has sky-blue eyes, and 2 nostril-like holes on the tip of its upper jaw. On the rim of its mouth are several pointed, fawn-like protrusions, and the nape of its neck and back have gray-silver armor sections. It has wide, blunt spikes on its shoulders, and gray-silver bands on its arms and legs. Its hands and feet each have 3 claws. It has a thick, long, black tail that it can swing at enemies. Mega Aggron is bulkier and more heavily plated than its previous state. The horns on its forehead are now shorter, and it has a third, wider horn on its nose. Using its horns, it is said to be able to destroy a steel tank. 1A spike projects downward from both its upper and lower jaw. The protrusions on its shoulders are longer and curved toward its head, and new spikes move from holes in its armbands. Its tail is thicker with 2 bands around it. The gouges in Aggron's armor from previous battles are worn as mementos. The more wounds it has, the more it has battled. It claims a large mountain as its territory and fiercely defends it from trespassers. Some mountains are entirely natural, formed solely through plate tectonics, and indeed many mountains can be found in lands where no Aggron dwell. And while many have noted that Aggron are strictly territorial and each one calls a single mountain home, few understand the reason for this behavior. Aggron are mountain builders. Even for a Pokémon as large and resilient as Aggron, building mountains is a nigh-eternal task. Even if it did not take decades for their hills to reach the level of climatic variation necessary to be termed mountains, no Aggron ever considers their mountain complete. They continue to build higher until they die, seeing in their mountain's growth a lifetime of accomplishment, one which they must defend from raiders, hungry Tyranitar, other Aggron looking to seize the dirt and stones used for their own mountain, or humans wishing to do the same to win building materials for their cities. They cultivate them as another form of defense. With poor planning, erosion can deal damage faster than a Pokémon can build, so trees are used to make an Aggron's mountain ever taller. When an Aggron dies, they will try to pass the mountain on to their children, but a mountain's size is an expression of the ruler's power, and few can match the greatness of their parents when still young. This Pokémon vigilantly patrols its territory at all times, looking for intruders and more materials to build its mountains higher. If its environment is damaged by a flood or a forest fire, it will restore the area by bringing in topsoil and planting trees. It burrows through the strongest of bedrock and digs tunnels, as it searches for iron to eat. Its horns, which it uses to dig through bedrock when seeking food, grow a little longer at a time and can be used to determine its age. Aggron is extremely strong, moving large rocks and piles of soil to build up its mountain. It is strong enough to break through or crush bedrock. Aggron is the opposing force to a Tyranitar. While Tyranitar will eat or crush the mountain, Aggron will build up crushed mountains or fill up hollowed-out mountains that have been eaten. It is a constant battle between the two Titan Pokémon land changers. Type, Rock and Steel. Abilities, Sturdy, Rock Head, and Heavy Metal. Mega Evolution Ability, Filter. What a mighty Pokémon. It's almost godlike in that it builds mountains. But what's a Tyranitar? Ash thought. Then he noticed a large Pokémon that answered his question. Tyranitar, the armor Pokémon. Tyranitar is a large, bipedal, and dinosaurian-like Pokémon with a green, armor-like hide covering its body. It has 2 pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower. Several spikes of varying size protrude from the back of its head, neck, and shoulders. Both sides of its chest, the center of its back, and its knees have two triangular holes. There is a gray, diamond-shaped patch of scales covering its belly, and a smaller one on its back. It has 3 claws on its feet and hands. A ring of spikes surrounds the tip of its tail. Mega Tyranitar has more gaps in its armor than its normal form, with 4 new triangular holes along the sides of its neck and 1 on its throat. The 4 on its chest are now larger, with the top 2 containing red ovals. While the spikes along the back of its neck grow shorter, the ones on its head elongate to form prominent ridges along its brows. The center spike on its head becomes a long, upright horn. Its chest plate expands, curving over its shoulders and along its back to form 3 long, irregular spikes on each side of its body. The scales on Mega Tyranitar's belly become red instead of blue and seethe with energy, enabling it to emanate more power. It gains 2 sharp spikes on its knees, as well as more prominent leg joints. Its tail lengthens, with the 3 spikes surrounding its tip growing upward and outward. Tyranitar is a powerful Pokémon with an insolent nature that makes it not care about others. It has an impudent nature. Having great strength, it can even change surrounding landforms. If it rampages, it knocks down mountains and buries rivers. In just one of its mighty hands, it has the power to make the ground shake and mountains crumble. Tyranitar is so overwhelmingly powerful, it can bring down a whole mountain to make its nest. The quakes caused when it walks make even great mountains crumble and change the surrounding terrain. It is extremely strong, and its thick, rocky hide gives it a good resistance to all forms of attack. Its body can't be harmed by any sort of attack, so it is very eager to make challenges against enemies. Because of this, it is always looking for a battle and will not flinch at anything. If enraged, Tyranitar can completely change the entire landscape, often forcing cartographers to draw up new maps. It lives in nests made from demolished mountains. Aggron is the great feeder to this mighty Pokémon. Most believe that Aggron and Tyranitar are mortal enemies, when it is really Aggron that sees Tyranitar and its evolutionary family as its mortal enemy. For it is Larvitar that eats a mountain worth of soil, dirt, and rock before entering into its pupal stage or evolving into Pupitar. Pupitars is as hard as bedrock and have the power to demolish mountains if they trash around or launch themselves off like rockets. Tyranitars have the power to crush mountains and the hunger to consume one. Tyranitar, on the other hand, rule over humans and Pokémon alike through the power of brute force alone. It is surrounded by a mobile sandstorm as fierce as the deserts where Hippowdon roam. Tyranitar subject others not through actually winning battles as much as they do from the fear of facing one in combat. The chances of surviving an encounter with a wild Tyranitar are not good, and many leading Atherites in the Pokémon world strongly advise trainers and all living to strictly avoid this powerful Pokémon. Master trainers and experts in the field of Pokémon say, rock, ground, and steel-type Pokémon like Excadrill and Dugtrio are scary enough, for their camouflage and quick movements in the earth, it make them seem invisible against any would-be opponent's battered eyes. But they are nothing when compared to the mighty Tyranitar itself, a Pokémon so heavy and powerful that it creates earthquakes with every step, whose ground, rock, and dark attacks are said to have slain many in a single attack. Most Tyranitars are found tame in a Pokémon trainer's team. Only the best and strongest of Pokémon trainers are known to control and train this Pokémon. All other trainers are advised to avoid this Pokémon at all costs. Type, Rock, Dark. Abilities, Sandstream and Unnerve. Mega Evolution Ability, Sandstream. Ash was amazed and scared of this Pokémon. If it got angry it could or would kill them all and hundreds of lives as it rampages in this area, distorting everything until it calmed down. To see Kaz with this powerful Pokémon, he was filled with an even greater respect for this young man. He secretly hoped to one day train one and to never have to face one in battle. The next Pokémon he saw was another Pokémon from a different region. It was so different he didn't know what to make of the Pokémon. Metagross, the Iron Leg Pokémon. Metagross is a robotic Pokémon with a turquoise, disc-shaped body and 4 legs. The main body appears to serve as both head and body, and this Pokémon's overall construction gives it the appearance of a mechanized arachnid. It uses its heavy body to pin down its prey before consuming them with its large mouth. A large, metallic cross is situated in the center of its face. On either side of the cross, a red eye peers out from a space in Metagross's metallic armor. Its 4 legs are joined to the main body by ball and socket joints. While the upper portion of the legs is relatively thin, they are considerably thicker below the knee. Each leg has 3 short claws on the end and a flat, blunt protrusion extending over the knee. The legs can be tucked in, allowing Metagross to float in the air. As Mega Metagross, it constantly floats, and its legs become arms. The cross on its face turns pale gold, and it gains 2 small holes and a spike immediately below the cross, giving the impression of a goatee. Its multiple brains process information simultaneously, enabling it to calmly assess the tide of a battle and defeat its opponent with accuracy. Mega Metagross also uses the psychic power inside its body to launch powerful attacks. Its claws are hard as steel and can easily smash even large chunks of rocks. Metagross is the result of 2 Metong fusing together. This gives Metagross 4 brains in total, all connected by a complex network of neurons from 4 beldams. Because of these complex connections and the number of brains, this Pokémon is capable of complex calculations and is more intelligent than a supercomputer. It uses its intelligence to analyze its opponents during battle. Metagross can only be matched by Alakazams, who also possess brains that can match and/or surpass a supercomputer. This Pokémon can be found on rough terrains. On a side note, in the history of the Pokémon Wars and World Wars, Metagross have never been used in large numbers for war, for catching 1 beldam is hard enough, catching 4 is a feat which alone proves the greatness of their trainer. But when they have been seen on battlefields, they have single-handedly changed the outcome of wars in every PRD of history. Metagross are immune to Vileplume gas, swords, and bullets alike. There are few things a modern soldier, let alone an ancient one, can do when faced with these levitating tanks. Explosives often fail to wound these Pokémon, and even fire-types struggle with their superb defenses and ability to smash the ground and spark earthquakes. Offensively, a single Metagross can clear a trench or destroy fighter jets by using its magnetism to call down meteors from the sky, or simply strike anywhere with fast-moving punches of their own, their punches called bullet punches, as much for their speed as for the bullet-shaped chunks of metal they inevitably leave embedded in their victims. Yet Metagross have the brains of supercomputers, and receives enormous amounts of data even while waging war. It is not unknown for Metagross to run away from combat or float above the battlefield, having come to the age-old conclusion that no matter how decisively they can win a battle, there are no victors in war. They often follow up this defection with assaults on the officer corps and politicians of both sides of the war, or printing out the results of their calculations which make very clear to the general public that both sides lose far more than they gain. It is the Metagross Pokémon as much as anyone who are responsible for ending the age of war. Ash closed his dex and finally noticed the 2 girls standing next to him. Hannah was wide-eyed and pale. Misty's face was passive, but her lips were set into a hard fine line that showed that deep down she was disturbed and scared by the information of the Pokédex. Ash looked at the Pokémon all around Kaz. They looked happy and healthy to him. From the corner of his eye he could see Faya watching the Pokémon very carefully. Don't worry too much about this motley crew of Pokémon. They have been with me for a long time. The Tyranitar moved over to stand beside its trainer. It gave a nod of its large head, and then Ash had it speak. Kaz has been my partner for many years now. I trust him more than the air I breathe. You're right, my old friend. You see, Ash, Tyranitar here was my starting Pokémon. A random egg my parents gave to me for my 8th birthday. I didn't know what it was until Tyranitar hatched into Larvitar. From there it was playing games and having fun. With no care in the world for anything, we did what, how we wanted, when, and where we wanted it. Kaz said, patting Tyranitar and handing the Titan Pokémon a large bowl or colored Pokémon food. Or at least what Ash thought was Pokémon food. They were small colored squares of many different colors. Then one day my father called me into his study. He told me that every boy needed a dream and goal in life. He had wanted to be the best of the best in breeding. He now runs a multi-billion Pokedollar poke ranch, raising every Pokémon imaginable. My mother is a healer. She wasn't from the family, but with the help of her friends, her dream of being a healer and berry expert was met, and now she is a leading authority in those two fields. For me, I wanted to catch Pokémon, battle, make new friends, and have fun. So I have trained hard to be a Pokémon master in every aspect of the Pokémon field. So far I am right on target for reaching my goal. Each of you should think of a goal or dream and strive to achieve it. I want you to think about it, and Ash. I want you to think about it while we battle. What do you say, Ash Ketchum? I Kaz Malin from the Kalos region challenge you to a 6-on-6 Pokémon battle right here in the clearing right after we clean up the area from breakfast and camping. Do you accept? Kaz finished holding a hand out to Ash. What to do? He had monster-like Pokémon that would tear me apart if I battle any one of them. But I will never get this challenge and chance again, he thought. With a frown and a shaking hand, he stepped over and took the hand. I accept your challenge. 1. NTI Fire. Type, Fire. Gender, Female. Nature, Naughty. Abilities, Pressure, and Flash Fire. Known attacks, Bite, Leer, Ember, Roar, Fire Spin. 2. Pikachu. Type, Electric. Gender. Male. Nature, Mild. Abilities, Static, and Lightning Rod. Known moves, Growl, Thunder Shock, Tail Whip, Thunder Wave, Quick Attack, Electro Ball, Double Team, Slam, Thunderbolt, and Iron Tail. 3. Butterfree. Type, Bug. Gender, Male. Nature, Mild. Abilities, Compound Eyes, and Tinted Lens. Known attacks, Tackle, String Shot, Harden, Confusion, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, and Stun Spore. 4. Spearow. Type, Normal Flying. Gender, Male. Nature, Hasty. Abilities, Keen Eye, and Sniper. Spearow knows, Leer, Growl, Peck, Fury Attack, and Pursuit. 5. Pidgeotto. Gender, Male. Type, Normal Flying. Nature, Naive. Abilities, Keen Eye, Tangled Feet, and Big Pecs. Known attacks, Sand Attack, Tackle, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, and Twister. 6. Weedle. Gender, Male. Type, Bug. Nature, Jolly. Abilities, Shield Dust, and Run Away. Known attacks, Poison Sting, and String Short. 7. Bulbasaur. Gender, Male. Type, Grass Potion. Nature, Calm. Abilities, Overgrow, and Chlorophyll. Known attacks, Leech Seed, Tackle, Vine Wipe, Whirlwind, Razor Leaf, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Takedown, Growth, Sweet Scent, Double Edge, Worry Seed, Synthesis, Seed Bomb. 8. Charmander. Gender, Male. Type, Fire. Nature, Docile. Abilities, Blaze, and Solar Power. Known attacks, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage, Scary Face, Fire Fang, Flame Burst, Slash, and Flamethrower. 9. Squirtle. Gender, Male. Type, Grass Potion. Nature, Calm. Abilities, Overgrowth. Known attacks, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Bubble, Bite, Rapid Spin, Protect, Water Pulse, Aqua Tail, Skull Bash, Surf. Hannah Shiroi's Pokemon. Team. Flareon. Vulpix. Arcanine. Houndour. Rapidash. Magby. Charmander. Mook. Frostless. Misty Waterflowers Pokémon. Team. Spearow. Starmie. Golden. Gyarados. Seal. Caught. Shelter. Tentacle. Slowbro. Vaporeon. Feebas.